How's everyone doing this morning?
Good.
Excellent.
All right. I am glad. Guess what today is?
Monday.
It's
CMA
Monday.
Day.
Halfway
And
through.
exactly right. Today is the halfway point in Mega. How are we doing with our value proposition? Uh-oh, Yana has a surprise look
This
on
But
her
it's
face.
still a work in progress, Jack. It's still a work in progress.
Yeah. Well, I would expect by the halfway point that you've got your mission statement down, you're working on your business plan, you've already got your goal board down, memorized some of your 23 paragraphs, your 17 of Code of Ethics, also working on that. And after the day that we had on Friday, which is the Reputation Management Day, the importance of our name and getting video out there in the world, learning our color. How many found that interesting? Nice. How many of you applied that to your family? Did any of your family do the color? Only,
Not yet.
only one. Kelly, talk to us about who in your family did the color uh, project with
I
you.
sent it. I have two adult children, 22 and 27, and then my husband. So we all three did it.
So, what was the result? Did you any surprises?
Yes, I was so surprised because I'm a green and I really thought that there'd be more green in my children, but they were more like my husband and he's a red. So it was interesting. My daughter actually was the perfect balance. She was about a third red and a little less than a third green. So she was a really good balance. And my son really surprised me by leaning more towards the red.
Interesting. Fun. So helps us understand people, even those people standing in front of us. Sometimes it's like an aha moment almost. Thank you for sharing, Kelly. Angela. And
Yes.
this-
I
is
was very surprised because I'm a yellow with close to being red, and then my husband's blue, and it's like we're just totally opposite. And I was like, wow. And then also he was in the military for 20 years, so it kind of makes sense. But the other thing is Grace is a red. And I thought because we're partners and I'm yellow and it's like we're a very good complement for each other. I was surprised, like, aha, like we really complement each other because we don't have the same thing. So I thought that was really good too. My other daughter is a mental health therapist and she's a green.
makes sense. That makes sense. Very cool. Thank you for sharing.
Uh,
Yana.
yes, I don't know, it's probably not. I tried to do the CMA, but because I don't have access to the A board, so I tried to do on a CTX MLS, and I tried to do that homework. And I'm close to. It's like, it's not 43, it's 40. It's still gonna be good.
Yeah, do your best. And if you have issues, get with Lisa one-on-one so she can help. 100%.
No, because A-board, I don't have membership with A-board.
I understand.
That's why I cannot use them, but I use my CTX MLS metrics.
Understand.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep. So when you do a CMA, you're going to do a CMA in the market that services that MLS. So we've got some people in San Antonio, some in Houston, some in Dallas. So everyone's going to be using their own MLS. And the theories that we're going to talk about today is less about the technology that we're using and more about the theory of doing a CMA so that you can take that and you can apply it anywhere.
Yeah.
Anybody else have any about the color stuff that we spoke about on Friday? Okay. Hopefully you're gonna. Iris, hi.
Hi, good morning. That was my bread and butter. I love the session on Friday. Absolutely love it. So I have a son that it's a veteran, and I've done these assessments, but it's so interesting to see how life cycles change. So it's really nice to see it in different seasons in life. So I did it with my son, and he used to be green, and now he's totally, absolutely red. So and it just totally made sense. He's a very structured individual. And then I've done it in the past with my husband, and he's a blue and I'm a blue too, which is very interesting. So for us, we have to find that balance, which is, it totally makes sense. So yeah, very, very interesting. And the video that we have to do for the assignment, Jack, was so fantastic, right on point. I love it. It very, very helpful. So thank you for that.
Excellent. This has true and real application for you as a real estate agent because we're connecting with people. And the better that we can understand people, the better that we can deliver services that is going to be something that they value. And it's all about how can you delight your customers. The better you know your customers, the more you can provide a service that delights them. And so those people who are interested in the analytics side, if we are yellow and we put a premium on the relationship and we put a premium on the aesthetic and how it feels, let's say we're yellow and green, for instance, and you have a blue and red client, we have to understand that they're going to value something different than what we value. And it's on a human DNA cellular level. And that if we can be more cognizant of that, then we can help deliver the services that we know that they're ultimately going to need, the things that's going to be important to them. And that's going to help us wow our customers better. So this also helps us get hired because if we're trying to speak left-brained and our client's right-brained, then we're missing the mark literally between what we're offering and what it is that they need from a real estate professional. So we can help a diverse client base, but the better we understand the diverse client base, the better we are going to be as an agent. Those people who have a high EQ or emotional intelligence can read people and they're able to pick up on the subtle cues that either they're looking confused or they're not quite grasping it or they're uncomfortable. And then people who have a high EQ can kind of dig in there and try to figure that out. But people who don't, they're going to miss the mark completely and they're not going to get based on those social cues, even the very subtle ones that maybe their client isn't happy. So, or wowed, or maybe even take it to the next level. And we spoke with, or we heard from, what's his name, the richest man, Warren Buffett, who said, you need to learn to delight your customers. And in delighting your customers, it's giving them an experience that exceeds what they're looking for. So Friday's class is about helping us understand ourselves more and the environment that we're in. So doing this homework assignment along with your family, you've spent a lifetime with them and you really know their personality traits. So then you apply a color, it helps you understand that color so much more. So for those of you who haven't provided the assessment link to your family, I think it would benefit you just to do that. Not just for fun, but also so that you can understand the colors better because it does have a real basis in your business. So as we've gone through the first half of Mega, the first half of Mega was you can make $1 million and the importance of working from a plan and scheduling and being structured and mindset and how you prepare yourself for your day and the clarity of your mind. And then how important thinking about referrals in the beginning is and getting all your data in one place and calling your people and where you're going to find success in real estate, where the lead's going to come from and how important your database is, how important your spheres are. And then on Friday's class, a little bit about understanding people, but also a little bit about getting yourself out there and doing some videos. We saw a bunch of videos, some that you liked, some that you didn't like, and hopefully that left a lasting impression on you because we really want to put out media that is going to go viral, that's going to, if we're going to spend so much time and energy on it, we want it to be effective. How many of you happen to see the video that I put in the Teams this morning? I saw you had liked it, Jeff. I think you might have been the only one that saw it. So Do you remember when Vanessa Van Edwards spoke about the person who was in the mall and they had the blender in the mall and the person who spilled it? Do we remember that? Okay. So where I find that interesting and where I find that important, at least for all of this, is that, you know, I know that it's going to be your tendency to want to take a video that might have had a misspeak or might have not have been perfect and to scrub that clean, delete it, and start over. How many of you are going to have that tendency? So if you have the tendency to want to get rid of the video that, you might have had a blooper or you made a mistake, uh, according to the science behind what Vanessa Van Edwards said, you're replacing something that would have connected with people and made you more relatable and made you more likable with something that maybe made you more forgettable. Maybe. So I know that we want to be perfect, but then I asked you the question, do you like perfect people? And everyone said no. I mean, obviously, the closer to perfection they are, the more people secretly hate them. I think there's a book about that. Um, so here is a fun video. This is a true to life video. I guess we could probably all relate to this, but let's watch this video.
Oh, gee. Oh, God. What just happened? I lost my shit. What? Jen, stop! Stop! Oh my God, I can't. How's the water? How's the water?
There she
We
is.
had 63 showings this weekend. Oh, gee. Oh, God.
So there's someone getting brave. They're gonna go and do a video. We had 63 showings this video, and we had 63 showings this weekend, and she was gonna have a nice little pool shot of her walking with her heels uh, behind the pool. What could possibly go wrong? Well, there you go. So, a blooper reel like that, especially when it's not baked, when it's, not something done on purpose to try to do clickbait, but it's actually things like that. It makes us more relatable. It's more fun. It's more human. Um, and I think that, when you watch stuff like that and it just makes you smile and makes you laugh, you're not going to forget it. Allow yourself, allow yourself the space, the creative freedom to, if you misspeak, maybe just keep going with it. How many of you are old enough that maybe remembers the beginning of answering machines? Do you all remember that? So do you remember maybe the first time you left and you're kind of nervous to leave a message, kind of afraid, and then you'd hit the delete button and you'd re-record it, and then you'd re-record it, and you'd re-record it like 5 times, and now you don't re-record anything. I mean, unless you really screwed up, you just go ahead and you just keep going, right? We're much more comfortable about leaving audio messages. And that's where we are right now. A lot of people where they are with video is they are where they were with this uncomfortable feeling of leaving a voice message, hearing themselves for the first time recorded like that. It just wasn't comfortable. And now we've gotten over it. And I promise that you will get over the video thing, just as you did getting over the audio thing. It's just going to take a little bit of time. So the more content you get out there, the better. And hopefully Friday's class inspired you to get some content out there. Did anyone do some content this weekend? Hi, Wells. What do you got?
Hi, good morning. I went ahead and did a video for the open house, and I said, I'm gonna allow myself to be just fun. And it still bothers me today because I'm like, no, I don't want to be known as humorous. I just, not for my business. I would just be professional. So I put it on Teams, but it's been like just rolling in my head, like, oh my God, I can't believe I did that. So, but I said I would go outside my box and do it, and it's something different.
Cool. Thank
On a personal basis, I don't mind, but for my business, it's just like no, we don't connect in that way.
Understood. Yeah, we definitely have to be ourselves. We have to be authentic, and try different things. That is for sure. But if we are trying to create, something that is just so professional and packaged, sometimes that goes against what it is that we're trying to create. Because this is a relationship business and we are trying to build relationships with people, which means, sometimes people try to add humor into their system and it misses the mark completely. So humor
I think that was me.
I don't know. I didn't watch it, but I will watch it, but I'm excited to see what you've done. Anybody else do some video this weekend? Kelly, good job. What'd you do?
I did a quick video outside my open house, and it was just hilarious because there was a bird in the tree right next to me that just couldn't. He was just having the time of his life, and I just kind of let that be in my video. And it was so against my nature to, and I went ahead and posted it on Facebook, and I just jumped in and did it. And I'm just hoping that the more I do it, the more comfortable I get.
Birds sold separately?
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. Thank you for doing that. I know I've seen a couple of agents. I'm gonna throw Mary Beth out here for a moment. Mary Beth wasn't gonna do video. Mm-mm, mm-mm, mm-mm. And MEGA-15, and actually MEGA-14 for her. She was not gonna do video. She was not comfortable with it at all. And she kind of got her feet wet, literally, with her and her husband going out line dancing. And so she did a little video and put it out there, and it had a ton of views because they're absolutely fantastic dancers. And then she did a couple of others, and she saw some really good responses from them, which kind of built her confidence. And now she's absolutely fearless out there. So you'll see Elisa St. John and other people who initially before they were not gonna do video, and now they are fearless. So if that is you, and if you haven't done a video yet, hopefully by the end of this week, we will see a video posted online with you and your business. Today's a very important topic. It's about CMA. The second half of Mega is very, very real estate related. CMA on Wednesday, buyer and seller presentations, which is a very big day. And then on Friday, listing, marketing, and grand open. So, master the CMA, the journey that we're on here is we have to provide a CMA to our clients, get the numbers right, then go out with our client and either find them a home or if it's a listing, sit with the seller at the kitchen table and go through the presentation with them. And then on Friday, it's first, price it right. Second, properly prepare the home for market. And then saturate the market with advertising, point all of that advertising to a grand open house weekend, and have a lot of traffic. And the grand open houses typically generate a lot of traffic. Even in the markets that we're in right now, the first properties to hit the market are going to usually get people who are interested. And so to this week, it's probably one of the most important weeks when you look at into the nuts and bolts of what it is that we do as real estate agents. Going into next week, Monday, oftentimes people come away from Mega and it's one of their favorite classes. Working with builders, it's an entire day based on that. This comes on next Monday with the NHC certification, the new home construction certification from NAR. So that is embedded in our Mega class. And then on Wednesday's class of next week, we're going to go through the contract all through all 23 paragraphs. So I'm going to spend the entire day going through the entire contract, line by line, word for word. We're going to read every single word of the 1 to 4 family contract and make sure that you understand every single paragraph. It's a lot because there's a lot to the contract. For those of you who have been taking my 1-hour classes on Mondays, you know that we can dig deep in the contract and we are going to dig deep. And then we come out next Friday and we're going to go through finance and negotiation. We're going to be talking about buyer's right to terminate due to lender's appraisal addendum. and the third-party financing, and how to successfully negotiate a multiple offer situation, whether you represent the buyer or the seller. So this week and next week is very much real estate nuts and bolts. We are kind of through the mindset, although we're going to be doing more and more reviews of mindset and just kind of keeping that front and center. I've got 5 slides. I want to tie the rest of last week together. This was a slide earlier in the day that it's human nature to have a blind spot for yourself, and that's okay. People change over the time, and your color chart hopefully helps you identify with the person that you are today, not with the legacy version of yourself from the past. And be paying attention to your color and what you need from others, and what you provide others, and what you are on a good day versus what you are on a bad day. And when we start noticing us on a bad day, then we need to, that is a notice to us in that moment to recognize, uh-oh, I am blue on a bad day or red on a bad day, and take a moment to collect yourself and see how you can turn the corner and convert that day into a better day. I say that because how we make people feel is important. And if our goal is to every person we have a conversation with to leave them with the best day possible, and we're making our calls and we are a bad day color version of ourselves, then people can hear it. They can hear it in our mood, they can hear it, and they can see it in our face if we're out there in the real world talking with them. So cool blue on a good day are cautious, precise, deliberate, questioning, formal. Uh, Green on a good day is caring, encouraging, sharing, patient, relaxed. Red on a good day, competitive, demanding, determined, strong-willed, and purposeful, are leaders. And yellow on a good day is sociable, dynamic, uh, uh, demonstrative. And Lisa's going to do points here in a minute. Enthusiastic and persuasive. Now, on a bad day, blue, stuffy, indecisive, suspicious, cold, reserved, kind of the opposite of themselves. They go from cautious to stuffy, from precise to indecisive. Same thing with green, from caring to docile, from encouraging to bland, from patient to reliant, from relaxed to stubborn. We all have bad days. All of us. Red, from competitive to aggressive, demanding to controlling, determined to driving, strong-willed to overbearing, purposeful and intolerant. On bad days, we lose a few of our filters. And we are a little bit more raw and a little bit more exposed. And of course, yellow goes from social to excitable, dynamic to frantic, enthusiastic to flamboyant, and persuasive to hasty. So when you see these personality traits coming out within yourself, you need to find ways to acknowledge it and figure out how we can then put ourselves back in the correct mindset. Might be a really good opportunity for you to put yourself on pause and go do a yoga session. So you know what? This is not where I need to be right now. I'm going to go do yoga. I'm going to reset and I'm going to come out the other side. I'm going to feel 1,000 times better. You'll be better for it. Your clients will be better for it. And so will every single person that's interacting with you. So don't be afraid to hit the reset button sometimes when life is just pressuring, putting too much on you. Because your reputation is your most important asset. It can take a lifetime to build a reputation and an instant to obliterate it. And when our cup is running over, then we have lost the ability to take on all the pressures which is the role that we take on as real estate agents, is take on their pressure to help them with their goals of moving. And there's a lot of stress in moving, one of the most stressful things in life. So if we're not at our best, that's gonna come across. And just because you're having a bad day doesn't mean you're going to obliterate your reputation. So there is a difference between having a bad day and just making bad decisions. If you are very passionate about something, just remember, if you're caught up in that moment might have a very different set of optics later than it does in that moment. And if you are someone who just absolutely needs to push forward on a topic, just be careful with that because it could have a lasting impact. And I'm not saying that, that you shouldn't be passionate about your things, but maybe you want to separate your client base from that. Maybe you want to have a different set of socials. I don't know. That would be between you and your business coach. Just know that these things can slice. And right now we're seeing society be sliced in half. We saw that during COVID, didn't we? Where people's socials were cut in half and half. And now there's ecosystems where people are existing inside the ecosystems where they're not hearing any side except for one side. And now all they hear is one side. And they lost a lot of their either clients or spheres just have dwindled down to these little tiny ecosystems. So in Mega Module 5, which was the Friday class, online reputation management, what were the 5 topics a master salesperson should always refrain from posting about? Well, your income, and like throwing it in people's faces. Sometimes agents feel like they need to be, showing off their Rolex or pulling up in their CL500, whatever. That's not the case. Politics is also something we should stay away from. Adult content, the other guy, and anything you can't verify yourself. Use Snopes. Don't be peddling bad information. So, and by the way, dealing with what happened with this particular Jenna person, putting out there that, she smashed a window in our nation's capital. It's just not a good look. That just did not stand the test of time. So she got caught up in that. And I know that's very polarizing right now. So we're going to stay away from that. But just know that that landed her in federal prison with a word terrorist across her face. And so that is not a good look for a salesperson. CRM leaderboard, we are going to be looking at your calls. I know some of you have some calls to make up, but when we get back from our next break, I'm going to pull a report that shows how many calls you've all made. We're going to see who is in our top 5 leaderboard. Now, Lisa, I want to catch up with what you said because I don't want to miss points after break. Okay, fine. All right, so it's 9:26. We're going to power ahead, and then when we get after our next break, we're going to do both the points and the and the calls together at the same time. Every one of you has a map in your .me that shows how many homes you've sold. This is the map for me. Over 1,000 homes sold. Over Round Rock. When you look at Realty Texas's grid, it's splattered all over the map. But this is mine. Everybody has a map on their webpage that shows all of the properties that they've sold, and then also for the company. Leverage that on a listing appointment of how many homes that we've sold in the neighborhood and go to the map and just look, because I think that helps tell the story of us and the properties that we've sold organizationally here. I have listed some horrendous properties. In fact, there have been properties that were hoarder houses. There were homes that, for every kind. I'm going to show you a couple of examples. But a decade ago, I sold a duplex that was a HUD foreclosure. The HUD handed me, I was in network with HUD. We still are. They handed me this particular listing, and this is what was on the inside. So and of course I had to do a trash out. And from the inside of this property, there was a dead cat underneath all of this rubbish. There were just everywhere you could see little black things bouncing around. There were fleas everywhere, and the stench was just unbelievable, just horrendous. Feces and urine, and I mean, we are not always gonna be the real estate agent that has the glamour listing. I mean, it's gonna always be a situation where you're dealing with condition or a property that's over improved for a neighborhood or a property where there's absolutely no comps. Here's an example of a property that absolutely no comps. And this is actually a very interesting story, how these transactions can kind of come together. I got a referral uh, from a property in East Austin that was a property that had not been flipped, but most of the neighborhood had. And the seller wanted to sell their home, but they wanted to buy some land. And they wanted to get 4 or 5 acres. So I went out to meet with her at her property, and I did, and I listed her house. And I had a buyer that um, I called that I knew that would be interested in her home, even though I listed it. And the buyer brought an offer for this listing. And I had 3 weeks before had happened to go to these guys, and I had happened to list this property. It was coming on market. And it was exactly what this other person said they were looking for. And I told her about it. So I went out and showed her this property. So she decided she wanted to buy this property, and the person that and I had listed it. So now I've got got the buyer. So I referred the buyer out because I didn't want to be on both sides of it. The property that I had listed, the buyer of this home, I was listed her house, and the buyer that brought me the offer had a home to sell that was in Pflugerville. So I had 5 transactions all in a line. I had a listing. I had this one where the buyer was my seller who had brought a buyer who had a seller that I took their listing. So there's 5 transactions all in a line. And we lined up all of the close dates, and there was a simultaneous close on all 5. This was a very difficult property to value out of this chain because there was nothing like it in Lexington, Texas, a little tiny area called Blue. It's right dead smack in the middle between Taylor and Elgin. It had 10 acres, and it was agricultural exemption for coastal Bermuda hay. But what made this unique is that there were 2 ponds on the property, aka tanks, stocked with fish. But what made it even more complicated was that, of course, it had the improvements. It had 2 houses on it. And one of the houses was a fully functioning workshop with the vacuums and all of the equipment, and they wanted to sell the entire workshop as is with all of the equipment in it. So now I had 2 houses and a 3,500 square foot working workshop, and the homes were custom built from the trees that were on the property. So very difficult to value such a property. What was my advice? My advice was that the seller get an appraisal and have an appraiser come out as a shot in the dark. And I'm gonna keep reminding you of this over and over. And as you can tell, this particular property was, had two fireplaces. This property had 2 primary bedrooms in the property itself, which was very unusual. Um, and it wasn't built like your typical Texas home is built. So when you have a property that doesn't have anything like it, don't try to do the impossible. Always recommend that they get an appraisal. If it's outside the wheelhouse, first thing I did was say, okay, there's not going to be comps here. We can try to piece this together, but my recommendation, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, is to get an appraisal and let's see what it was. I came up with what I thought it would be, and the appraisal came in, I think $5,000 higher than what I thought it would be. So very much in the ballpark, but appraisals will help you in these scenarios. Now, I'm going to show you another property that I listed that was in a flood zone. This was a 20-acre property that was just north of Round Rock on the east side, and it was a pecan orchard, 20-acre pecan trees on it, but the entire property was a high watermark flood zone. So they built this home on stilts, literally 20 feet off the ground. So, um, how in the world do you value a property like this? To boot, it was built, custom built. And so inside the home was very unique because it was all oak inside. Everything was oak, oak flooring, oak cabinetry, everything was oak, which is again, it looked much more like a home that you would walk into in somewhere in Colorado, certainly not in Texas. So very, very unique home. What did I do? I think we should get an appraisal because this is going to be an impossible thing to value. Another property that I listed that was a very difficult one. If you notice, this property had 10 sides. It was a octagon. That's 8 sides, hexagon, whatever that is. It had 10 sides. And so essentially inside it was basically a circle. And nothing like this. Plus, it had a view, and to make matters worse, it wasn't finished. They had built it about 10 years before, but it was about 90% completed. So they still had lumber around the property, and they were still kind of building it as they go. It was just kind of this idea that they had built. And this was, of course, in Lakeway with high priced properties all around it. Very, very difficult property to value, especially when you looked at the view that it had. It was up in the hills. So again, what did I recommend?
Appraisal.
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 Appraiser.
That's right. Let's get an appraisal. Let's have an appraisal come out and hand this to them and see what they say. What's great about having the appraisal, especially when you have a appraiser that you can trust, and there's a specific appraiser that I always recommend. He's been an appraiser in the marketplace for over 30 years. So he's done all of these for me and more. He always laughs because I send him the weirdest ones. But I recommend an appraisal because I know that if I can't find comps, I'm not worried about my valuation. What am I really worried about in listing this property? Who am I worried about the most?
The lender and if it's going to appraise.
I'm not worried about the lender yet.
No, the seller.
The seller.
because
The
they're-
seller. The seller.
Not worried
the
about
seller.
the seller.
Your
Seller's the
client.
I am the seller is my client. The client's the last thing I'm worried about.
Your reputation, because as a real
No.
estate agent, you're not supposed to appraise, right?
No, that's not what I'm worried about either. I mean, I'm always worried about my reputation, but no, I mean, I'm not afraid to do an evaluation in this property, and I did. That's not it at all. This is very important because this is very telling. This is what you should be concerned about too, 100%. Christine,
Could you ask the question again? Like, what are you most concerned about? Because I'm an appraiser trainee and I'm like 2 classes away from licensing. So I'm still trying to think through a lot of things. So please ask that question again.
who in the transaction do you think I'm going to be worried about the most? And it's not, if it's not me, and if it's not my client, the seller, and if it's not the lender or
The buyer.
The
Who's
buyer.
left,
Buyer.
guys?
Buyers.
Buyer.
That's
The
right.
buyer.
That's right. I'm worried about the buyer agent more than anything. Why am I worried about the buyer agent?
Because it has to appraise in order for them to secure lending for it. No?
No, I'm not even, that's way down the road. I'm not worried about that yet.
They won't be able to find comps to advise their client properly. So
That's right. And that is the most important thing that all of you should be concerned about. Because the buyer is going to believe their agent. And if their agent is wrong and put the wrong idea in the buyer's head, they're never, ever, ever going to get over that. Because everyone is wrong. Their agent's correct. And now you're trying to remember, there's one buyer and one seller. So when this buyer comes along in this transaction and the agent gives them bad advice and the buyer believes this bad advice, no matter what, you're never going to be able to get a deal to come together. And that one buyer you've lost. You've lost your one buyer, one seller. You've lost it. And if you're not concerned about the negotiations of the buyer, if you're already worried about it appraising, it's never going to get that far. You're never going to get to an appraisal because the deal's never going to get put together in the first place because the buyer's going to feel like the seller's being unfair, unreasonable. because it's never that the buyer thinks it's worth more. It's going to be a substantial amount less. These types of things could be $75,000, $100,000 difference in valuation because the agent has no idea how to come across or how to get the comps. So we can't just leave this to chance. So it's incredibly important to me that if I have a property that I'm going to struggle with, I know that the buyer agent has absolutely no chance. So that means that I need to make sure that I give them the breadcrumbs that they're going to need to get to the place that I need them to get at, which is to advise the buyer correctly as to market value of what this property is so that the buyer is entering the transaction with the right set of mind. Because how many times have you walked into a transaction and the first thing you said is, "Oh, I think this is overpriced"? The moment you tell, and sometimes it wasn't overpriced. There was a piece of information that was lacking that it actually wasn't overpriced. Oh, I didn't take into the fact that there was a second lot next door to it. I didn't know about that lot. Or I didn't know that there was a view or who knows what, but there was a piece of information missing. So knowing this, that's what is so great about the appraisal, is that you can take the appraisal and you can upload it into the MLS. And when they say, "Can I see your comps?" then put it up. And Gabriel, that's the thing, is that you're not a licensed agent. So if your CMA you give to the appraiser and you have a long and substantial piece of dialogue with the appraisal, because when you're the listing agent and the seller hires an appraiser, there's a massive amount of dialogue going on between the appraiser and the agent so that everyone can understand why the appraiser is coming up to this conclusion, and everyone can share all of the information with the appraiser so the appraiser can take into all things into consideration. So there should not be an appraisal in doubt in that scenario. And then the field work and all of that can go up into the MLS as the appraisal. And when a buyer agent shows up, they don't get to argue with an appraiser. They don't get to do that. An agent is not allowed to say that, and that's going to even go for you as well, Christine. In a transaction where you're the buyer agent and you're an appraiser, you can't mix your real estate license and the appraiser light in that same transaction.
Oh,
So
they drive that home. I am very clear.
No, I know, but for the rest of for the rest of everybody else who doesn't know it, we have to subjugate our advice at that point. And when we're working with the buyer, even if we have all this competency, I mean, I've got a massive amount of competency. I've got a ton. I've done thousands of BPOs. I've sold thousands of properties. There's situations where maybe I have more competency than an appraiser does because an appraiser is in the business for a year and I've been doing this for 20 years and can school them on the marketplace. I still can't argue with that appraiser because I don't have their license, and their license supersedes my real estate license on matters of appraisal issues and valuations. I'm not competent because I'm not licensed to do that. So I think that you got to have a very good amount of faith and trust in the person that you hire as an appraiser, and that's going to help you save your equity. Every drop of equity is very important, and a buyer agent is going to show up at the door and they're going to have their opinions. But the beauty about this is the appraisal is going to trump their opinion every single time. I can tell you that in this scenario, it helped drastically. In this scenario, it helped drastically. And in this scenario, it helped drastically. Had I not recommended my client get an appraisal on all of these three, it would have not had the same outcome. And they would not have been able to squeeze out every penny of equity. And it's also helpful when the buyer agent is not paying cash and they're obtaining a loan to get a copy of the appraisal. The buyer appraiser loves it too. So on all fronts, this is something that is going to help you as a real estate agent. So remember, if there are no comps and you've got a property that is either over improved for the neighborhood or has no comps that you've got a fix for that, you can engage an appraiser to help you with it. Now, we also have some code of ethics, standards of practice requirements that bracket our behavior, as well as the License Act brackets our behavior as well. First, Standard of Practice 1-3. It says, realtors in attempting to secure a listing shall not deliberately mislead the owner as to market value. We have to be honest with our clients about what price we recommend to list the property for to secure a buyer, but also our job is to secure the highest net for the seller if that's what their goal is. If their goal is to get the most for their property and they want to list the property for $30,000 more, $40,000 more, $50,000 more, let's just not even use those numbers. Let's say they want to list the property for 20% more than market value. Do we think that that's going to net them the highest price for the property? Does the seller think by listing high, it's going to net them the highest price?
That's what they think. But as an agent, we understand that we're probably going to have to price drop it at some point. So they're not going to net what they think they're going to net.
They think that, okay, well, if I list high, then I'm putting my home on I'm making it look better because it's priced higher, number one. And then number two, they can just negotiate me down a little bit, and that negotiated down will still be higher than what I would have gotten had they listed at what they would consider a very uncomfortable number. Two things I want to speak to on that, which is going to be helpful for you, I think, in conversations with the seller about pricing a property high. Most people are obtaining a loan, and most people are looking at properties in a price range. Have you ever listed a property in the portal in the client gateway 20% higher than what the client could afford? I mean, if you did, shame on you. Because if a client has a pre-qualification letter for 500 and you call the lender and say, is that it? And they're like, I probably could squeeze a little bit more. Like, what is a little bit more? Maybe 510. And you do so you put a gateway in for 512 and under. You're not putting a gateway in for 530 and 540. So just let's think about this for a moment. Let's say you have a buyer that is qualified for $500,000 and you put it in the MLS. Now, you got a buyer that's qualified for 500, that's it. And you pad it a little bit. Maybe you say, 505. Let's just say you do that and show them everything under 505. Now, what happens if you have a property that is exactly what they would like, but it's priced at 515? Do you think the buyer's going to even know that property's on the market? It's been hidden from them. How is it that the property was hid from them? Let's think it through. Give me some examples of how you think that property, if they price it at 515 and your people are qualified for 500, people typically buy as much as they possibly can afford and then some. So they're qualified and pushing the limits of 500. You're at 505, but you put a profile for them in the client gateway with 505 minus, meaning show me everything that's 505 and under. And a seller whose property was worth 500 listed it for 515. How did that property get hit from that buyer?
Because your search only went to 505.
Because on the criteria search, yeah. Yep.
Oh, go ahead, Gabriel.
Oh, no. You're on it, Jeff. You're on it.
Let's say, anything that you go to search is going to be under 505. So with it being at 515, that house won't even come up, even in your search.
And there are thousands of homes on the market. There are thousands of homes in the market, and they're not going to comb through every single listing because it's all based on square footage and area. And for them, by chance, to come across that listing and know that property should have been priced at 500 in the first place, they're never going to come across that property. It has literally effectively been hidden from them. But the seller was thinking that, well, if that buyer likes my home, they can just offer me less. Mr. and Mrs. Seller, the buyer's never going to see your home because you hid it from them. That's the problem, is that you hid it from them and you exposed it to a market where other homes were priced at 515, which means you showcased your home to a buyer who could afford more. And that's not a fair comparison for that home because you put it in a class of home that it can't stack up against, and you put it in and you hid it from your buyer. So you showed it to buyers who are going to choose another property instead of it because they're going to be able to get more for their money. And you hid it from the buyers who can afford the home. And if you can get that across to your seller, the light bulb will go on and they will say, "Oh, I see." The very best thing you can do is expose the home to the right set of buyers, because in these markets that we're in, there's one buyer for one home. We're not seeing a lot of multiple offers happen. It's typically one buyer for one home. And if we can price it right and we can get multiple offers, then we snagged a buyer from another property and pulled him into ours because we offered the buyers more than what the other people were offering. And that's not a symptom of market condition. That is a symptom of a manufactured multiple offer situation from saturating the market with advertising, pricing it right, and properly preparing the home. Because if you've got a subdivision with 10 homes in the market, and you've got one home that offers the buyers more and it's better prepared for market, it's cleaner, it looks nicer, it was whipped into shape just a little bit better. Those 10 homes that had 10 buyers, 3 of those buyers are going to go try to buy yours first. It is very, very important that we understand the buyer behavior so that you can explain the buyer behavior to the seller. So I think it's good that a lot of agents want to work with buyers before they list properties because they can really understand the buyer's behavior. So when they sit down and speak to the seller, they can explain to the seller what the buyers are actually doing, which makes the seller understand. Oh, I see. By listing my property high, the buyers who are going to ultimately buy my home, they're not going to see it. Not until after I've done a couple of price reductions, and by then those buyers have already moved on to something else. So either you're going to reduce the price or you're going to wait for the market appreciation to happen. And that could be, if we're, increasing by 1% a month, it could be 5-6 months before the market is appreciated to that point, if in fact the market's appreciating. Because the opposite can happen. And I've been in markets where the prices were reducing and that we were trying to out price reduce the market. And you did a price reduction, and then in another price reduction, and in another price reduction. And that happened very recently in 2022 when we saw the rates go up so drastically. We went from 3% to 6% to 8%. And it happened in August, and by October, we went from 3% to 7%. It doubled, and then it went up by half again. And that really put downward pressure on what people could afford. So we saw people reducing and reducing and reducing. Once you start that cycle, if you're in a reducing market and you overlisted from the begin with, the property's not going to sell. And it was a perfectly good property, probably. Nothing wrong with it at all. It would have sold had it been priced right. So it's so important that we as an agent don't mislead our clients to market value, knowing this. Knowing that if you price a property high, it's not going to sell, then you are not being honest with your clients because you know the devastation that's going to cost for the listing. It's going to age on market, they're going to grow weary, and all of the time and energy that they went into preparing their home for market is going to begin to start going dull. The professional clean, the yard, all of the things after 120 days, after 4 or 5 months on market, it doesn't look the same. And by the way, how they prepare for showings also often doesn't look the same. So it is so important that we get this right out the gate and price it right. Of course, we want to list the property for as much as it's possibly worth. You got a property that came in at 500 and I am looking, at, all right, so this property is worth 500. Let's list it 499, 900 just to get underneath that mark. There are agents out there that really want to list properties for a round number, 450, 475, 500, nothing to the right of the comma, just triple zeros. I have found that I have much better luck using 900 and coming at a number that's 479.9, 459.9. Those types of numbers look better than 460. 459.9 just looks better than 460. 499.900 just looks better than 500. It's just a psychological thing. I highly recommend that you look into that. There's been a lot of research. We're not going to get too much into that, even though there's a few slides on it. We have in a homework that I sent out that there's also a TREC rule about this, and I had asked you to read both 535-17. There is specific language that's required to be on your CMA. As a real estate agent, you are not authorized by TREC to do a CMA. Did you know that? Your only person that's allowed to do a CMA is your broker. The CMA and the language of it says that the CMA must be done in the name of the broker. So used to, TREC said agents can't do CMAs at all. And then TREC changed the rules. It says, okay, it has to be in the name of the broker. So the broker is going to accept full and unilateral risk and liability for their agents' CMAs. So knowing that, do you think that, a lot of firms will tell you to go to the board or go to someone else to help you with their CMA? No, not at all. I want you to go to Michael Potter, and I want you to go to Andrew and Elisa when you're struggling with the CMA, not just because it's in my name, but because your success as a real estate agent hinges upon you getting this right, and that sometimes it takes a second set of eyes. That's why we're doing our is it weekly? Yeah, our weekly CMA class that we're doing here now that Michael Potter is teaching. This is really important stuff. TREC Rule 535-17 says broker price opinion, comparable market analysis, or sales price estimate. A real estate license holder may not perform an appraisal, so we can't call it an appraiser. So a real estate licensee acting as an agent cannot perform an appraiser of or provide an opinion of value for a real property. And it says unless you are a licensed appraiser, but not when you're acting as a real estate agent. So if you're acting as a real estate agent, you can't use the word appraisal. Now, if you're a real estate agent, this is the thing that makes it so complicated. Christine, don't feel like I'm picking on you because I have the same conversation. You just happen to be the one person in the room that falls into this scenario. But I always have the same conversation in all my CMA classes. So when you are a licensed appraiser and an agent, when we take a listing, the broker takes the listing in the broker's name, just like on the buyer side. And so we all represent the clients because the clients are in the name of the firm. So we can't have what's called divided loyalty. Divided loyalty means that we can't have a fiduciary relationship with someone on two different topics. So we can't have an inside appraiser do a CMA, an appraisal on any of our listings or buyers. So we can't hold two roles. We can only hold one role. So if a real estate license holder provides a broker price opinion, a comparative market analysis or estimated worth or sales price under the License Act, the things that you are allowed to do, the license holder shall also provide the persons for whom the opinion, analysis, or estimate is prepared with a written statement containing the following language. Would someone read the language in blue, please? Someone raise your hand if you'd be willing to read. Jeff, thanks.
This represents an estimated sales price for this property. It is not the same as an opinion of value in an appraisal developed by a licensed appraiser under the uniform standards of professional appraisal practice.
Thank you. The statement required by subsection B of the section must be made part of any written opinion, analysis, or estimate of worth or sale price and must be reproduced verbatim in at least 12-point font. This blue sentence must be on your CMA in at least 12-point font. A sales agent may prepare, sign, and present a broker price opinion, comparative market analysis, or estimate of worth or sell price for the sales agent's sponsoring broker. But the sales agent must submit the broker price opinion, comparative market analysis, or estimate of worth or sell price in the broker's name, and the broker is responsible for it. That is directly out of the act. Okay, I want to have a conversation about appraisers and what has happened in appraisers so that we can understand a little bit more about the history of how and where we've come from in the world of appraiser. And we're going to go back a little bit. We're going to go back to the Dodd-Frank Act. 2008, we had our financial crisis. 2010, under the Obama administration, they created the Dodd-Frank Act. The Dodd-Frank Act was designed to help create some space between the lender and the LO and the buyer. The lender and the appraiser were not at arm's length prior to 2010. The lender's job is to determine whether or not the property is sufficient collateral for the loan. The LO, the loan officer, is the person who's working with the buyer. But that LO has a fiduciary relationship with not the buyer. Who does the loan officer have a fiduciary relationship with?
The bank.
With their
The mortgage,
employer.
I'll say the mortgage broker.
Exactly right. So they have a fiduciary duty, which means they have to look out for their employer, but the the employer knows that they're a salesperson at the end of the day. They're not independent contractors. They are employees. And they know that their job is to bring business in. So does the lending institution trust the LO? No. So who do they hire to make sure that they're not getting bad loans? Who does the lending institution hire to protect themselves?
Title.
Nope.
The appraiser.
Mortgage broker.
Nope. LO and a mortgage broker is the same thing.
Oh, touche.
Some form of insurance, I guess.
Mm-mm. The underwriter.
Oh.
You see, the underwriter is the go-between. Between the underwriter's job is to find anything wrong with the file and to make sure that everything fits within a guideline, because the lender, they're packaging a loan that they're going to sell. And if there's anything wrong with that loan, if they buy a loan, so the lender is going to go borrow money in a short-term note, they're going to go, and very few lenders, most of them are correspondent lenders, which means they go out to the open market and they, on a short-term note, which is usually 3 to 5 days before closing, after they've got full loan approval, they go ahead and they borrow the money, and they're going to pay a premium to borrow the money, which is why when you have a rate lock, that rate lock will expire at some point because they're paying for this money and they have to then pay again. And it can be very expensive, and the lender can go get themselves in trouble because they've borrowed this money in a short-term note. So they borrow the money and it's sitting there. And now the underwriter has already gone through and made sure that every I is dotted and every T is crossed, because they're going to fund the loan. And as soon as the loan is funded, then they go and sell that loan on the secondary market, and that's where they make their money. They didn't make their money on the loan origination charge. They made their money selling that loan in the secondary market. But if there was something wrong with that loan, they can't sell it. And if someone finds something wrong with that loan later, they're required legally to buy it back. That's one of the things that the Dodd-Frank Act did, was require lenders to buy back bad loans, which was not a thing before. The other thing that was a problem is that the lender, the LO, was calling an appraiser and saying things like, I've got this buyer. This borrower can't afford this price that you brought in this appraiser. We're under contract for 500. You came in at 490. We believe that you're wrong, and if you can't find the comps to get this to 500, well, then we're just going to have to find a different appraiser because you're obviously not a good appraiser. Do you think that was going on? It's literally what caused the bubble prior to 2008. It's what caused the meltdown, is that you had lenders putting pressure on appraisers and telling them, if you can't get the number that I'm looking for, well, then we're going to find someone else. So now they were concerned. So they didn't want to lose the business. So they sharpened their pencil. And that caused a huge problem. So the brilliance of what the Obama administration did through the Dodd-Frank Act was they created an intermediary. And the intermediary is called AMC, an appraisal management company. So the actual appraiser, the person in the field doing the work, can have really no communication with the lender because the lender is not supposed to talk to the appraiser. They're supposed to talk to the appraisal management company. And the lender is not supposed to have a relationship with any of them. So they originally called it a clearinghouse. So they picked it up and they said, look, the lender is going to pick up a phone and they're going to call an 800 number and they're going to put in an order. And some appraiser at random is going to go do the appraisal and submit the appraisal back. And the law says that once the appraisal is submitted, no one can ever talk to the appraiser again. That way, the appraisal is never concerned that someone is going to come back and not hire them again. Now, if the lender doesn't like their appraisal, they have to go and submit a ticket to the appraisal management company, and the appraisal management company will do a review. And it also says that if they're not happy because of the opinion, they can't contest the appraisal. There has to be a factual inaccuracy. The square footage is wrong. The year built is wrong. But even if it's the comps they chose, they can't contest it. And so then all of a sudden they put a gap between the loan officer over here and the appraiser here. So there was space between them so that the appraiser never felt like they were in a situation where someone was going to come at them and not use them again. That was a very powerful thing that happened in our market. But it had a side effect, and it had a very serious one. Because at the time, appraisers were making $400 for an appraisal, and they were making the whole $400 because they worked for themselves, they were licensed, and they would go out and do an appraisal, and they would get a check from the lender for $400. The problem that this caused, unforeseen, situations, was the appraisal management company now was the one getting the call, not the appraiser. So the appraisal management company, now they wanted to be paid, and they wanted half the appraisal. So they were then asking appraisers to take a half or three-quarter cut in pay because the appraisal management company now said, well, we have all the leads. We're the one handing you the business, so you don't have to market yourself anymore. So now you do the appraisal for $150, right? $200, we'll split the difference. You're a really good appraisal, we'll split it with you 50-50. We'll take 200, you do 200. A lot of our old-time appraisers left. We went from having over 1,000 appraisers in the state of Texas to having less than 80. So then in the market, in the 2010 it was a crisis. So they didn't have a lot of business to go around to boot. 2015 rolled around and the market shifted. And we were putting coming soon signs in the yards, and all of a sudden we would sell it before we even put it in the MLS, thinking, wow, we're masters of the universe. I did a really good job planting that sign in the yard because I sold it before I could even get in the MLS. It wasn't what we were doing, it was the market had shifted. And so some agents found this practice to be a good way for them to find buyers. So they decided to put fewer comps in the MLS, which impacted appraisers even more because now they had less MLS listings to come from. But we had no appraisers. So we had appraisers coming from Houston, appraisers coming from Dallas into our marketplaces. And they didn't have all the MLSs because if they're only making $200, can they really afford to have 9 or 10 different MLS subscriptions? Because appraisers have MLS subscriptions just like we do. So providing the comps that we have from our MLSs to the appraiser was very, very helpful. So that's why many of us, Lisa and I, got into the habit of meeting the appraiser. But then that became problematic because if we're meeting the appraiser at the property and we represent the buyer, why do most buyer agents meet the appraiser at the property? Why do you think they're doing it? What is their ultimate goal?
To get it to appraise for what the buyer is offering,
What's their concern?
that it won't appraise.
Problem with the house.
Okay, so they're concerned that it's going to come in low, so they're going to go meet the appraiser to argue with the appraiser to make sure that the home is valued more.
Absolutely not. They want to lower price in a way that their buyer's able to afford it.
But we represent the buyer, and we're trying to argue that the
In this case, I think I can speak.
Negotiation power.
okay.
I
So do
would
you-
much rather want the appraisal to come be over a listed price. That way you can use as, if we're looking from the buyer's aspect, you can use as leverage to ask more and buyer concessions.
Okay, so we have a fiduciary crisis. If we're going to go out there and meet the appraiser, it puts us in a fiduciary crisis because we are very often arguing against the buyers, against their maybe their goals. So I'm not saying that we should not stop the practice of meeting the appraiser, but what should we do before we meet the appraiser?
Have our comparables ready?
Who should we get permission from?
The list.
You
Rogar?
from Jack.
Who do you work for?
Realty, Texas.
Okay, but who else? Who hired you?
Your client.
That's right.
Mhm.
So you have a fiduciary relationship with the client. Yes, you're an independent contractor hired by the brokerage and broker's liability, but then we have a fiduciary duty to the client. So who should we get permission from before we go meeting with their appraiser arguing that the property valuation be higher than what maybe the appraisal thinks it's worth? You're telling me that if an appraiser thinks the property is worth $395, that you should be arguing that's $415 and you represent the buyer? That could be an ethics complaint or a license act violation. You got to first go talk to your buyer. Say, Mr. and Mrs. Buyer, look, this is a scenario. If this thing appraises for $395, you're under contract for $400. It means that you're gonna have to write a check for an extra $5,000 because you're gonna have to bring the difference between the appraised value and the contract price to the table. Or the seller can come down, but the seller's not required to come down. And the seller can just simply say no. And if they say no and you can't come to terms, it means that this contract is going to bust. So if you don't have an extra $5,000 in your bank account, we are really taking a huge risk. So do you remember back when we did the CMA and we were happy with this 400 price and you negotiated that 400 price? Would you like me to meet with the appraiser and explain to them the process that we went through to get to 400 so that they can have as much information as they possibly can have to get to 400? And the buyer looks at you and says, absolutely not. If they come in at 395, I want that to happen. You just found out what your client's wishes were. And had you not gotten with your client first and you had just met with the appraiser without talking with the client, you're actually working against the client's behalf. And the client find out that you had a hand in this valuation going up, they can sue you. So we just had a long conversation about a lot of things. We explained about the Dodd-Frank Act and how that has affected appraisers and about how appraisers don't have access to all of the MLSs. Now, the appraisals are not $400 anymore. $575, $600, maybe even $700. And so the appraiser is making their 400 and the AMC is making their 250 or 300. That's where it is now based on the split and that whatever they are able to negotiate. And the appraiser still has to pay for the MLSs. And we have CTX MLS and we have Highland Lakes and there's Netris and there's Actress and there's Four Rivers and there's HAR and there's all these MLSs. And if an appraiser is going to work all over the state, that's a lot of data, and a lot of them don't have access to the small MLSs. And we're going to go on break here in a minute. I'm going to share one more story about the power of MLSs and the power of having data. Temple Belton, when I was president in Williamson County in 2015, there was no CTX MLS, and I took it upon myself to take on the task of trying to go to, and I visited every realtor organization in the state of Texas. At the time, there were 77 boards in Texas. There are 72 right now. I went to all 77 and I met with each one of their board of directors talking about regionalizing the MLS into a statewide MLS like California and many other states have done. I was able to get 7 boards to come together and create Central Texas MLS, which was uh, Victoria, Temple Belton, Fort Hood, Williamson County, and Waco, and one other board. Four Rivers, which is south of Austin. In Temple Belton, the reason I was able to get them and Fort Hood, who were rivals, to come together was there was a street right in the middle of Fort Hood and Temple Belton, and I did a CMA on this street in Fort Hood's MLS, and I did a CMA at the time in Temple Belton's. And based on the comps that were missing in each other's, because some had comps the other didn't, and vice versa, there was a $50,000 difference in comps between the two MLSs, and the same 2,000 square foot home at the time was listed for 275. The other comps had nothing more than 225, and the other one had comps that were 250 and 275. A drastic difference. And a lot of people in Fort Hood didn't have Temple Belton, and a lot of Temple Belton agents didn't have Fort Hood, but they had a mixed market. And by pulling all of that data together, it helped the agents and it helped the appraisers. So that's happening still, but you think that there's comps in CTX that Actress doesn't have, and comps in Actress that CTX doesn't have, and Waco has comps in north of Gerald that CTX MLS doesn't have, and comps in Gerald that Actress doesn't have, and it's true. So when we're representing a client and we have access to all of these MLSs, or at least the data, and your .me has, you should print out all the comps that are relevant so that the appraiser has them. But first, before you meet the appraiser, make sure you have authorization from your client in writing before you go meet the appraiser. And remember, you're going to get the first person to know about the appraiser going out is not the buyer agent. The first person to know about the appraisal, the lender is going to call the AMC, and the AMC is going to call some appraiser at random. Nobody knows who's going to show up at the front door. That's by design. The appraiser is going to look in the MLS, and they're going to call the listing agent if it's call first go or require showing. The appraiser has to go inside. The law says the appraiser has to do a site preview and they have to go inside the home. So that means that they're going to go inside. So they're going to have to make an appointment. So the seller is going to get a call from the appraiser to go in. If you're the buyer agent and you've got an authorization from your client to meet the appraiser, the buyer agent should call the listing agent and say, hey, can you let me know when you find out when the appraiser is coming so I can meet them there? Otherwise, you're going to have no idea that they're coming. And if you represent the seller, you should do the same thing. Mr. and Mrs. Seller, I'd like to meet the appraiser out there. And the seller might say, no, I don't want you to. You're like, why? Because I think your CMA was wrong from the start, and I think it's going to appraise for more than what you guys have under contract. And I want to know that to be the case because I want to see how much equity I lost. Ooh, Mr. Seller, you're never going to see the appraiser. Well, I'm going to ask the buyer for it. Okay. I mean, that could be something in the seller's mind that they don't want you to affect. They want you to stay away from that. Or they could say, yes, I want you to make sure that you share all the comps in the multiple offer situation because we went into a multiple offer situation and we think that it should have been appraised for that in the first place. So yes, go out there and meet the appraiser. So at least when we meet the appraiser, we have authorization from our client. We've been instructed, the client knows, and then we can do our job by giving them the comps and speaking with the appraiser. But remember, once the lender receives the appraisal, we can no longer communicate with the appraiser anymore. It's done. Radio silence. It's against the law for us to communicate with the appraiser once the appraisal has had the order come in. At that point, then, if the buyer is upset about what the appraiser's appraisal says, it's not the buyer's appraisal. Whose appraisal is it?
The lenders.
It's the lender's
The
appraisal.
lenders.
So if there's a lender involved because there's a lender's appraisal, it is the lender's appraisal. So if the buyer is unhappy with the lender's appraisal, the buyer needs to speak to their lender. The lender needs to then communicate with the AMC and ask them, hey, look, we don't think this is right. Can you guys look into this? What is wrong with it? We think it should have been more. Why? Okay, well here's the comps that we use. No, these comps are not relevant because of this reason. We're not going to change the appraiser. Or wow, thank you. We didn't see those comps. Those weren't in the MLS. Yes, we will do a recertification on this appraisal, and they will issue an updated value. So before we even get into today, it's important that you understand who the lender's for, the communication between the agents and the appraiser, what communication you should have with your clients ahead of time, and more than anything, how important it is that if you do have authorization from your clients, that we're able to give the appraiser the comps, because we can't guarantee that they're going to have them. All right, I know it's a lot of information. We're going to have a lot of questions. That's good. Let's get the questions when we come back from our first break. It's 10:17. We're going to come back at 10:27. We're going to go over any questions that you guys had, and then we're going to review the points from Lisa.
Welcome back. Who'd have thought they'd need ya? Here where we need ya. Here where we need. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. We are going to jump into our points, but before we do that, we are going to kind of cover what we just covered with questions. And I know we covered a lot in the last hour regarding how all of these pieces fit together. What kind of questions do you have regarding this? Because this is important that we have foundational stuff here before we move on. So everyone totally gets it. No questions. 100% all good.
I do have a question just for clarification. I think we've gone over this, but when it comes to doing CMAs, we can only do CMAs for our clients, it's not just quote unquote customers. Is that correct?
That's a really good point, Gabriel. Maybe I should spend a few seconds on that as well, because you're absolutely right. We have certain duties that we can perform for clients and customers. And thank you, Lisa. We should not be doing CMAs for customers. However, we're going to allow that rule to be bent, because what is the function that turns a customer into a client?
Providing
Having
Us being able to provide the services?
us having the information and knowledge, so that way they know we're competent.
No, what turns a customer into a client?
Agency agreement.
Buyer,
Contract.
right? Robert by a rep.
Okay, well, it could be any representation agreement, a listing agreement, or a buyer rep agreement, right? So if the representation agreement, we get hired for the job, and that turns a client into a customer. So we earn a customer when they hire us to do the job through the representation agreement. So obviously, we need to have a conversation with the client at the seller's kitchen table about value before we're going to get hired for the job, because we have to often figure out what the list price is going to be before we get hired. So when it comes to sellers, we are going to sit at their table, and we're going to go through the CMA, and we're going to provide them an analysis in the sale of their home. You are authorized 100% to provide a seller comps related to their property. You are not, though, authorized to provide buyer comparable property for other people's homes until that customer is turned into a client. Does that make sense? And this is super important. We're also not authorized to go to the appraisal district and help our clients with a appraisal hearing, whether it's formal or informal. Have we had this conversation about the appraisal district and not going into the appraisal district with comps and helping your client fight their appraisal down? Because this is an important one, and it's a distinction that's really important. Did you know that all of the employees at the appraisal district that you meet with are actually licensed appraisers? They hold an appraiser's license, and they hold a special license called a mass fee appraisal license. So if you go in there as a real estate agent and representing a party, you're representing them as an unlicensed appraiser. And that's a violation of the License Act. You don't have the competency to do that. And I'm also going to tell you this. We are a non-disclosure state. A non-disclosure state doesn't mean that you can't share the comps with the appraisal district. It just means that you can't be forced to. So we imagine for a moment you've sold your home or you've purchased a home for $500,000 and you go to extreme lengths to go to the MLS and ask them not to report the sold price, and you get the attorneys involved and they withhold the sold price, which is rare, but it can happen. And then some real estate agent walking in there with their client throws down the MLS sheet for your property to throw you under the bus to help support someone else's value. How are you going to feel when some real estate agent brings your sold price into the appraisal district and gives it to them? Probably not going to be very happy. But the thing is that we have who's ever heard of FOIA? FOIA. FOIA. It's a federal term. Freedom.
Freedom.
Information.
Freedom of Information Act.
That's right. Freedom of Information Act. The appraisal district is required that if you come in there with any comps at all or any documentation, that they must, and this is a state of Texas requirement, scan every document in. And they put it in, then that becomes part of the packet that derives that value. And if a homeowner does a FOIA request, then your name is on the bottom of every single one of those MLS sheets and every single one of the grid view. And you've created risk and liability for yourself. If your client wants comps and you give it to them, that could be dangerous just giving them the comps, because if they walk in with those comps and they scan those comps in, it's going to have your name on the bottom of it. And now if someone does that, they can feel like they've been harmed, and maybe you were the one that harmed them. So if your client is seeking assistance for help fighting their appraisal down at the assessment level, because it's not an appraisal, by the way, it's an assessment, a basis in which to tax from the appraisal district, we should be recommending them a professional that does that, like ProTax, that does that for a living and not do that as a real estate license agent. Okay. Also, if you walk in there, not only is it a violation of the License Act, but it's also a violation of the terms and conditions of the appropriate use of the MLS. Because we're not, the MLS, I can tell you in the 2 years that I was chairman, and even now, we're still sending cease and desist letters to the appraisal district, because the appraisal district are appraisers, and appraisers are joining the MLS as an appraiser member. So we had appraisal districts in the MLS using it to do searches to figure out what comps were, and then we found out who those people were, and we did a cease and desist from all 254 counties in the state of Texas, telling them to stay out of our MLS. Cease and desist. I mean, it's a nightmare. So, and then of course we have all these agents just walking in the front door with them printed on a piece of paper. So we're trying to help educate and keep us in our lane as a real estate agent. Gabriel, I see your hand up. Gabriel and then Aki.
Sorry, I'm over here talking to myself. Speaking of staying in your lane, I found myself in the rental house that we just moved out of. Long story short, one of the neighbors came up and asked, he wants to sell, but the way he came about it was wanting to get, I guess, CMAs for protests and taxes. And I know we've had this conversation, but I kind of veered away from telling them that I was going to provide the CMAs. So I guess my question is, what does that conversation look like whenever you do have those customers, clients that are wanting to get that information?
Yeah, I tell them, I say, the practice changes that are going on right now, that the MLS forbids agents from preparing a CMA for reasons other than purchasing and selling homes. So it's against the acceptable use policy, and that we're a non-disclosure state, and that a real estate agent should not be disclosing other people's valuations. And by giving you the comps, it's other people's sold price. So if I hand you all of those sold prices, which only exist in the MLS, and you give them to the appraisal district, then I have been the method that provided the sold data for those other people's sold homes, just like I'm guessing you wouldn't like it if someone walked in there with your sold price to the appraisal district. But so but I understand what you're trying to accomplish. You want to get your home fairly assessed by the appraisal district, and there are actual third parties that do that for a living, ProTax and some others. And I recommend that you hire the professionals and don't attempt to do that yourself. That would just be my recommendation, and give them that contact. And we've got several of them in your .me if you're looking for a couple of them, because there are more than just ProTax. Aki and then Andy.
Right. I have a question on retention. Um, so I always kind of print out CMA and see what the price range is, but after that, do I have to shred it or?
No, in fact, it literally says in the license act that you must keep your CMA for at least 4 years. We're almost to that slide, but your CMA, according to TREC, must be kept for at least 4 years. So your CMA, in the packet that you have, every time you work with a client, you're supposed to create a room. You're supposed to give them an information about brokerage services. You're supposed to upload the IABS into the system. And if you do a CMA, there's a label, and you put that CMA and the cover sheet into your room as well. And so before you even are able to get a room submitted, and whether or not the client hired you or not, you're supposed to keep those rooms. So for every time you do a CMA, you need to have a room created and the CMA uploaded into your room, and our system will retain it for you.
Okay. And how about the I didn't know, but that right now, currently I just print out the, CMN and see, what the look like or, something like that. Do I have to shred it or?
I'm not sure what you're asking me.
I just, practice how the CMA works
Got it.
and
Got it.
in the print out, but it's just how I handle that.
Yeah, we have a bin here that is for sensitive documents like lease applications and things, but you should definitely be shredding everything. My recommendation
Sure.
is shred everything, yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Good question. I wasn't sure what you're asking, but now I totally get it.
Yeah,
And I think
sorry.
Andy has a hand up too.
I did, but I thought it through and I know the answer. It was just about using the MLS for protesting our own taxes, but not allowed either. So that was it.
Yeah. And so if it's for us or for someone else, it's still disclosing someone else's sold price for our benefit. Okay, so TREC rule states that the verbiage below must be included on the CMA verbatim. This represents an estimated sale price for the property. It's not the same as an opinion of value and an appraisal developed by a licensed appraiser under the uniform standards of a professional appraiser's practice. And by the way, this uniform standards is a guide. It looks like an old style phone book. You'll see it sitting on the desk of every single appraiser, and they use that. In that guide, there is a lot of rules and a lot of rules of thumb that we're going to discuss in how we approach evaluations. And again, what we're trying to do is not determine a value. We're trying to determine what is the best price to list it for to get the best sold price. And so if we just simply use that language, it'll save us from trying to figure out, what word do we use if we're not allowed to use this word appraisal because we're not an appraiser. So we're going to discuss a little bit more as we get deeper into appraisers as well as it relates to the differences in what we do versus what they do as in a CMA, because we take a different approach. Their approach is different. They are going to measure the home and they're going to put the house together in terms of its components. We are going to look heavily at the price per square foot. And the way we do it is correct as a real estate agent, but it would be incorrect as an appraiser. Just like if we go to an appraiser and tell them we don't like their price per square foot, they're going to roll their eyes because they're heavily opposed to having a conversation regarding price per square foot, because that's not how they approach what they do. It's completely different. So they are diametrically opposed to the price per square foot analysis, whereas we double down, triple down on it. And it's interesting that even our approach is completely different, we get a number that is substantially similar. Iris, you're up.
Hi, Jack. So I think that so based on this conversation, I can assume, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that it will be really important to discuss that addendum that we have in our contract. So if the house, the property doesn't appraise, we can walk out from the negotiation if we're the buyer, especially when we talk about a lender, right?
Yes, if you have a FHA or VA loan, the property has to appraise no matter what. So all the way up until the close date, as a matter of fact, because the law says notwithstanding any other provision, the buyer can't face a forfeiture of earnest money if the property doesn't appraise, unless they didn't pay for appraisal. So, and that's it, whether appraised or not. If the buyer doesn't order the appraisal, they can lose their earnest money because they defaulted on the promise to order an appraisal. But if the buyer orders an appraisal according to the third-party financing and according to federal law, there's nothing that can be done if the home doesn't appraise. The buyer cannot be forced to move forward, and the buyer cannot lose their earnest money if they decide not to move forward. The seller does not have to reduce the price. The seller can give the buyer's earnest money back and say, bye, you're gone, go away, I'm not reducing my price. The transaction fall apart, and that FHA appraisal probably be stuck to the property for 60 days, maybe 90 days. So that's on one side. If it is a conventional loan, then the form that you just spoke about can be used. And that form is buyer's right to terminate due to lender's appraisal. Due to lender's appraisal. This is a very important form because it has 3 sections. We're going to go over that heavily line by line on the 27th. It is a full waiver, a partial waiver, or an additional right to terminate. So that form has 2 different uses because our third-party financing does not provide a conventional buyer the right to terminate a contract if it doesn't appraise, but the form does. So if you're using a third-party financing for conventional and your buyer wants to have the right to back out if it doesn't appraise, buyer's right to terminate due to lender's appraisal should be used. Or if the buyer is waiving their right to terminate, that form should also be used because that form has 2 purposes: giving the buyer a right to terminate or waiving their right to terminate, but neither one of those rights exist if they don't use the form. And again, it is buyer's right to terminate due to lender's appraisal, and it's in our forms library, and that is a TREC form, not a Texas Realtors form. Okay, good questions, but we're going to cover that form later, not today. Today we're doing CMAs, and I need every single second of today to show you guys how to do a CMA because we're going to back into it multiple different directions. Kyle and then Aki, and then we got to get through our points and move on.
Real quick, just if a cash buyer had the same situation, they have no rights for that form.
That's right, because a appraisal has no effect on a contract for a cash buyer. A cash buyer needs to do an appraisal before they negotiate the terms if that's really what they want. But a property is worth what a parties agree on. So a appraisal has no outcome for a cash buyer at all. 0. It's for information purposes only, and if it doesn't appraise, the buyer likely has no out for it. So it's really then up to the agent to make sure that the buyer is very comfortable with what it is that they're purchasing based on the comps before they go under contract. Because after they go under contract, the price they agree to, unless you've had a material change in condition of the property, or during the inspection, some things were uncovered and the buyer wants to renegotiate during their option period. But once they're out of the option period, there will be no renegotiation of price, most likely, because the buyer has no provision in the contract to terminate due to value. Okay. And Aki, I know you had one more question, and then we're going to turn it over to Lisa Ormsby to talk about your points.
All right. I'm gonna repeat again what you said. So no outcome of an appraisal for the cash buyer.
That's correct.
Okay. So that means a cash buyer can straight to the transaction, correct?
For a cash buyer, it really matters what they agree to in price.
A
Because
price, okay.
they're going to have no recourse if they change their mind and don't like to buy the property for that price later outside of their option period.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yep. All right. And I promise we're going to dig deep in that on the 25th and the 27th because that's the juxt of those entire 2 days, talking about the third party financing, talking about the buyer's right to terminate due to lender's appraisal, and talking about the cash, the FHA, and the VA loans and how all of those play together with our contract and our addenda. Okay. Lisa Ormsby. You are on mute. I'm going to turn it over to you to talk to everyone about points. But before we do that, I want to remind everyone where we left off on Friday with points. On Friday, in fifth place, Jeff had 7,825 points. Andrew was in fourth place with 8,100. Kelly was in third place with 8,400. Kyle was in second place with 9,050 points. And Tina was in our number one place with 9,550 points. All right, Lisa, what do you got?
Well, a little bit of a shakeup today. So in fifth place with 8,650 points is Andrew.
Good job, Andrew. Keeping yourself on the top 5 is awesome.
In fourth place with 9,200 points is Kelly Pratt.
Good job, Kelly.
In third place with 10,100 points already halfway through, Kyle Dunn on his way to valedictorian, halfway there.
That is awesome. And number 2?
In second place is 10,375 points, Jeff.
Jeff is working his way up. Good job, Jeff.
And in first place with 13,350 points. So 13,000, she's almost to the 15,000 just to graduate.
Tina.
Is Tina Thompson.
Congratulations, Tina. Tina started out as third place, made her way to second place, or made her way to first place, and she's regained the top spot. The second spot has shifted, and in fact, all of them have shifted. So, as we say, who knows who our valedictorian is going to be? We've had people show up on our valedictorian list who was never in our top 5 at all, and just at the end, they poured in all of their points. But what this tells me is a lot of you are out there doing a lot of the practices, doing your yoga, doing your homework, showing up to class, going into your mega minis, memorizing your contract paragraphs, understanding your code of ethics, doing all the things. And for that, I thank you. And I'm proud of you guys because you guys are doing a really, really exceptional job.
And just so you know, there's 5 of them that have completed their C2EX assignment as well. And almost everybody's done the Fairhaven.
I want to see. What you might not realize, guys, is that the C2EX, you can see my C2EX, Lisa is endorsed, Cindy's endorsed, Victoria, Melissa Boyd. We can tell who is endorsed and where you are in your C2EX journey. Kim Dale is endorsed, Barbara McLaughlin is endorsed, Daniel Gooden. We can see where you are. We can see every single person in the company and where you are in your C2EX journey. So please begin your journey and see what you can do to get this finished up. And if you don't finish it in Mega, that's okay. This is something that I'm hoping that you guys will go ahead and continue with your CTOX journey, even outside of Mega, especially as you'll have to continue to be re-endorsed as the years go on. So Lisa, let's give them a hand of applause. I'm proud of you guys. You guys are doing great. Thank you for all of your hard work. There's a lot of acronyms out there for this appraisal, BPA, appraisal, assessment, AVM, BPO, BMA, desk review, RVM, Zestimate. I want to make sure that before we even jump into this, that we understand what each of these is, what their purpose is, and whether it's a matter of fact or a matter of an opinion. And then, most importantly, how are we going to argue or defend your CMA against these? You're an individual agent, and sometimes you're going to be up against Zillow. $1 billion company. Are they going to believe Zillow over you? Likely. So we have to explain to them why Zillow is incorrect. And there is a webpage on Zillow's website that speaks to their inaccuracy and what markets across the country of what their range is. 75% accurate, 50% accurate, and they actually have a statistic on their website because they've been sued so many times. So we're going to actually go and look at that as well, which is a great link for you to share with your clients if they're just really believing what Zillow Zestimate says, especially if they're agents, or sorry, if they are clients coming from other states that are not non-disclosure states. Certain states like California, every sale has a transfer tax. After the transfer tax is paid, it goes to the Secretary of State, and they record that in California, and they know the sold price of every single home. Okay, so let's start with an appraiser. An appraiser is a document that is performed by a licensed appraiser. Hey, Lisa, can you do me a favor? I'll get it. Someone walked in my door and left my door open. And someone is out there making a lot of noise. Okay. An appraiser is someone who is a licensed appraiser, and their license, obviously, to do a job that we are not. Even if we are, still, there has to be separation if we're representing the client as a real estate agent. And they are a matter of fact. An assessment. Who does the assessment? What is an assessment?
Next.
Not a bank.
The appraisal district.
Yes. The assessment is done by the appraisal district, and this is a basis in which to tax. It is so important that all of you grasp this, that the assessment is not the value of your home, but a basis in which to tax. And you have people who have these I don't know, over 65 exemptions, homestead exemption, disabled exemptions, agricultural exemptions that are also, artificially keeping their assessments down. But let's layer on top of that this fact. There is less than 5-cent budget per home across Texas counties to provide this assessment in the first place. And what is something that you will have done that is very, very unlikely that the appraisal district has done that really affects their assessment or your CMA more than anything else?
Is it price by square foot?
Nope.
Selling a house? The price
What-
point
what-
you sell.
what
The price
kind?
point you sell a house?
No. What is something that we as a real estate agent have done that the appraisal doesn't, that gives us such a huge advantage?
Sold homes?
Seen the home from the inside.
We went inside. Appraisal district's never gone inside. They have no idea. Now, I said it's very, very unlikely because there are certain circumstances where someone has an incorrect square footage and the appraisal district has to come out and measure and it takes them 6 months to do so. That's a separate topic. but they've not been inside. Now, maybe they have access to photos, which is why some agents are trying to delete them all, but even suffice it to say they have not been inside. That gives you a huge advantage here. All right, AVM, what is that?
This assist value what?
AV.
The assessed value to market.
No, it's an automatic valuation model. This is a computer generated value. AVMs are an algorithm that's using the law of averages, and everything they do is the law of averages. Some are extremely sophisticated. Some data is so good that maybe the home is sold 3 times in the last 5 years, and they know a specific sold price at a specific time. Then they extrapolate based on the sold price and the percentage of to the average price per square foot at that pinpoint in time. So August 14th, the average price per square foot in that zip code was $125 a square foot. This home sold for $130 a square foot. It's got an idea now that it's and they take that into consideration, and the last time and the last time and all the competition that's there and all of the sold prices there. So the algorithms are using more and more data points to try to get a finite number, but at the end of the day, it's an algorithm. And it is a hit. It is not reported. It's just this algorithm that's out there. It is getting better and better, but they've not been in the inside either. Your BPO is a broker price opinion that's done by you. Any agent can do a BPO. Sometimes people say, oh, a broker price opinion can only be done by a broker. Well, technically, that's exactly what the law said. And that's why they call it a BPO, is to send a message to the agents, hey, BPO, everything has to be in the name of the broker. What is the difference between a BPO and a CMA? There is none. It's the exact same thing. A BPO is a CMA. Those are interchangeable. Just agents use those interchangeably. Comparative market analysis is a broker price opinion. So I would say that the CMA, the comparative market analysis, you might argue that's the field study, it's the work, whereas the BPO, the broker price opinion, is the actual number. So the CMA might be the field study and all the documents, but the actual number at the end is the valuation number, the BPO. Okay. So now what is a BMA? Anyone know what a BMA is? This will take a little bit of real estate experience for someone to know this one. Lisa is smiling as I am. You haven't lived until you've done a BMA. Let's imagine for a moment your client works for a big, large firm like Samsung or Apple or Dell or a company that provides relocation benefits for their employees. Those relocation benefits often would pay for the brokerage fees. But those brokerage fees would go through their relocation department of their employer. And oftentimes, these benefits packages, an employer would buy into a company like Weichert or one of the large benefits company that provides these types of benefits, relocation services, and they will send out to someone who's in network with them, brokerages who are in network with them, and they'll send them out to agents. And the employee will meet with both of them, both agents. Both agents will do a BMA, broker market analysis, and they will then submit those broker market analysis to the relocation company. They will determine whether or not they think it's good enough and complete. If not, they'll reject it, make you do it, and continue doing it until it's correct in their mind. And then the employee picks whichever agent that they want to represent them. So it's a 50-50 shot of whether you're going to get the job or not. And the BMA is a 4-page detailed, very similar looking to an appraisal if you've ever seen one. Very, very similar to doing an appraisal. It's got the same fields. They want 3 active, 3 sold, and they want all of the field work of what major companies are in the marketplace. Are people coming in or are they leaving? It is probably going to take 3-4 hours to complete a BMA, and that would be if you're competent and you've done a lot of them before. So this is a big deal. Employers, however, have moved away from this practice and usually just giving their employee a lump sum and saying, here, you can do whatever you want with this. Sell your home yourself, hire an agent, we don't care, but here's the money, and they're saving themselves all the drama. So very, very few companies are, even though we are still doing some of them even today, but this used to be a large percentage, probably 50% of a brokerage's business was these transferee relocations, but just not the case anymore. So these were broker market analysis, and it was done for a relocation company. A desk review is something that a lender would provide. This goes back even into the 90s, where you could pick up the phone and call a lender and ask them for a desk review. A desk review would basically be where you give them an address. They would then take the address and they would send it to whoever their on-site appraiser was, and that they would give them a quick analysis without going inside of what a range might look like for that particular property. It was a double check. Lenders would provide this as a service. Now, most lenders has a AVM built into their system. So if you ask for a desk review, it just means they're going to give you whatever AVM they have, which is that algorithm, that automatic valuation model. And there's a lot of them out there. Okay, now RVM. You see on my slide, you've got blue AVM and a blue RVM. Anyone venture a guess between the difference between an AVM and an RVM and what these are?
Isn't RVM real value analysis or opinion?
It's real's in the word.
Real valuation model.
Real value mark.
It's not real valuation model, but real is in that word. That first word has the word real in it. What other word has real in it?
Real estate.
Realistic.
Realty.
We have picked every word except
Wait,
for the
realtor?
There you go. All right.
There you go, Charlie.
The realtor valuation model. So what product do we have at our fingertips that NAR gives you as a realtor that has a valuation model built into it?
RPR.
There you go. So the RVM comes from RPR. It's the Realtor Valuation Model. It's an AVM. It's an algorithm specifically from the RPR report, and they renamed their AVM RVM because it's the Realtor Valuation Model. But that Realtor Valuation Model is actually, it's important that they distinct it from the AVM because it's using the sold data from all of the MLSs in one place, and it has a confidence level of up to a 5-star confidence level. So you'll see RVM, and then maybe there's 1 star, which means okay, very low confidence, or maybe a 5-star confidence. There are properties that have never been reported sold in the MLS. So the RVM has all of the tax records of every property in all counties across the entire country, and all the MLSs. So the property will be in RPR, whether or not it's ever been reported sold before, or listed for that matter, because they'll have limited data facts from whatever the tax records show. Sometimes the tax records will show number of stories, sometimes it won't. Sometimes it'll have whether or not the property has a garage. Sometimes it'll have beds but no baths. There's a lot of data that is missing from the tax records if the property was never reported sold in our systems. But the moment it was ever reported sold, think of all of that rich data that you got from that reported sold. The school districts and whether or not it has a view and the square footage of the garage and how many bedrooms and baths, which way the home is facing, the builders. I mean, there's over 600 data points that come from the MLS based on the data entry from the MLS, from the agent, and all of the prior sales. So that RVM is a really, really big deal. It is called it is an auto valuation model, but it's from RPR, and it is the realtor valuation model. And then we have Zestimate. Zestimate was a much greater thorn in our side in years past than it is today. We had to argue against the Zestimate much more than we seem to argue in today's world. We're getting less and less argument. But the seller, before they've contacted you, most likely has gone to realtor.com, homes.com, and Zillow and saw that number in all different places. And the fact that AVMs have become so popular, they probably have a lender who they're paying a mortgage to, and that lender's probably sending them a quarterly AVM as well. And so now the consumer now is getting different numbers, and it's helping them understand that Zillow isn't the only game in town, because for a long time Zillow was the only AVM that was out there. They were the only only algorithm that was coming up with this estimate, and they believed that this number was true. And I would tell my client, it's not a Zestifact, it's a Zestimate, meaning estimate, which means it's not going to be a specific number. And I would explain to them they've never been inside your home, and et cetera, et cetera. But there's more than just that. We're going to look to see, even now on Zillow's pages, on Zillow's websites for each county, how accurate they are, and whether or not they have a significant delta between what the reported sold price is and what they actually report. So they have to now do that. So they'll have a estimate on a property, and then it'll be reported sold. And the delta between those two, they take a percentage, and then the law of percentages of that delta between the min and max, between how far they were under and how far they were over, and what the average rate is on every single one of those, they have to report on, which helps us. But again, consumers now get AVMs from all different directions, and so when we go out there, it's less it's less likely that we have to argue this fact with them. But I'm going to go out and I'm going to bring all of these things with me. I'm going to ask them if they have an appraisal from the past. I am going to do a CMA graph, what I call a trend model. I'm going to show you how to build a CMA graph. And you might be asking yourself, okay, what is a CMA graph? Well, let me show you. Of course, I did that too quick. I literally was faster than my computer. So that is a CMA graph. I'm going to show you how, ignore the blue line for a moment, because the blue line is something that I added to it later. But this green line, using any one of the matrix products, you can create this, which is very powerful. How do you think, if you look at the years across the bottom and you build a graph like this, how do you think this would benefit your client? And think for a moment, I decided to begin to add this to all of my CMAs. Why would I add this to my CMAs? What am I trying to accomplish by giving them this?
You're showing that the house is worth more over time, so to overcome their resistance to buying.
Whereas everything that you said is factual, that's not the underlying reason. And I want you guys to understand the reason, because it's going to give you an aha moment. Jennifer.
I'm thinking maybe because the prices during COVID time were a lot higher. And so people sometimes are thinking we're still in that era.
Well, I was giving these to them long before COVID happened. But this certainly did explain to them what happened during COVID. Who else wants to venture a guess? I want to hear someone not venture a guess, but give a really compelling reason of why this would be really helpful. And even yourself as a homeowner, how can you help the seller believe and have confidence in your CMA? How could this help them give confidence to your CMA for a very specific reason?
The equity?
Okay. So if you were selling your home and you looked at this and you saw this going all the way back to 2015, and you saw, okay, in 2025, the market looks like my home is coming in somewhere in the 290s, it's just under 300. What is another data fact that you might look at on here to see if it was also present? This is where high EQ, high empathy really matters in real estate to understand your seller's journey. The seller
Price.
purchased
The
the
price they
price.
purchased for.
Yes, the price they purchased for. If you're, if you, if the price they purchased the home for is in the crosshairs of this, do you not think that that lends a huge amount of legitimacy to your CMA? That in 2008, in 2015, when they bought it for 190. Do you think that that's not going to lend a huge piece of legitimacy to not only your own CMA for the seller's purpose, but also you believe it even more because it's following trend? Maybe the property sold 3 times since then, and this is following the trend. Now, this is assuming that not some huge remodel was done at some point during this, but this is a double and a triple check that will help lend legitimacy, and it paints a huge picture. Iris.
Yeah, I can see this as being very helpful for a client to see the equity on the property over time.
It also shows the price, how the price has changed over time. So there's a lot of reasons why that I use this, but the real reason that I went and created this in the first place was, okay, now let's go back to their purchase price, because every single CMA that I provide them, the very first document that I show them is the MLS listing of when they purchased it, and I go over that with them first. So here's the CMA of when you purchased it. You purchased it July 14th, 2012 for $215,000. At the time, the property had been on the market for 187 days. The buyer paid $1,500 of your closing costs. And at that point, it was $147 a square foot. And then I show them the listing. And then we see where that falls in the crosshair. So when I say CMA graph, that's what I'm talking about. That document. We're gonna create one together in class. We're gonna do it twice, and then after we're done doing it, one of your homework assignments is gonna be to recreate the CMA graph on your own. It's very easy to do, and once you've kind of mastered the CMA graph, I use it on every single one of my listings. It's super, super cool. Then your actual CMA, which is going to be your active, your pending, and your closed. The closed, the sold, the properties reported sold. If you have a quickly changing market, how far you go back is going to be reduced. If you're in a declining market or an increasing market, how far you go back really matters, because the further you go back, the more incorrect your answer will become. So if you're getting a law of averages and you're doing an average price per square foot and you're averaging properties that were 6 months old and the market has changed 3%, then that number is going to be wrong and you need to exclude those comps because they're not as relevant as before. I also like to bring a copy of the RPR with me as well, so I can see what the RPR RVM shows. I bring a copy of their current assessment so I can see what the assessment says, and I bring a copy of the estimate. All of this is accompanying with me, because what I don't want to have is for them to pull out this estimate or them to tell me the assessment. I want them to know that I've already looked at that. That way that they're not going to think, oh, well, this entire thing was missing a piece of information, an important piece of information that they neglected to include as part of their assessment. So I want to make sure that you are providing them everything that they need in order for them to believe in your CMA, and that you have a really good listing appointment and you get your listing agreement signed and them defer to you because you have all of your I's dotted and your T's crossed with your data. So I have a video that I have filmed of me on a listing appointment. It's using the AI thing, but I do my listing appointments the same way. I've been doing it the same way for 15 years. It has not changed. I took my phone, I put my phone in my pocket and I hit record, and I recorded my listing appointment from the very beginning to the very end, and I digitized it so that you guys could literally see exactly what I do from beginning to end. And you're going to play that video, and I can tell you that Phyllis in MEGA-16, that changed how she does her listing appointments now. And it's if you do it this way, you're going to have less doubt and less questions regarding the number that you're bringing them. So these are the things I bring on every single CMA. Appraisal, CMA graph, my CMA, the RPR, the assessment, and the Zestimate. In the MLS, you have 3 buckets. Properties are in 3 major buckets: active, pending, and sold. What is the active relative to your subject property? And when you're dealing with CMAs and valuations like we're doing today, you always refer to the property that's contemplated as the property that you're going to list, or the property that your buyer wants to put in an offer on. We call that the subject property. That way there's no question of what we're talking about. It's the subject property, and I'm going to explain it. I'm going to refer to it as a subject property. What are the active? Well, let's start with the other way around first. What are the sold properties in relation to the subject property?
What most recently sold, the actual value of it. So it puts it in a real comparison for what they could expect if it's real near.
So what do we call the solds?
Hmm?
What do we call the solds then?
Solds are actuals.
Okay. What is another word that we use for solds?
Inactive.
Comps.
Yes, comps.
Comp.
Thank you. Solds are your comps. So if sold is the comp, active and pending aren't comps. They're not comps because you can't use them as part of your number because they're not reported sold yet. We don't know what the sold price is going to be. So if only sold are comps, what are we going to refer to the active and the pending as?
Your competition.
Okay, I like that very much, Kelly. So active is the competition, and what are we going to call pendings? Because are the pendings maybe not competition anymore because we're not up against them. So what would we call them if we had to stick a fork in them and name it something?
Pending comps.
Okay, so active is your competition. Pending is what the market is currently trending. It's a very important distinction. And then the sold, those are your comps, aka comparables. So referring to these things is very important, especially if you explain this to your potential client, the seller. Mr. and Mrs. Seller, this comparable, this is your sold comps. These are properties that have successfully sold. We know what they originally listed for, and we know what they settled for. So then we can derive what we think your property is going to sell for based on that story. The pending, we don't know what they're going to sell for yet, but they have successfully brought a buyer, which means that list price and how they marketed the property successfully put them under contract. Do we know that they're going to close yet? No, but at least they were successful in going under contract, and that tells us a lot. Versus the active, these are properties that we don't know if we're going to sell. We don't know if they're going to have multiple price reductions. We don't know if they're going to eventually expire or die in the vine, expire and go withdrawn. We don't know yet because not all properties sell. Sometimes a client is going to see a property that is active and someone listed it for a crazy price, and that gives them some kind of hope that that's how their price should be listed as well. And so they really need to be able to see the difference here between the active and what it means to be active, what it means for the property to have gone under contract as pending, and then what the sold comp is. And don't assume that they're going to know that story because it's very, very helpful for you and for you to lay the groundwork and explain all of this as you're going into the CMA. And I have them in different packets. Here are my active. These are the properties that you would be up against if you came on market. The competition is important to see. Here are the properties that are currently pending. They've not yet sold, but they did attract an offer. And we're going to take a look at these. And over here, these are properties that are sold. These are the only things that we can look at as to determine what your property should be listed for and what we think it's going to sell for. Because these are the only ones that were successful so far. That's how I start out my conversation after I've taken them through the MLS and explained to them when they purchased it and walked them through their original purchase CMA or the MLS record. So when you're doing your field study, when you're and you're pulling your comps in the MLS, here I am going through picking active contingent, pending, and sold up to 250 days. Now, you're not supposed to go back more than 180 days, but I'm going to show you how I go about doing my CMAs, and it'll make sense when you see what I do. Because when you're doing a CMA, you're doing a filter. What does filter mean in its raw sense?
You decide to look at only a certain criteria or section.
Okay, so a filter, we're cutting out listings. We are pushing them away and we're going to zero in on a certain set of records. So a filter is a cut. We're getting rid of these records. So if I do too great of a filter to begin with, I might have a very small data set, and that data set tell me absolutely nothing. So I don't want to overly filter my data in the beginning. I want to have a little bit wider margin on everything so that I can really see what I'm looking at. So the very first thing I do is I pick all of these statuses, grab a little bit more, go back a little bit further, and then I go and I pick my area. And I'm going to usually start with this. I'm going to start with the subdivision. If I have way too much information, I might grab the elementary school. Or if I grab the subdivision and there are no comps, I might go back further. And if there's still no comps, then I need to extend my territory out a mile. And that can be dangerous. Unless we're dealing with very atypical properties like a 50-acre piece of property, then I might be looking at an entire metro. And if I'm looking at 150 acres, 200 acres, I might be looking at multiple states. So what you're looking for is going to change, but if you're doing your SFR, your single family home, your traditional sticks and bricks, there's plenty enough comps for you to stay within the community. And you should do whatever you can to stay within the community. You should not leave the community unless you have absolutely no choice but to leave the community. I'm going to tell you something that is probably going to be the best advice anyone could ever give you in doing CMAs. If you have a number in mind before you've done your CMA, you've already failed. Someone say that back to me. In fact, I want all of you to say that out loud.
If you
If
have
you have a number in mind,
In
you've already
mind.
failed when it comes to CMA.
For the CMA, you're
You're going
ready
to find comps that match that number, and you're going to be doing it wrong from the very beginning. You have got to let the data show you what you should list it for, not try to use the data to have your bias in mind, to create a bias CMA based on what you believed it should support the value number you had in your head. It is a certain way to fail. So instead, don't go into this with a number in mind. Go into this with an open mind and let the data tell the story, because things can change. You can be in that neighborhood and all of a sudden things are not making sense to you because you can't find the comps based on whatever reason, and you're searching for comps. 90% of the time when an agent comes in my office and says, Jack, I can't find any comps, there's lots of comps. They just don't tell them what they want them to tell them. And they're looking for comps that tell them what they wanted to say, and they're not happy because the comps that are there don't say what they want them to say. Could you see how that could be a thing? And you know what? 50% of the time when an agent tells me they have no comps, there are plenty of comps. It's just not supporting the number that they wanted it to say. So don't let that happen to you. We're going to answer the 5 following questions. And we're going to start this when we get back from lunch. And we're doing lunch 12 to 1 like we usually do. And when we get back from the second lunch, I can't believe we're at lunch. When we get back from lunch, we are going to do 2 CMAs together. from the very beginning to the very end. And we're going to see the values, the numbers ranges come from the CMA that you did, to the CMA trend that you did, to the RPR's RVM, to the Zestimate, and the assessment. And we're going to look at every single piece of data, and we're going to let that tell the story before we're done, so that we can verify our own work, so that it's not just our CMA. We're going to look at other things as well. It might not change our value. It might not change the range that we provide as the most appropriate price to list for and what we think it's going to sell for if they price for that number. Because that's what we're trying to do. We're doing a listing analysis. What is the right price to list this home? What is the right price to bring this property to market? And if we price it at this, what do we expect the sold price to be? And those can be very two different things. You can price a property at let me give you an example of how that could be. 2022. Let's just say 2021. 2019, we saw the market go up considerably. 2020, it went up again. 2021, we're just kind of in this weird space. 2021, there was an expectation that if a seller were to list, there was an expectation that if a seller brought the property to market, that the expectation would be that they would sell it for list price or greater. That was the expectation for the prior 24 months of sales history. So you did a property and you would say, okay, currently we think that the property should be listed for 500 and all of the comps sold for $15% above asking. So we believe you should come on the market for 15, but we think you're going to sell it for 550. That was the story. And we were telling people, you should not list this for 550. You should list this for 500 and let the market take it to 550. Because if you list it for 550, that's going to be a problem for you. Because what gets that to 550 is having buyers fighting each other for the property. The second most important piece of advice that I can give you, the first piece of advice, obviously going into your CMA with an open mind. The second piece of advice is understanding that a buyer will not give a seller $1 more for their property than the seller's asking, period. But they're willing to give away their bank account beating out another buyer for that same home. That is something that we have been able to verify that is an absolute fact. So if the seller tries to fast forward to that eventuality and say, okay, if we list it for 500 and the buyers beat each other up and they end up at 550, I want to just list for 550. That 550 is not going to materialize. Listing that 550 is likely to get you 475 because all of the buyers are not willing to pay that seller a cent more unless they're in that situation. They have an emotional attachment in the property. They've told their family and their friends that they're probably going to get this property. And now the lender's doing a payment analysis that says, well, it's going to cost an extra $220 a month for this property. And they're like, fine, I love it so much that I'm willing to spend the money. This is a choice I'm making now. It's my choice. It's not the seller forcing me to do this. I know that this other person likes it as much as I do, and I want this home, and I'm going to beat this other person out for it. It's that mentality that gets you to 550, not the seller listing at 550. So if you fast forward through that entire journey and hit what the outcome's going to be, you're likely to get 475. So listing at 550 and then letting the process take its natural progression is what got it to 550 in each one of those cases. And arguing with the sellers and making sure that they understood that we need to go back and see what the properties actually sold for and then look at what they were listed for. And there was a difference there, obviously. And then all of a sudden things changed. And we had a lot of agents who were not doing what I recommend. And they were taking the sold price and figuring out the margin between what it was listed for and what it sold for, that 10% margin, whatever it was, and tacking that onto the sold price and getting sellers excited about that, which was way overpriced. And yes, some of those sold, but still not as much as what I think, because I had homes that were selling for hundreds of thousands of dollars over asking price. But you get to that how the story unfolds naturally is what is eventually going to put money in the seller's pocket. But if you try to circumvent that, it's not going to have the same outcome. So, first piece of advice is obviously come into it with the right mindset. The second is those agents who are trying to list the property high using that percentage. When the market started reducing, they were doing massive price reductions and they were losing the listings every time because they listed it for the wrong price in the first place. You set the expectation for 500 and go up from there, but you set the expectation of 550 and then you're asking them to get to 500, that agent's going to lose the job. They're going to then get hired by someone else later because the property's not going to sell. All right. Storytelling and engineering. This is where your blue and your green, I'm going to say this is where your blue-red and your yellow-green are on two different hemispheres of your brain that you're going to have to walk your client through. If you are blue, you're going to have no problem with the engineering side, walking them through the data and explaining the story, versus the yellow explaining the process. Do you remember the Vanessa Van Edwards with the computer programmer who was just kind of standing up and he was motionless? And he was telling the story about, I can't tell you why people go to your website, but I can tell you what they do when they're there. And I think that story is interesting, right? He said that story to you. So he and us, he is very, very blue. So he's good at the analytics side, but the other side of it, he was lacking. We have to make sure that we can up both sides of this. We have to be able to explain to the customer what it is that we're trying to accomplish here. We want to properly price the home. We want to properly prepare the home for market. And then we want to saturate the market with advertising. We want to give that advertising time to seed and propagate. And then we want to hit the market hard with the grand open house, driving all of that traffic to the grand open house weekend after all that you've done. And there is about a week that it's going to take for all of that to happen. Mowing the lawn, getting the windows washed, power washing the street and the area, and all the things that we're going to talk about over the Wednesday's class and Friday's class. Wednesday's class is about how to properly prepare a home for market. How do you have that conversation with them, and what should be done to properly prepare a home for market? And yes, oftentimes it's the small things that could be $10,000 or less for them to throw into their home to prepare it for market, like painting the home and having it professionally cleaned, and maybe if the carpets are worn, replace the carpets. And there are companies that can throw that money into the deal and get paid back at closing, or you got trades that are willing to wait a little bit, or the seller has the money in the first place. But most of the time, you're trying to squeeze out every single penny you possibly can. And by putting in carpet and paint, you can get a 2x or 3x return. It's worth it. If it costs them $3,000 to do the work and they're going to get that $3,000 back and then another $3,000, the reason it was worth it wasn't because of $3,000. It was because most likely you create an emotional response with the buyers. Well, all they have to do is move into the home. And that move in ready is what people go into multiple offers for. When it's going to be a hassle for them, when they got to figure out what color carpet and not move in right away and have people there and tearing stuff up, and that's not fun. People don't want that. They're already dealing with that where they're going out of. They're already thinking about cleaning that place, and that's a huge hassle. They don't want that on both ends. So if the seller can make it move in ready, you can create an emotional response. That's going to help you with this getting a huge response. So the process on the yellow side that we have to be the storyteller is, how do you have a conversation with them after you've done the blue stuff, after you've explained the numbers and they totally get it, that you go directly into the storytelling and explaining how we have to properly price it, properly prepare the home for market. We have to get the best listing collateral we possibly can, the photos and the video, saturate the market with advertising regarding this property, give that time to propagate, and then come on market hard through a grand open house, pointing everyone to show up to the property at the same time. That is how you sell a home every single time. So you got to tell the story on the yellow and you got to show the numbers in the blue. And right now, today is going to be mostly about the blue. But It's a multidisciplinary approach. Helping a seller price a home effectively is combining the blue science and the engineering side of all of that with the art and the storytelling. And you as an agent have to be able to tell the story and get them excited about using you. And we have an incredibly powerful and compelling grand open house, grand open listing marketing that nobody else has. And it stood the test of time. It works in every market. It's been tried and true in the 2007 market, in the 2010 market, in the 2020 market, in the 2022 market, and now in the 2025 market. It works really well in every single market, which is doing your fiduciary duty and all the things I just said, those 6 elements of everything from pricing it right to all the way to directing everybody to the property at the very end. It's very, very effective. The art and the storytelling is going to come on Wednesday. So today we're just going to stay on the blue side as much as possible. I recommend that if you have a digital listing presentation, that you print it out on paper. Sellers in today's world, even with the technology that we have today, they don't like the digital listing presentation. They just don't like it. Studies have proven it. I don't care if they are the Generation Ys or the Generation Zs, next gen, or if they're a baby boomer or a silent generation. I don't care. They're all the same. They've all reported the exact same thing as a home seller. They don't like the digital listing presentation. Why do you think that's the case? And how many of you
Believability, objectivity.
How many of you have a digital presentation and really want the digital presentation to work, and you think that in this era that you need to have a digital presentation?
While true, it's the same reason why it's important for us to go meet the potential client, because they prefer to meet people in person.
So they can't rewind your presentation. They can't write notes on your presentation. And worse, you walk out the door with your presentation and they can't go back and look at it again. And their attention span is very small. They're only going to walk away with 10% of your presentation. 10% of everything that you told them is going to be retained, and 90% of it is going to walk out the door with you. And that's not cool. That's not going to work at all. And the reason that's not going to work is because someone else is going to come in after you, and they're going to have a different conversation with them. If they're hiring multiple agents, the agent with the digital listing presentation, even if it's better and even if it's more accurate, typically will not get hired when another agent comes in with 8.5 by 11 regular old paper. Sorry, but it's 100% true. Now, that's not to say that you can't have an iPad and an iPad stand, and you give them a copy of your digital presentation, and then you take them through the digital presentation. That's perfectly okay. But if you don't put it on paper and you don't give them a copy of it, it's going to give you grief. So I'm going to share with you guys kind of how I go about it. First of all, I grab a folder, and I have a folder for each one of my clients that I go on a CMA with, and I put all of the paper in the folder. Obviously, if you're going to have paper, you're going to need a folder. I write their name on the folder and the property address. I write their name on the folder for 2 very important reasons, and I even have a label maker and I print it out so it's got their name on it. Why do you think I put their name on the folder, not just the address? And it's not for the reason you might think.
It makes it personable.
Well, yeah, they're going to look at my folder and they're going to like, oh, look, they have a dossier on me. That's cool. More than just that.
Is it for later transactions?
Easy to identify.
It's for me. It's when I'm walking up the door, I'm walking up to the front door and they're about to open the door and my mind went blank and I can't remember their name. I don't want to go hunting through my paperwork trying to find my listing agreement to look at paragraph 1 parties to remember that their name is Nancy. I can just look at my folder and their name is. because I want to look them in the eye and say, "Hi, Nancy, Jack Stapleton." I want to greet them with their name at the front door. And I don't know about you, but when I'm walking up to the front door, I am taking a digital snapshot of the front of their home. I'm looking at their shingles. I'm looking at the garage door to see if there's any dents. I'm looking at the lawn. I'm looking to determine whether the tree needs to be trimmed. I'm looking at the shrubs at the front. I'm looking at the whole thing, and I'm not, gawking around. So if they're looking out the window, they see me, staring at the front of the house. I'm just taking I'm looking around a few times, and I'm letting the picture tell a story, and I am creating a mental list of things that I know that they're going to need to do. So once I get my listing agreement signed and we're going through what they need to do to properly prepare their home for market, and I can give them advice, I already have it there. So by the time I get to the front door, I'm like, okay, what's her name? What's her name? What's her name? Nancy. Okay, good. Hi, Nancy. I do that for me. So that's why I put their name on there. There's been a few times where I didn't, and I never let that happen again. I'm like, okay, Nancy in big letters, so then I can never forget. So I do this so when I'm walking up to the front door, I have their name at my fingertips so I don't forget it, and I actually set it right there on the slides when I introduce them, and it's at the front door. Also, when they see that I have a file on them, they know that you're prepared. So yeah, it is kind of cool having a little dossier on them. They're like, okay, what's going on? There's a file on me. What's going on? That is absolutely the purpose of this. We're going to do a CMA on 4215 Bentwood Court in Round Rock, Texas. We are going to find out the 9 pieces of information. We're gonna just have a conversation as if I called you. Ring, ring, and Tasha, I want you to be the consumer. Will you role play with me? You're the person in my grid that's in position 1.
Absolutely.
Thank you. All right, so I'm going to show you guys how a typical conversation with me goes on the phone. Do you remember on the buyer side, I said if we try to pre-qualify them on the phone and ask them a whole lot of questions, that the more complicated you make it for them, the less apt you are to get hired? And
Yes.
that the easier you make it for them, you just show up and do the appointment as you've been asked to, that that getting hired is meeting them for the job interview. And how many of you have tried to put an employer through, the interview on the phone for the actual appointment setting of the actual interview, right? So you're going to hear that I do very similar thing on the seller side. So ring ring, I'm calling you now, Tasha. Uh, um, okay, yep. So you're calling me.
Okay, ring ring.
So
Hi,
I'm
Jack.
gonna say hello.
Hello.
No, I say hello, and then
Oh, yeah. Oh, this is my address. This is hi. Is this Jack?
it is Tasha.
Great, Jack. Hey, I am looking possibly to sell my home, and I really would like for you to come take a look at it, and see possibly what I can list it for. I'm just not sure. Can I give you the address and maybe we can meet and you can come have a sit down with me?
Well, thank you so much for calling me. I'd be absolutely honored to come out and meet with you about listing your home. What was your name?
It's Tasha.
Tasha. Well, awesome, Tasha. Well, thank you so much for reaching out to me. Can I ask who referred you to me?
Yes, it was a lady at work. She told me you're awesome. And she just threw your name out there and I Googled you and you came right up. And so I said, hey, I'm gonna go with him.
Oh my gosh. Well, I would love to know who that was because I'd love to call them and thank them for referring me out. I'm always so grateful and thankful for my client referrals. Yes. What is your property address?
It is 4215 Bentwood Court in Round Rock,
Uh,
78664.
you're in Terra Vista, aren't you? I know that street. I've actually sold on it before. Awesome. When would you like me to come out? What's good for you?
Today would be great if you have the availability.
Okay, unfortunately, I am completely booked today, and it's going to take me several hours to put all of this together. Are you available tomorrow?
Sure. After 4 would be perfect.
Perfect. All right. How about 4 o'clock?
That's great.
Great. All right. I'm going to meet you over at 4215 Bentwood Circle tomorrow at 4 o'clock. Is this number that you're calling me at 5115, is that your cell phone number?
That is.
Great. I'm going to follow up with a text message to confirm the time, and I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Tasha, thank you so much for the call. I really appreciate it.
No problem. Have a great day.
Okay, see you then. Bye.
Mhm.
100% of the time, every single time, that's how it goes. I'm not going to ask, when did you buy it? What are you looking to do? When you want to move? None of those things. I'm coming out there and I'm going to learn all of that in person. I set the appointment. I picked a time. I want to know who referred. She didn't tell me. That's okay. I'm going to find out later. And then I'm going to confirm. My very next step is I'm going to send the reason I verified the phone is because this has happened to me before. And maybe it's happening less and less these days, but still, if it happens to you once or twice, you'll never let this happen to you again. That they called me from a work number, and that work number, when I call, says, "Thank you for calling Dell. For our sales department, please press 1." And I can never call this person again. And so I'll never let that happen to me again. So I'm always asking, is this your cell phone number? Because if you're at extension somewhere, whatever, and I'm never going to be able to talk to you again, that's going to be a problem for me. So I'm going to send her a text message because I want to confirm the appointment time. I've also had this happen to me. I've shown up at my appointment time at 1 o'clock, and then another agent showed up at my appointment time at 1 o'clock, but they got there at 12:50 ahead of me. Sometimes an agent will say, "Oh, are you meeting anybody else?" And they'll say, "Yeah, I've got a 1 o'clock, so I can do 3 o'clock." And they're like, "Okay, so if I come at 12:50 accidentally, the seller's not going to remember who's coming at what time, and they'll just show up at your appointment time." It's happened to me twice. And there was another broker that would always ask, "Are you interviewing with someone else? Okay, what time are they coming?" And then they would show up at my appointment time and they would already be inside. Like, oh, that is so horrible. So what do? I send them a text message. So when I get there, it's like, "Okay, well, we had confirmed 1 o'clock." And the seller will be like, "Oh yeah, we did. Yeah, this is your appointment. Bye, go away." So that helps me also is if somebody calls me right after Tasha called me and I have a 45-minute conversation because one of my agents called me with their hair on fire, then I can't go back and be like, "Oh gosh, what time did Tasha want to meet tomorrow? We said 1 o'clock, then we said 2 o'clock. Okay, I gotta call her back. I forgot what time. I'm so sorry." That's gonna make me look like a rookie, and I'm not gonna let that happen. So it's also an immediate response from me that I have the address written in the text message, which means now I've got her name. "Hi, Tasha. This is Jack. Looking forward to our appointment tomorrow at 4 o'clock at 140 215 Bentwood Court." And I've saved that in the text message thread so that if I have to go back to it later, I got her phone number, her name, her address, everything right there. And that's my field notes because 90% of the time I'm going to be out in the field somewhere. And that's going to save you so much grief later if you just do that immediately. Then, when you have time, save her as a contact, get her email address because you don't have it yet and you're going to need more pieces of information. But when you get to a place, you can send her a text. "Hey, Tasha, would you mind sending me your email address?" And have her text you her email address. And those little texts back and forth in the meantime is okay. But try to make the conversation as compressed as possible. Okay, so that would be the conversation that I had that led to the appointment in the first place. We're going to do this and we're going to go over that more tomorrow as we put the whole thing together. But again, today is CMA. 4215 Bentwood Circle, Round Rock. I want to know what subdivision. I want to know the number of levels. We don't call them stories anymore. We call them levels. So they are redoing that in all the MLSs. The square foot, the year built, the garage spaces and beds, because all that Tasha told me in this story was the address. So then I have to go and I have to stalk the property to try to find out as much information as I possibly can. So I am going to put you guys in groups of 5. I'm going to put you directly in a group. I want you to pick a group captain, and then we're going to get these pieces of information put together, and then we're going to go to lunch, and we're going to come back at 1 o'clock, and then we're going to do the CMA. So what your goal here is to find the property. You're going to figure out what city it's in, what MLS covers that city, one of the persons in your group that has that particular MLS. Open up, log in, search for it, and then answer these questions. And if it's not been listed in the MLS before, then you're going to have to go to the tax records. Maybe you go to the tax records anyway to see if the information differs at all between the MLS and the tax records. And I'm going to give you 8 minutes. We keep having bad timing. All right. Thank you, everyone. It is back from lunch. It is 1:04. I was rushing back to my chair to see you all. We have a fun second half of today. We're going to need as we spoke about this earlier, every single moment of the second half, because we're going to be doing multiple CMAs together, group breakout sessions. Right before lunch, we broke into 6 breakout rooms, and you guys did the research to figure out the specs or the property demographics for 4215 Bentwood Court in Round Rock. That's in Terra Vista subdivision. That is a single-story home, 1,773 square foot, built in 2002. 2-car garage, 3 bedrooms, 2 baths. This is lot, block, section, track. We're going to be doing, this is a master plan community in the heart of Round Rock. So you can apply this to any master plan community in any metropolitan area. So if you are in another state, the same rules apply. So if you're currently in Houston, any CMA that you do in any master plan community is going to be the exact same way. 99% of what we sell are in some type of a community, so this is going to be the 99%. So we're going to do this first. We're going to open up RPR and we're going to look to see what it says. We're going to look at the tax records. We're going to then create a, so we're going to print an RPR report, go look at the tax records and see what they say, create our file folder, and then we're going to start doing our CMA. So you've already done this. You did this for me on this Bentwood property, and we're going to follow along with this address this time, although we did this address last time. 4623 Chestnut Meadow Brent in groups of 4. Okay, so did I follow this through? Yes. All right, let's jump into the matrix. I'm going to share my screen. I'm going to log into Awesome Board of Realtors Matrix. If you're using Matrix, which is most of Texas right now, Houston, HAR uses Matrix or has a Matrix front end. CTX MLS has a Matrix front end. All of Dallas, Netris has a CTX, a Matrix front end, and so does CTX MLS. So everyone is using it except for San Antonio, basically, at this point. There are a few others that are like Highland Lakes and some others, but for most of Texas, they've made the transition to CoreLogic's Matrix. When you log into Matrix, you've got your single sign-on, you got Realist Tax. You'll notice that RPR is out here. You log into RPR separately. We're going to get into that a little bit later. But when we jump into the MLS, we're simply going to click Matrix and it opens Matrix. Most MLSs are relatively similar, but all of the data is the same. All the property data is all the same. So regardless of, you know, what system, you go back to California a few years ago, they were using Tempo. They moved from Tempo to ML Exchange. They moved from ML Exchange to Fusion. They moved from Fusion to Matrix. So agents who have been in the market for more than 15 years have seen 6 different MLS systems. So for those of you agents who are in the market now, you come in and the only thing that you've ever seen maybe is Matrix and you're hyper focused on this particular platform. We have been doing CMAs the same way, all the way back in Tempo to Fusion to all the different MLS platforms that have been out there. And there's the MLS platform Flex, Flex, is gaining a lot of momentum right now. And there's a very good chance, because it is not built on SQL Server like this one, it's actually built on blockchain. And so I believe that in the future we will be transitioning. And as a MLS professional, as a governor of Central Texas MLS, I can say with pretty good certainty that within 10 years from now, we will be transitioned from CoreLogic to Flex. And what will happen is CoreLogic will buy Flex, just like CoreLogic bought Matrix. We were leaving Fusion behind, and CoreLogic bought Matrix from a company that was in Canada, and I'm pretty sure they're going to buy Flex. So in any event, don't get caught up in the platform. Get caught up in the rules and the rules of thumb of actually doing the work of a CMA. So first, we're not walking into this with any preconceived notion. I like to go to the search, and I like to start my search this way. I like to go to cross property. Does anybody know what the cross property search does? Would like to share with the class?
Doesn't it share? Sorry, doesn't it share all properties, including like rentals that may come up in that same all properties that are listed?
Yes, all property types. So we've got different searches for different property types. So if you are used to going to residential and you're looking for a duplex, you're not going to find it unless they're selling half a duplex. So we have residential lease, residential income. Residential income are your fourplex, triplex, duplex. You've got land search, farm and ranch, commercial sales, and leasing. And cross property will do a search across all of these. So I always like to just know what's going on with this subject property. So I'm going to go back a couple slides and grab my Bentwood property 4215. So I'm going to uncheck everything on the left-hand side because I want to do a straight search for 4215. Now in 4215 is going to, if I type that in, it's going to give me 464 matches for all of the listings that start with 4215. Matrix uses this concept of wildcards. So someone could have this text field when the listing agent enters it, who knows what they put in there. They could have put BNT, they could have put a space in front of it, they could have done all kinds of crazy things. So the wild card I like to put before and after. So that means that as long as Bent is in the address anywhere, it will come up. So then I click results because there's only 8 matches, and here they all are. I can see that it was withdrawn at one point, it was expired at one point, and then I see 6 listings, and I see residential, residential lease. That's interesting to know. It was leased at some point. Residential, lease the second time, the lease expired. That's never good when you have a property that expired after 2 months on market as a lease, and then residential again. So this kind of gives you a history of what's happened. You can sort by the close date, and I can see in 2006 it closed for 198, 2007 closed for 195, 2008 closed for 191, then it leased in 2012, 2014 it closed for 219, and then 2016 it closed for 255, and for the last 9 years there's no activity. So then I look at these two because there wasn't sold. I'm going to go take a quick little look, and I just want to see this was a 2005 listing, so that wasn't any time recent. And then I click the next, and I see the expired listing right here, expired, and I see that that was 2005 also. So that wasn't anything recent. So 2005, there was 2 expired listings withdrawn even before it sold for the first time. So they had it on the market for 66 days, expired, and then withdrawn after 249 days, and then 66 days on market, which is why you see 66, 249, and then 315. These are all what we call contiguous days on market because these listings were listed where the CDOM, contiguous days on market, continued going. Okay, so for the purposes of doing our CMA, none of the information that I've just shared with you is that important, but I am going to do my stats. And when I do my stats report, I'm going to see if all of these numbers are following in trend, which I think is interesting to know, but also is when I print out all these MLSs, I usually take a history out there because I think the seller also finds it interesting when I do a complete history of when it was listed and what it sold for, and then pull out the grid view, which shows the line graph of how it's changed value over time. And I put a dot on each one so that you can see where those intersected, and it starts telling a story. Yana.
Yes, I put it 4215 and it's give me 33 properties. Then I put the street name, how you did, the star band and another. It's show me 0.
Okay, well, so Lisa can.
What system are you looking in, Yana?
DXMLS.
TX.
Right, because we already knew that you didn't have access to Actress, right? So you're looking in a different MLS than I am. So now when I go over to matrix.ctxmls, we're going to see, that's weird. Why? Well, more I
That
can say.
did that to me this weekend too.
Okay, so I'm gonna just quickly log into CTXMLS and we're gonna look at the discrepancy. I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna go to search. I'm gonna click the cross property and I'm gonna uncheck all of these. I'm gonna click in 4215 and I'm gonna get the same thing because I'm sure that these agents have not listed it at all. So this property was never listed in CTX MLS. It was only listed in Actress. So you're not going to have any comps in CTX MLS. Okay, so back over to Matrix. So here's all this data that we have. And obviously, I'm taking back up. I also like to look to see, is there any discrepancies in the square footage on any of these listings? Is there any discrepancy in the year built? Is there any data facts that have changed between listings just to give me an idea? And everything is very much in line. There are some holes here and there, which is not unusual to see, but there's nothing, missing. So I'm going to grab the most recent listing and I'm going to sort that again. And I'm going to bring it up so that I can see. This is really not cooperating. Okay, so I'm going to grab the 26 listing and or the 2016 listing. And I always like to just peruse the folders really quick. So we got a Texas stone exterior. Nothing really unusual. Gymnasium style flooring. Plantation shutters I saw. Fireplace. The cabinets are not on trend, but neither is the floor. So the floor can be refinished and the cabinets could be painted. If someone wanted to do that, do I think it would have a better appeal? It depends on what the competition's up against. I'm seeing very dirty grout. That's something that a real estate agent would notice. This looks like the primary bedroom to me, although it looks a little narrow. It's got carpet, not something that buyers are really looking for right now, but it is what it is. And those are my basic comments as I'm going through. It does not have a covered patio. Instead, they put a pergola up to give you some shade, but that's not going to be a wet shade. It's going to just be sunshade. So in the rain, when you open up that door, you've got a little bit of a lip, but certainly not like your typical 10 by 10 covered patio. 10 by 10 covered patio, when you don't add that at the time the home was built, then you're going to see that reflected in the roof line. And so to add that later, you're not going to have the same effect. Pulling electrical to it and having it with the same roof line so that it has not a lean-to. They can keep the bottom flat and the top like the roof line, but that's not going to be possible after the fact. And irregular shaped backyard, but nothing really out of the ordinary. They put an epoxy with flooring. And so there you go. All right. So nothing, jumping out of me out of the ordinary. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to look at the subdivision. I'm going to look at the legal description. I happen to know, and this is part of geographic competency, I happen to know that Terra Vista has different types of properties in there. They have a small HOA inside the larger HOA. And the smaller HOA inside the HOA happens to have condos, lock-in leaves. So how can I tell if this is a condo or property just by looking at this address?
By the property type, or say, well, yeah,
The
property
listed type.
Okay. So the legal description is missing something right here. And if I were to go to the tax records, I would see it, but but it's missing it in the legal description in the MLS on this particular MLS listing. Shame on the listing agent for leaving that out because it's important. But your typical condo is not going to have a lot and a block and a section and a tract. That is your typical SFR. But what I really look for to determine whether this is a condo is missing here, although I can look at the rest of this and tell that it's not a condo. But what is missing here that definitively tells you whether it's a condo or if it's fee simple?
Common area, common something. That's
Okay, we can do that way too. The acres is what's missing here. It will usually say 0.15 acres versus a condo, you own a percentage of the whole. So on condo land, everyone owns, if there's 100 homes, 1/100th or 1% of the whole. And so it'll break it down to percentages so you can see what percentage of the whole that you own versus the actual lot that you own. So if I click the realist button here and I open up the realist tax, you will see that the legal description should have at the end of it acres. As it slowly opens the realist tax in slow motion. Okay, so we're going to come down and we're going to look for the legal description, which is right here. Legal description is also missing it from the legal description inside realist itself. So we go to the acres and we look to see what is the actual acres. And the land acres is, it's showing us the land square footage. Does anybody, there are websites that will help you convert the land square footage to actual
Actually,
acres.
0.162 is from what I'm seeing on the characteristics as far as acres.
Yeah,
So
on the previous page.
well, it should be right here, 0.162 in the MLS. But if you're looking at the realist tax, so you're looking at 0.162. This usually is appended at the end. So if you look at other MLS listings and you look at other legal descriptions, usually the acres is part of the legal lot, block, section, tract, and then the actual acres itself. That is helpful, but that's how we tell just off the cuff if it is a condo. And I know that there are some condos, and obviously those are two different types of products. So we're not gonna, if we are doing a CMA, we're not gonna mix those two. And how we would search for that in the MLS is over in the property type, we would select single family versus condominium and make sure that we're looking at single family. In any event, we're going to open one of these, which I think I had it open already, but if I don't, I'm just going to open this. And then I'm going to click residential, open in a new tab because I don't want to lose that tab. Now we're going to do a quick search. So I'm going to grab Terra Vista. I'm going to do the same thing I did a moment ago in the subdivision. Is I don't want to lose any data. I know how the tax records are. They're a huge mess. There is no master list for subdivisions. People just type it in and they type it in at the appraisal district. I see Terra Space Vista. I see the Terra Vista. So I find comps that nobody else finds because I do this on every single one. I'm whatever subdivision it is. If you could break that into words and someone could theoretically put a space there, I'm going to assume someone did. And I'm going to put star, 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 star in place of a space, star at the end and star at the beginning. That's a wild card. So Terra Vista has to exist somewhere in that string. And I want to see active, pending, and closed. And I'm still going to go back 250 days, even though I'm going to play with that later. I'm going to pull that in and pull in that range tighter. But right now I want a little bit wider of a range so that I can see what I'm actually looking at. So now I have 153 listings. Obviously, that's much, much greater than what I need. I'm going to click on single family so that I'm going to get rid of the condos. And you'll see when I click it, it went from 153 down to 146. So I just filtered out the condos. I want those out. I also, in this case, want to filter out the two-story homes. When you're doing a CMA, you want to do single story to single story, two-story to two-story. Now let's talk about two stories for a moment. Some two stories have a primary bed upstairs and some two stories have a primary bed downstairs. If the entire subdivision is one versus the other, then it doesn't matter. But that's usually not the case. I'm gonna say this with some force behind it. In my opinion, your upstairs primary bedrooms in Texas is almost functionally obsolescent. Most buyers do not want a primary bed upstairs. They want a primary bed downstairs, or at least one bedroom downstairs. So the single stories sell first and for a little bit more. The single stories with a primary down sell second, means it sells faster and for a little bit more. And those properties with a two-story primary bedroom upstairs take longer to sell and sell for for less than the other two. And it's because there's fewer buyers. We're always going to talk about the pyramid or the triangle rather. At the top of the triangle, there are fewer buyers interested in that property. So we've seen year over year that different buyers geographic over the state, over the country, prefer different things. In areas where people are not concerned about safety and not concerned about security, they like the primary bed downstairs. But I'm from another state. I grew up in Southern California, Northern California, where people liked a two-story with a primary upstairs because they preferred the safety and security of having the entire family upstairs because they were concerned with something else. They were concerned of people kicking in the window and doing a child stealing them right out the front window because that happened and that was a concern. People don't seem to have those concerns here in Texas, but they are concerned much more with luxury, convenience, and stairs, and they don't like stairs. So I'm not to say that there are no buyers for a two-story with a primary up. Obviously, I'm not saying that, but I am going to say that there are few buyers for it. So if you mix those products together, you're going to get the wrong answer. If you mix the products saying that you have a two-story down and a two-story up in the same CMA, you're going to get the wrong answer. So you need to do a CMA only if your subject property is a two-story, the primary down, you should be looking for comps. Something I'm going to throw out there as well is what you don't want to do is you do not want to have comps in your grid that are superior than the subject property because we're not going to be making a bunch of adjustments. An appraiser would be happy to do either and then make an adjustment for it, but we're going to try to make as few adjustments as possible by getting the most relevant comps as possible. So it is better to have comps that are equal to or inferior, better than having comps that are equal to or superior, because listing for less is less dangerous than listing for more. So when I say that, if you have too few comps and you have a two-story with a primary down, I will sometimes include the primary ups in my CMA if I need more comps, but I will not do it the other way around. I will not have a two-story with a primary up subject property and include a two-story with a primary down. I'm not going to do that because I know that the two-story with a primary down is going to sell faster and for more, and it's going to mess up my grid, and I don't want to do that. So in this case, we're not dealing with a two-story, so none of that matters. We're just going to click the button that says one story. Now there is a one story and a 1.5 story. What is the definition of a 1.5 story versus a one story? Christine.
Has like partial second floor or like I would say I'm not sure what the equivalent would be in Austin, but in New Orleans we have like camelbacks. So like part of the second floor, but part of the house has a second floor, but not the rest of the house?
Okay. In
The
our market,
loft?
in the Texas markets, Aki is right, a loft, but the real distinction is that the room upstairs is open. So if you walk upstairs and there's a room that closes that has its own door and window, then you have a two-story. But if you walk upstairs and it's a game room, and even if that game room has a half bath, or even if that game room has a full bath, it is going to be considered a 1.5 story because upstairs is only living space. There's no bedrooms upstairs. But if there's a bedroom upstairs, then the bedroom has to be enclosed. So you can't just walk up the stairs and there be an open room and we call that a bedroom. You'd have to walk upstairs and then walk over to a door that opens into a room that does or does not have a closet, because the closet does not matter, but it needs to have two ingress or egress, meaning it has to have at least one door and one window in order for that to be considered a bedroom. So it can't be upstairs a storage closet, for instance, because there are 1.5 stories that upstairs has a storage closet, or even it could have a media room, which a lot of people will convert part of the 1.5 story to a media room, which means there's this great 15 by 15 room upstairs that has no window. That would still be considered a 1.5 story because upstairs still doesn't have a bedroom, because to be considered a bedroom, it needs to have that two ingress and two egress, means two ways in and two ways out in the case of a fire to call that a bedroom. So none of the bedrooms are upstairs. Again, doesn't matter if it has a bathroom upstairs, doesn't matter if it has a game room upstairs, doesn't matter if it has a closet, it needs to have a bedroom in order for it to go from that 1.5 story to a 2 story. So if I have a 1 story, sometimes if I have no comps, I'll look to see what the 1.5 story looks like. But really, all they've done in the 1.5 story is they've gutted out attic space and made a living area up there. And so there are a lot of floor plans where the builder had an optional half story above, which was, just a place, a second living area for the kids to go play or whatever, but it's upstairs. So in this case, we don't have a 1.5 story. I'm going to limit it to just 1 stories. And as I click those 1 stories, it takes my 146 properties and it takes it down to 65. Now, this is important because if my subject was a 2 story, this primary bet on main, yes or no, becomes very important. So if I look at 2 stories, there are 77 2 stories, period, with a upstairs primary is 18 of them, and with a downstairs primary is 59. So obviously, the primary ups, there's fewer of them, and that's probably not a bad thing. Okay, going back to the single story because that's what we're dealing with here. So there's 65 properties that are in Terra Vista, but we don't know because there could be other subdivisions that have these words in it. I don't know. So one of the things I want to do is just click the results really quick and just check in with my filtering to see what's going on with it. And the way I like to do that is click the map and just see if everything that I've got is, now it's zoomed in on Round Rock, it's zoomed in on 35. So if there were any pins in some other city, it would have zoomed out much further to include those pins. So I know that here I can see very definitively that everything is inside this territory. Now I can change my satellite to look at the map. It's an easier way to see the data for us. So let's get rid of the satellite view for a moment and we look at this. Again, another part of having geographic competency is knowing that there is a road here that separates 2 cities together. And that's an important thing to be looking at because what city was that property in? Does anyone know?
Round Rock.
Okay, so we're going to open up that listing and we're going to see Bentwood. We're going to look at the zip code, which is 78665, and we're going to look at Round Rock. So for those of you who may or may not know because you're outside the area, Westinghouse Road splits Georgetown and Round Rock from each other. So knowing that these are different municipalities, these are different water companies, these are different school districts, and so we would, as an agent, if I included these properties up here in Georgetown as part of my grid, I would have to make an adjustment for schools and for all of the other things, which I don't think a real estate agent would really be competent in doing. So you're safer than just to come into the grid, click back over to the map criteria. I'm going to type in the city and I'm going to click Round Rock and look at the grid. It goes from 65 in the bottom left-hand corner down to 41. So I have limited Terra Vista to Round Rock to a single story. That's a single family residence. I've gotten rid of all my condos and I'm looking for active, pending, sold in the last 250 days. I click map again and now everything north of Westinghouse Road has disappeared and now I'm looking just inside this community. What do all these green things represent? Typically.
Active.
Is it part of the
Green.
golf course?
Uh-huh.
Green.
Yep. So, yes, the green flag means active. The red is closed, and the amber is pending. But the green on the map is part of the fairways. And so, do you think that there might be a difference in valuation between a home that backs up to the golf course versus a home backs up to a two-story house?
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So where it backs up really matters. So when I'm looking at the photos, one of the things that I'm thinking about is, okay, do we have a picture of the backyard showing me where this backs up to? Because if I see a fence and we look at the fence, what does the fence tell me?
It doesn't have the view to the golf course.
It's not on the golf.
Yep. And so what you see on properties that back up to a golf course, do you usually see a wood fence?
No,
It's a small metal fence.
gated middle small see-through fence.
Yep, we see wrought iron. So typically there's a wrought iron fence to something like a golf course. So here, this tells me it's not, but more importantly, I can click the map right here and it's going to show me this property and where it is on the map. And I'm going to zoom into the map and I'm going to see, this is right on the edge of a cul-de-sac, tucked away inside. It's not on a major street, it's tucked in. So you don't get the cul-de-sac lot that's got the big pie shape, which this one doesn't exist anyway. But it's the end of a street here. So that is a helpful piece of information. I'm going to be looking for a property that's probably not on the golf course. Ariel.
Since isn't there also like a gated community in Terra Vista too? Would that
Yes.
make a difference?
It does, and we mentioned that right before lunch, that there is a
Thank you.
section inside Terra Vista that is a condo association that's separate, that's a lock and leave. So that is why here we specifically clicked on single family to get rid of the condos. Because in this situation, there's two condos. We don't want to see them. We want to see the single family residence, but you're exactly right. So here is our fee simple, active pending closed, 250 days in Round Rock, Terra Vista on a single story home, and we have 41. So again, I'm just going to check in with the data again, and I'm going to look and I'm going to see, all right, we've got quite a few actives, and we've got quite a few closed here. There's one more thing that we have to do that's really important, which is adjust for square footage. What is the square footage of the subject property?
1773.
Okay, so we are at 1773. My recommendation is that you follow the 15% or 20% rule, and I usually start with 20%. So you just simply take the first two numbers and double it. So in this case, you're looking at 300 square foot difference ish, 300 to 400 square foot difference. So in a 1700 square foot home, I'm going to be a little bit more liberal about the amount of space or the amount of range I'm going to look for. I'm probably going to go start with 1450 to 2000 square foot and start with that. Now, what does that do to my filtered matches? How many do I have now?
Just 8.
That was a big change, right? So 8, that is a big change. So I might even play with this a little bit more and might even go back a little bit more. Oh, wait, this is incorrect. Abort, abort. Okay, we're going to do that here. 1450, I'm expecting to be like 15 to 2000. All right.
I got 20 matches, but I wasn't sure if I input
Yep.
it correctly.
So for those of you falling around exactly right, 20 is exactly how we have. So that's a good thing. We've got lots and lots of comps. So now we're going to check in with our comps again. Now, someone for the tell the class, what is an outlier?
Something that's way outside the bell curve.
Okay. So it's something that doesn't conform to anything else. It's outside the range. It is, you always have the home that's over improved. You can have the home that has a 3-car garage. You can have so when you're looking up and down this list, what do you notice about 2 of them in terms of garages?
There are a couple 3-car garages, 2.5.
Yep. So does a 2.5-car garage or a 3-car garage, do you think that those sell for more and faster? They do. If at all possible, people want to buy a home that has a 2-car, a 2.5-car, a 3-car garage. So do you think if my subject property is a 2-car and I've included a 3-car garage, that I'm likely to get the wrong answer?
Yes, sir.
So if at all possible, I don't want to try to make an adjustment for those garages unless I absolutely have to. So I'm simply going to filter them out. So now I've gone from 20 to 17. So I filtered that. So now I'm going to check in with my data again to see what I've got going on here. I see that I've got 2 pendings. I like that. I want to see that. I see that I've got 5 actives. That's also good. And I've got about 10, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I've got 10 closed. I also like to see that. Now, you see how there's 3 and 4 bedrooms? What is the concept in the CMA theory of double dipping?
Specify what you mean by double dipping.
So double dipping is when you apply the same credit or debit, because you're either going to debit or credit, you've done it twice. So how could taking into consideration bedrooms right now be considered double dipping? What have I already taken into consideration when it comes to the homes criteria?
Garages.
No.
Square footage.
Yes. So most of these homes will have a plan where there's a 1550 plan with a 3-bedroom and a 4-bedroom, and it's an optional bedroom, and it doesn't change the floor plan at all. So what are the most expensive elements in a home? And yes, we're going to talk about this in our Working with Builders class on the 23rd, but let's just talk about it now quickly. What are the most expensive components of a home? Starting with
Kitchen and bathroom.
Bedrooms, number of bedrooms.
Okay, Brandon, what do you got?
I would say the HVAC system or the roof.
Okay, so number 1 is foundation, number 2 is the framing, number 3 is going to be major mechanicals, and then everything to do with the kitchen and the bathrooms obviously have a lot more going on there. And you only have 1 kitchen most of the time, and you only have a couple of bathrooms most of the time. So an extra bedroom, all that does is add a wall, sheetrock, studs, maybe a couple of plugs and a door and a window. You're not talking about the window is probably already there, and all it did is convert that floor plan for the rooms are a little bit smaller. So if we were to adjust for bedrooms right now, that would be considered double dipping. So we're not going to apply a credit or even a modification for this. We're going to leave all the 3 and 4 bedrooms. Now, what would an outlier be? If there was a 5th bedroom in here, a 5th or a 6th bedroom, we would remove that because that falls way outside of what we would consider an outlier. If we had a 1 or a 2 bedroom, we would also get rid of that because two bedrooms are very rare in our marketplace, and a lot of people are going to object to a 2-bedroom home, and a lot of people don't want a 5th bedroom, but between 3 and 4, they usually don't care. So right now, seeing just 3 and 4, I'm going to leave it. I'm not going to filter out anything to do with the bedrooms here. Now I'm looking at the acres. I'm seeing one that's getting pretty close to being a 1/4 acre, but I'm still going to ignore that. But remember when we saw all that green? I need to look and see which properties here may or may not be on a golf course. And there's also something that the property could have as an improvement that could be a huge outlier. What could that be? Think about something that someone could install on a property that's very expensive.
A pool.
A roof.
A pool.
Cool.
We're gonna say pool is the right answer. So because my subject property does not have a pool, I am going to say no pool because I just want those out. It did not change my grid, but it usually does. There's usually one that has a pool, and I want it out of my grid because I don't want it to pop up and slap me in the face later when I realize, oh, I made a mistake. So here we have the 2-car garages, 1,400 to 2,000 square foot, a single story home, no pool, in Terra Vista, single family home, active pending closed. I've got a pretty good data set. Now we have view in here, and view and waterfront. Obviously, no one's going to pick waterfront home just because it's on a pond. That's not what considered waterfront is. We have a separate field for that, and it's called view. And view has all kinds of stuff. And Backs to also has a whole bunch of stuff that we can pick from. But the next thing I want to talk about is year built, which they put under here, and for whatever reason, they put it under property condition. Many of the subdivisions are going to have builders still building. That's also something that you must take into consideration because you should not mix product new and resell. New to new, resell to resell. Some of these rules are what we call a rule of thumb, and some of them are a filter. A rule of thumb means if it's a hard filter, it means we're going to push it out of our grid. We're not going to see it. Versus maybe something that you're going to apply a debit or credit to. So maybe you're going to take your subject and then we're going to modify one of the comparables. We're not going to do that right now, but I do want to say that it is a not new construction, but it's resale, and just leave it at that. I don't want new construction, historic design, tear down, to be built, under construction, all the rest of this stuff. Sometimes I'll include C remarks because the agents put something in there they shouldn't have, like this was the model home. And I see that a lot. So I'm going to add that one just for good measure. And that didn't change anything. So there wasn't any new construction. The very best way to pick your comps at this point is to go and look to see if any of this stuff backs up to a golf course or if any of those are on there, because the view and the golf course are not required fields. And I can't express how important this is. There are a lot of agents who click the import from tax records and click save and done and walk away from their listing, leaving the majority of the fields empty. Number of stories is a required field. There are certain required fields. And so when I do a filter, I only do a filter on required fields. Subdivision is required. Property type is required. Number of stories. Pool is not required. So, but it is either a yes or no. So technically it is required. Garage spaces is required. And square footage is required. And the city is required. So at least right now, I know we're good. But if I were to filter out certain things or ask for certain things, like I only want golf courses, if someone didn't bother to check that box because it's not required, then I may not have a listing that did have, or vice versa. So sometimes it's better to just look on the map and to get that answer. So I'm going to zoom in a little bit, and I am looking. This one here looks to be, maybe it's backing up to a golf course, so not liking that one. This one inside of a subdivision, inside the subdivision, inside the subdivision. So everything else here is like product except for maybe that one. So I do see that this one is on the subdivision as well. So we've got ways of filtering these in and ways of filtering these out. So when you click the results tab, you can check them all off, go to the map, and then I can click the one that's on the golf course, like this one, and I can uncheck it because I don't want this one in my grid. And then I can come over here and find the other one that was imposing and click it and uncheck it. And I might even do that here because this one's backing up to 1460. This is a major road, and I know that that impacted that. There's no question in my mind that that impacted that, but you may choose or may not choose depending on how many comps that you have in order to do that. But I'm certainly going to get rid of the couple that I saw that was on the golf course because I don't want them in my grid. So now when I click the results tab again, these two have been removed. Now I can click refine right here, and I can say narrow. Bye-bye. And it's going to get rid of those two. And now they're no longer in my grid. This is a solid grid to start from. This is a solid set of properties to go from. Now, this was a exercise of me simply just spending the first hour walking through with you how I approach getting my grid together in the first place, what I'm looking at. Garage spaces, number of stories, square footage, legal description, determining am I dealing with a condo or not? And then am I in the right city? Is there a major divide somewhere that is going to cause me grief? Like half of my subdivision is in a different school district or a different municipality or something like that. So part of this is researching every single listing. And if I didn't know the community, I would be going through every listing, looking to make sure that they all had the same school district, that they all had the same school, and that they're all, that they don't have any mixed product like condos or single family groupings in there that are combined. That shouldn't be. Okay. So then what about the very next thing I do is I actually kind of go through and I'm going to be looking at at these properties. Now here's an interesting one. What do you notice about the backyard immediately that might be of relevance? Tina.
It has a tree.
Okay, that is very true. But what about our subject property? What did I mention that it did not have?
It didn't have
That's right,
Or
Tina.
little pergola.
a porch.
Patio.
A
Tina said
covered patio.
exactly. We can call it whatever we want, porch, whatever, but the covered patio is missing. So this is a very good comp, isn't it? Because it also does not have a covered patio. So I'm like, okay, this one's super relevant. I'm seeing a fence in the backyard, so I know definitively that we're not backed up to anything. And I'm seeing carpet very close to my subject. I'm seeing the same kind of tile. I'm seeing also a light kind of wood cabinet, which is very indicative and very close to my subject property. The subject property had brown paint and they've got some teal paint. So they're both kind of have some paint going on here that's very similar. So I'm finding in my mind here a very similar property in terms of the makeup of what we're dealing with. Very, very close. In fact, this one does have a covered patio, it's just the other way. So that's why we look at every single one of these. And in fact, not only does it have a patio, but it looks like it's not a 10 by 10. It looks like it's actually extended where it's a 20 by 10. In any event, I still like this one very much. I would consider this one a very similar property. And then I look at this and is this one sold?
No, it's still active.
So what does that mean?
That's our competition.
Yep. So that means if we're bringing this Bentwood property to market, this is a very, very similar property, but it has a covered patio that's 20 by 10 and we don't have one. What does that mean for us?
That might be a superior property towers.
Yep. So this is going to be some pretty strong competition. So we need to look at our price per square footage, but we need to price this appropriately because, we want to make sure that our price per square foot isn't at or greater than this most likely, unless that we can figure out a reason why ours would be. So this kind of puts a price bar because obviously if we're priced higher than the competition, that competition will sell, new properties will come on the market, it will sell as we age on market. So we're not going to look to the active to determine what our range is, but we're going to figure out the range first, and then we're going to look at the competition and say, we probably shouldn't be outpricing the competition. So we're going to take that into consideration. So the range of what we think the quote unquote value is one thing, but then how we pick our list price is going to take into consideration two things. First, our active competition of what we're up against with our competition. But number two, I'm also going to call the listing agents for every single one of the pendings. And I'm not going to ever fail to do this. I'm going to do this 100% of the time. Making friends is important. If you're a bully out there and you're making enemies with other agents, which of course is short-sighted, but they're not going to want to help you. In this case, I'm going to call both these agents. I'm going to call the Clear Meadow agent, Jason. Hey, Jason, this is Jack Stapleton with Realty, Texas. Congratulations on getting your property at 4308 Clear Meadow under contract. Hey, I'm coming on market with a property and you're going to be one of my best comps. And I think based on when I come on the market, if you're closed by then, you're probably going to be my best comp. And I'm going to ask them a couple questions. Would you mind letting me know when are you projected to close? 28th. Awesome. And you're listed for $399.9. Did you make your list price? Sometimes they'll even tell me what it is. This is not necessarily confidential, but they also don't have to tell you. But there is a professional courtesy, and I will ask them for the professional courtesy. And I'll say, well, you know, this is going to really help me coming on market, knowing what you're going to be, because, you know, by the time our buyer goes under contract, you're probably going to be showing up on our comp grid as a sold comp by the time we get there. And sometimes they'll be like, yeah, we met value, or no, we got close to it, or no, we actually went to multiple offers and we got multiples. Okay. What is the big advantage of me finding out that they went into a multiple offer situation? What does that mean for me? What does that mean for my seller?
The
That
market
means
is
if you
hot.
list correctly, you'll probably be in the same scenario.
There's a lot of buyers in the
Okay.
area price.
I like what you said about the buyers. How does that being a lot of buyers really help me even more? What does it say about all of those buyers? Only one of them bought a house, right?
They're interested in that area in the neighborhood.
So there's another buyer that was displaced by this, and that could be a good thing to me because I know that there's a very good possibility that that buyer has not yet found a home and they're circling around the subdivision. So I know there's at least a couple of people that still has interest. That's important to me for all kinds of reasons and for all the reasons that you said, because they were all correct. Because there's a lot of buyers, that there was a buyer that was displaced, so we know that someone's buzzing around there still trying to find something, and so that's good. Versus I find out that they were on the market for 99 days and they didn't get under contract. But what was our days on market here?
6 days.
6 days on market. So this means that they went under contract in 6 days. That's a good story for me, so that I know that this is there's a higher likelihood that they went under contract in multiple offers. But I'm looking at this comp grid and I'm looking at my solds. I'm seeing a 4-day sell. I'm seeing a 7-day sell. I'm seeing a 13-day sell, and I'm seeing a 3-day sell. I'm seeing a 23-day and a 28. So most everything
Okay,
closed in
moving.
2 weeks.
Oh shit.
And thank you, Gabriel. Most everything closed. We've got 3 properties that closed in 1 week. We have 2 properties that closed in 2 weeks, and the rest of them closed within a month with 1 outlier. So what I love about this is that this will usually tell the story. This property here was listed at 375. It closed for 350. When I look at this, usually I can almost guarantee that they did a couple of price reductions before they got to the 375 price. And it usually tells me a story. So I go down here and I want to see what was my original list price. What was the original list price? 415. They listed it way too high. What did it sell for? 350. So then I'm going to use this as an example and I'm going to say, you know, look, here you have an example of a property that listed for 415. They should have listed at 399. They were on the market for 87 days and they ended up selling for 350. But you have this other example in here of a property that listed for 375 and got 375. And so the lower you go, the higher you get. The higher you go, the lower you get. That is the reality. You just don't want to turn it into an auction. But we're seeing lots of 365s and 385s. So I look into that and tell the story, but we're really going to look at the square footage. We've got 227, 178, 213, 223, 215, 205. But what was the actual square footage of our subject property again? 17 what?
73.
Okay. So now I'm going to kind of narrow in on the properties that are really close to my square footage, within 100 square feet, and I might even pull it back a little bit. I'm going to stay away from these 1900 square foot ones, the 1600, 17. I'm going to stay away from that one. That one's closer, also closer. I'm going to look at these. Now, what I love about Matrix is that you've got a little thing that'll help you do the math. I'm going to click Quick CMA right here. And the Quick CMA on the ones that are closest to my square footage is going to break this down for me. I've got 3 that are active, 2 that are under contract, and 4 that are sold. And I'm going to look at my price per square foot. My average is 214 with a low of 205 and a max of 223. So now I'm going to look to see on those comps, did some of them have hardwood floors? What was inside those properties? Because obviously I had hardwood floors in the subject. We had those gymnasium style floors. It wasn't carpet everywhere, and that's an upgrade. It's just a color that people aren't loving, but it's better than carpet, obviously. So we're going to go and look to see how does the finishes really stack up. But I would say that you're probably somewhere between 214 and 223 a square foot, probably closer to 214. Those properties that are not the over improved property, they're really hovering around that price per square foot of the average price per square foot. If it's got deferred maintenance, it's somewhere between low and average. If it doesn't have deferred maintenance, it's somewhere between average and high. That's how you can look at that. So somewhere between 205 and 214 would be properties that are subpar, that have deferred maintenance, that are not properly prepared for market, that probably need paint and carpet. Those properties that are towing the line, that are in good condition or better, is going to be somewhere between 214 and 223. And sometimes we can even get those groupings even tighter when we actually spend the time to actually go and look at some other factors, like what is actually inside these properties, so we can find the comps that are really like it. But this is what I would take with me. I would print out the MLS sheets for every single one of these, and then I would circle the ones that were most like it, and then I would have a work group with me and my client going through and seeing the photos of them and seeing the upgrades and how that affects value, and tell the story of the ones that closed in 3, 4, and 7 days. How this one in 4 was listed for 384 and sold for 396. How this one at 3 was 395, sold for 385. At less price or better, they're getting pretty close. Some of them are going in multiple offer situation and selling for more. So here you have a situation or a property that was for 384 sold for 396. They tried to list for 396, but what did they get? I mean, you couldn't find a better example of what I'm trying to express between these two properties. These guys priced at 384 and got 396. They priced at 395 and got 385. So the people who priced lower got more, the people who priced more got less. In any event, any property that sells in the first 2 weeks is kind of what you're looking to do. That's what you're trying to accomplish. We're going to do a CMA on a different property, and we're going to be having you guys do it. You're going to get in groups, and then you're going to look at the photos, and you're going to pick the property photos that look most similar to the subject. We're not going to go through all of these photos, and we're going to do that when we get back from break. So I'm going to turn my focus back over here to the slides. And I want you to take a screenshot of this, because I want you guys to go back to your MLSs, and I want you to we're going to do a CMA, and everyone's going to do a CMA on this one. It's the same subdivision. So you know about the condos, you know about Westinghouse Road, cutting it in half. This is also a single story, but I want you to pay close attention to this one, because what city is it in? And you're going to look at that, and you're going to do a CMA, but we're going to start it out together. So when we get back from break, we're gonna put you in groups, and then we're gonna first do the research to find, like we did last time, what are the demographics of this property. Come back, and then I'm gonna keep having you come back, and we're gonna be doing it in step after step after step, so you guys have muscle memory in doing it. It's 2:02. Let's come back at 2:12. And if you have questions, I'll stick around for a few minutes on this break.
Yeah, Jack, as I was trying to follow you on the computer, I was not being able to even pull up the subject property that we were doing. I came to an actual computer, so I wasn't trying to do this on my iPad, but I was not even able to pull the subject property up.
Yeah. Well, did you have active pre-selected? Because if so, you have to unselect active because it's currently not on the market.
No, I did not have active
Active
selected.
or CTX MLS.
Unlock MLS.
Okay. So, click. You're doing the Bent Tree property, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So again, I'm gonna share my slides. It's you go to search, residential, residential, uncheck active, type in the address, which is 4215. And I'm just gonna put bent wood. You can do it with or without the stars, but I'm doing it with the stars. I have 6 matches. I click results, and here they all are. I really suspect that you have active checked.
My screen is, I do not have active. Okay, never mind. Some of these searches did just come up this time. I did not have active checked though, but it did work this time, so thank you.
Excellent. Good question. Who else has got questions? Wells.
So I'm actually having to do one on a personal basis because we want to put an offer in a home. And I tried doing it to put the address in, and it's only like one match.
Okay. So you're basically saying that property sold only it's only active and it's never been sold before, so there's no history? Or you're saying that you
So
pulled
I
in
went into like the subdivision area to try to
Mhm.
do the comparison. And the first time 2 matches came up and one was an old one. And then now it's only 1 match. So when something like that happens, what do I need to do to get something accurate?
Unfortunately, Wells, I don't know what you're asking me.
Okay. So I did everything to check the address
Okay.
that we're trying to put a bid on. And when I did it here, following the steps that you're doing with the other address, I only had 1 match come up.
Okay.
So I extended like the close time, and then only 2 matches came up.
Yeah, so uncheck everything here.
Uh-huh.
And if there's only 2 matches, then that property was only reported active or sold twice. So now you've got those are the times it had a history. Now do a CMA for it.
Okay, so just that simple. Okay, I'm complicating it myself.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
And sometimes there'll be none because it was never listed before, and there's only an active record. Yeah, so there'll only be 1 record. And if you're listing the property for the seller, there's very good chance that it's never been in the MLS before, and you're the first one to list it. There's no history. And Yana, no, you're not
In
gonna.
this situation, we're trying to purchase a house, so we want to look into what bid
Congratulations.
to put in that's accurate.
Do you have a mentor?
I do.
Good.
But I had just told Mr. Potter I needed to do this today, and he's like, the class is doing it today, so it was perfect timing.
Excellent. Well, this is going to teach you the compulsories as we get it. So as we get through the second half, it'll teach you a lot more about how to pull the comps for it.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I tried to find that 4623 Chestnut. It's not showing me nothing. I'm so frustrated right now. I'm serious.
So, Yana, I think that you might not be realizing that you are looking in an MLS that doesn't have any data. So you're trying to find data in CTX MLS, but there isn't any. If you only have one MLS, it should not be CTX MLS. If you only have one MLS, it should be Actress. And all of our staff tells all of our agents, if you're only going to choose one in this market, choose Actress. We recommend that you have both, but if you only have one, you're not doing yourself any favors by only having CTX unless you live in up near Waco or you're up in Killeen or Temple Belton. Are you in Williamson County area?
I'm in Bell County, yes.
In Bell County. Okay, fine.
And I
So
use that CTX, it's my third year already.
yes, CTX MLS is Bell County. So we are doing so when you're in groups, someone in your group will share their screen and they will show you Actress. Not everybody has Actress, but this isn't about finding them in your own MLS. This is about learning how to in what search terms and what ranges to be able to find properties. So someone in your group will have the MLS and they will share. Some agents don't have MLS at all yet. Some of them have Houston's only. So lots of people are going through what you have right now because right now we're going through CMA theory. And as I mentioned at the beginning of class to everyone, that regardless of what system you're using, the theory that we're going through of single story to single story and how much range to choose from and all of that, that applies no matter where. So it helps a lot.
Quick
But
question.
if I did it in Houston, then no one would have the comps. So there's 30 different MLSs in Texas. So I'm picking the one here and showing you guys from this, but I can't do one in every MLS. Who else has questions to me before I break?
I had a quick question, which is nothing to do with the CMAs. My CRM is still not showing me the list of all the contacts I've put in there with the new searches. Is that with Miguel? Is that with Andrew? Who do I get with regarding the CRM?
It is either, so you've got three people that can help you with that.
Okay.
Your first go-to is not here, and that would be Amy McAllister, and she's out for the next couple days. So separate from that, we have Miguel and Katie, and they're on your help desk, and they can help you with that.
Perfect. Thank you.
But who can't help you with it is Andrew, any of the management team, Andrew, Michael, or Lisa. Don't go to them for that because they're not on our technical help desk. Katie and Miguel knows the system. So if ever you have questions regarding the system, regardless of what part of the system, go to Katie and Miguel because they are your go-tos for everything tech.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem.
Talking, chatting, looking at.
No.
I can't even do this anymore to take it seriously because I'm getting so used to learning to coming back to this.
I asked because I usually go to the chat to look at the return time and it wasn't there, so I wanted to make sure that we were in fact back because I get sucked into meetings and then lose track of time. Okay, so we are back. We are going to be doing a CMA now on this Chestnut Bend property. This is a property that I've sold several homes on Chestnut, and it is on the Georgetown side. So we are going to put you into groups, and I want you guys to ask a different question. How many how many times was it listed? And then also get the subdivision, levels, square foot, year built, garage, beds, and baths. We're going to keep the same groups together this time. That way you're used to dealing with the same person who shared their screen because that's going to be helpful. So I'm going to give you guys a very limited time this time. You don't need 8 minutes. It should only take you 5 minutes or less to be able to pull up this information. Okay, welcome back. So we are slowly working our way through doing the CMA first, kind of learning the compulsories of all of it and putting all the little pieces together. You guys have a subject property at 4623 Chestnut Meadows. Right now, what the group did was go and learn as much as you need in order to pull a CMA. So we need the property demographics. So what did you guys get? Let's hear from our team captains. What did we get for subdivision?
That's an appropriate response, but we got Terra Vista section 310.
Okay. Terra Vista. All right. What city?
Georgetown.
All right. What's the square footage?
3074 on the inside and 7013 on the outside.
No.
It's not 30. Well, the latest listing is interesting because I noticed that the house is actually under renovation. Like it's totally defaced compared to the previous listings.
Yeah.
So it actually shrunk a little bit, and it got shrunk down to 2998.
Okay. Does anybody else have anything different for the square footage?
Is it the land square footage?
The square footage of the property.
I had 3074.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And what was the number of garage spaces?
2.
2.
Okay. Beds and baths.
4 bedrooms.
4 beds, 2 full bath, but 3 total.
Okay. So 3,074 square foot home built in 2012. We're looking 4 beds, 2.5 baths, 2-car garage. All right. So we are going to do a CMA on this property. So
But like I said earlier, the house is under renovation, so the square footage changed.
So we will take a look and see what's going on there as soon as we get into this. So, all right. First, we start with the subdivision. If there's too much data, then we use the elementary school. If there's not enough, then we go out a mile. Then in size, depicting on the square footage, if it's a very small square foot, like 900 square foot home, we're going to grab 20%. So if it's a very large home, like a 3,000 square foot home, we're going to use 10% because that 300 square foot is going to be 2,700 to 3,300, and that's a good range for a 3,000 square foot home. So the 10%, 15%, 20% of the square footage is what we're using to grab the size of homes that are compared to it. Style, remember single story to single story or 2 to 2, and then pay attention to the primary bedroom up and down. We're going to take a look in pool and say, does our subject have a pool? Because if it does, then we're going to use that as a subject. If it doesn't, we're going to exclude pools just to get rid of the pools. Pay attention to garage spaces. And then Charlie.
Okay, for the size, can you slow down a bit? For the 10, 15, 20%, what are the square footages that we care about?
Say that again.
You said under size, you were saying like 3,000 foot. Is it 10% or 20%? Like, what are the different divisions for the size?
Okay. So the rule of thumb is if it's a very small square footage, you're going to take a larger percentage versus a very large. If you take 20% of a 500 square foot home, then you're looking at 400 to 600 square feet. And that's obviously a range that's way too small. Versus if you have a 5,000 square foot home, you take 20%, then you're doing a range that's way too big. So the smaller the home, the smaller the range, vice versa. So 10% on a 3,000 square foot home or larger, and 20% on homes that are, I would guess, less than 2,000 square feet. Okay.
Sweet, thank you.
Something like that. All right. One story to pay attention to the number of stories as we spoke about, pay attention to the garage space, pay attention to the fee simple, whether it's, condo or not, and then age. We're going to pay close attention to that, especially in a neighborhood like Terra Vista, which has been building for 15 years. They finally closed out, but they were building maybe even for 20 years. So there's some huge disparities between some of the 2005 homes that were built and some of the 2018 homes that were built. There's a huge difference there. We're going to have to make a criteria some of those out, pull them out of your grid. All right. So now we're going to go and I'm going to share my screen here. And then I'm going to have you guys do the same thing that I'm doing. So I'm going to do cross property. Well, actually, I'm not going to do cross property because we already have the subject pulled out. Active, pending, closed. How far do I go back to start?
250.
250.
I recommend that you start with that. Okay, the second thing is we know we're still in Terra Vista, so I'm going to do the same thing I did before. Something like that. So that I grab it, and again, we see 153 listings, but we're going to cut this off. And which city is the subject in?
Georgetown.
Okay. So we're
Well,
going.
I
we're
thought
gonna-
you I thought you said Westinghouse, north of it was Georgetown, and then south was Round Rock. So
There's one
that's
small little subdivision called Chestnut Meadow Bend that's on the Georgetown side. And so that does cut it off, but there's one street on the Westinghouse Road that's Georgetown.
okay. Sorry.
Yep. So Westinghouse Road cuts Georgetown and Round Rock apart, but there are some overlap between that street. All right. So what are their number of stories?
2.
Okay. And is our primary up or down?
Up.
Okay. So primary bed on main, the answer is no. All right. So now let's take a look to see what we have without taking into consideration the square footage. We have 2100, 3300, 2600, 2200, and 2100. And we have 2 that are currently on Scenic Lake Drive. So the ones on Scenic Lake Drive, let's go back and look at our. I'm going to go back a little bit further. So this particular property is fairly similar to the subject property. It's got a little bit more of an open kitchen. So I want you guys to pull the comps and see what you've got. This is going to be a little bit of a tricky one, and I usually do. In prior megas, I did another property that was a little bit different than this one. But this last MEGA-16, this one was one of our properties that we had that we did, and it is a little bit trickier of a one, but that's okay. We can do it as well. So if you don't have many comps, then what do you have to do? You have to figure out where you're going to expand your territory. So there are times where you're going to have to expand your territory. You've got 2 options. You can either go back further or you can go out an area. Those are the only 2 options that you have. So if we exhaust everything here and we say first just go 250 days and we look in Georgetown, we have 2 closed. One is 2,200 and one is 2,100 square foot. So you're telling me that our subject property square footage is 3,074. So if we use the 10% rule, we're looking at 300 square foot. So 2,700 So I'm gonna say 2750 to 3350, something like that. So this would be the sort of the square footage range that you're looking. You can go back to 2700 and go as high as 2400 because that's kind of what we're looking for, is a wider range and then narrow it down, but you'll see there's only one comparable. So we get rid of the Georgetown side and we see that there's 8 total in the subdivision at all. So I'm going to do both. I'm going to go out further and I'm going to go back further because I just want to see what kind of ranges I have here, because you've got to find the data from somewhere. Going back further means that if the market is going down, then that number is going to be higher. But if the market is going up, then that number is going to be lower in the past. So where are we now? If you go back further, like 300 days, we go back to a year ago, and a year ago the prices were lower than they are today, then you know that that price is going to be lower than what you're going to list for. Versus if it's a declining market, then you might have the opposite happening. Okay, versus now exchanging, going out further in territory. If we're going to not look at Georgetown, Terra Vista, and you're going to expand to Round Rock and Georgetown because it's all part of that Terra Vista marketplace, you've got 2 options. You can grab the subject and you can go out a mile and you can try to grab just Georgetown side and see what other communities are in Georgetown. So you can stay in Georgetown and go out a mile and see if there is a 2,700 to 3,300 square foot home that's on the Georgetown side outside that community, or you can stay inside the community and you can include Georgetown. You're probably going to want to do it both ways to see what you've got. But in a master plan community, sometimes you're safer staying inside, and an appraiser would most likely stay inside the subdivision if they can, even if it goes across the divide like this. So when you look at this, 170 a square foot, 180, 160, 180, 180, 170, 170, and then you've got a 150 here, which is this other property on Westing House, or that's on West Meadow Trail, West Meadow Winding Creek. So what do you see as an average here when you're going down the square footage? Are these pretty close except for an outlier? One 175, 170, 173, 181, 188, 161, 187, and 175.
Yes.
Okay. And now look at the closed. We have 174, 167, 167, 158, and 173. So again, not far off in terms of size. So what we're seeing is that even though we're crossing the Georgetown and Round Rock border, and that we're going back, we're not seeing a huge discrepancy here in terms of pricing. But what you want to do is determine, are the stuff on Georgetown on the 170s and the stuff in Round Rock 160s or vice versa, or is it kind of a hodgepodge? But what do we remember about the community? That there's things like this golf course. Let's look at the map and see what we're dealing with here. Why is this not? It's just going slow. Okay, very slow. So here you've got the Westinghouse Road. We've got, we know that this property that on Scenic Lake, Chestnut Briar Park, Lake Travis, Chestnut Meadows Bend, this little section right here is part of Georgetown. Everything else down here is Round Rock. So there's this little tiny section right here that falls into Georgetown. But we've got this property, 515, 530, 625. Now let's take a look at the 625, because is there anything? This property is $625,000. It is active on the market. What do you see that's a little weird about this property that you don't see off very often?
A detached garage.
Okay. So, but also what's above it?
It's like an apartment or
A separate unit.
bedrooms.
Bedroom.
Apartment or storage.
Okay. So either they got a a two-story garage, or they have a apartment that they built above the garage. This property was built in 2015. So we're going to go take a quick look here. We've got tile floor that looks like wood, so it's the wood faux tile look. They've got double oven, trending cabinets, appliances, and countertops. Chandeliers everywhere, custom paint that's neutral, shutters, plantation style shutters. I'm guessing this is the primary bedroom that has an office built into it. This would be a second story primary bed like the subject. So when you were looking at the subject property, did it conform to what you're seeing here? Is this one superior in a lot of ways? Would you consider this property as and this is the garage with a built-in apartment above it. So this property should not be in our grid view. Absolutely should not be. We're going to remove it because we're going to get the wrong answer. By having it. Okay, so we are going to remove this one. We are going to refine this, narrow it down. Now, when I go over here and I click the quick CMA, if I look at the total closed, we have a low of 158, an average of 168, and a max of 174. So there is $10 on both sides, a square foot difference. Someone do the math. What is the 3,074 square feet times the min of the average, 168? 168 times 3074.
We got 5164.32.
Okay, so the average price is 516. That's the average. Now let's do min and max. So 3,074 times, what's the min? 158.22. So what does that work out to?
485,692.
Okay, I got 486,386, but very similar. 3075, maybe I typed in 3075 and 3074, so that's why. All right, 374 times the max. So what's the max?
$174.92.
Okay, let's do the math with that. So what does that work out to?
537,704.
Okay. So the way I look at these properties, the way I look at it is if the min is 486 and the average is 516, you have a range between 486 and 516 if it is in deferred maintenance to average, or if it's higher improved for the neighborhood, you've got somewhere between 516 and 537. The difference between 516 and 537 is less than $20,000 difference. On a $500,000 home, that's 5%. So that's a small range. There's a bigger range between the min and the average, but your average is 516. So we're knowing that when we look at these comps again, we're seeing a very tight grouping here. So when we go out, when we go out further, we still have a very tight subject, very tight grouping in terms of your price per square foot, So we're not having a huge discrepancy in price. Now what I would do is go through, like I did before, is I would print out these MLS sheets and I would look to see what does the improvements of each one of these have versus my subject property. I would absolutely 100% do that. Okay, I'm going to put you guys in groups and I'm going to have you guys do another property on Chestnut Meadows. I just need to find it really quick. It's a single story one on the Georgetown side as well. And the address is 4305 Chestnut Meadows Bend. I'm going to put that in our chat. Let me bring up my...
What is the...
Yes. This is the Blue Bonnet floor plan. Okay. I sold this property back in 2015. Okay. So subdivision Sierra Vista. The square footage 1,822. City is Georgetown. And it's a single story home. So I'm going to open a new tab. We're going to go Terra Vista, single story, single family residence, active, pending, closed in the last 250 days. This is on the Georgetown side. And the square footage is 1,822 square feet. So what is the square footage range we're going to grab on this one? How small and how big? What is the range? You would pick an 1822.
I think 10%.
I think that's too small. 10% would be on that larger 3,000 square foot home.
20% for less than 2,000.
Okay, so somewhere between 15% and 20. So on the smaller homes, between 10 and 15. On the larger, it's between 15 and 20. Just kind of that range. So we know that 300 square feet is going to be pushing the envelope of what we can do. So let's start with that because it's easy math. 1,500 to 2,100. We'll just start with that. Now we have 14 matches that are in Georgetown, Terra Vista, between that square footage on a single story home. And let's look at our comp grid. In here we have a comp grid. I'm going to click the map. So this is the little section that is part of Georgetown. So here you have all of these properties. There are no, what's missing here? And think green again.
There's no
Golf
golf.
courses?
Yep. So we're not going to have to be impacted by golf courses, but I am going to go down and get rid of the pools in case there happens to be one. So it goes from 14, was no pool. So that's good. Now I'm going to look at my grid again. I'm going to look for my garage spaces. Everything here is 2 except for a 2.5. So I'm going to get rid of that 2.5 because I don't want it to mess up my grid. Garage spaces, 2. Now I have 14 listings. Now I can start, if I wanted to, there are none pending. So we've got 6 active and then we have 7 that are closed. So what I'm going to do this time is I'm going to put you back in groups. I'm going to give you quite a bit of time this time because I want you to go open up the subject. I want you to look at the photos, look at the carpeting that's in the property. You'll notice that maybe there's carpeting in some of the bedrooms. Maybe the style of home, and does it match these other homes? Let's look at the outside of the property. This has all hardwood floors. Is that superior or inferior? Go to the next one, open it. This one has all hardwood floors again. Is it superior or inferior to the subject? And keep going through until you find a property that you feel like is a better match. This happens to be the exact same floor plan. By the way, this is yeah. This house again. Same thing. So if our property has carpet and every single one of these properties has had the flooring replaced, what are some options? Talk to me.
Some options in terms of like where we're pricing it.
Options that the seller, what's conversation you might have with your clients?
Well, that these homes offer a more superior flooring. So then if you look at your averages, I'd assume you'd pick the middle one or lower one.
Okay. What about, are there some other options that the seller might have for in front of them?
You could upgrade the flooring.
Upgrade the flooring.
Okay. Absolutely upgrade the flooring. And I have my clients upgrading flooring all of the time. It's more often than you would think. Every single one of these properties has either all tile or all wood. And you can go to floor decor and you can pick out a tile. Here is carpet, here is carpet, here's carpet. This is a very good comparable, very good comparable. I would put a lot of emphasis on this one, a whole lot. 11, and then this one, this looks like the blue pawn and floor plan exactly, actually. It's close, but not exactly. And again, all flooring in all the common areas, but carpet in the bedrooms. So there was only one property that had carpet everywhere, and that's very helpful. So I want you to pay very close attention to that property that we saw and how it sold in comparison. Oh, really?
That's
Damn.
a strong green there.
Oh my God.
Yuck.
Somebody
I
has a
felt the
green
judginess
personality.
in your voice.
Belinda lived here.
I said I love the green, but I don't like that green.
Yeah, so this would have not been that hard for them to fix.
Hello.
I would have
May I
definitely.
speak to Tony?
Can I take a message?
Okay.
What do you usually recommend they do? Like either or tile or wood, or you just tell them the top selling ones and have them choose? Or what if they tell you to be more specific?
All right. So first I would finish my CMA and I would I would figure out what my carpet sold for and what everything else is selling for, and I would try to figure out. Sometimes you're in a market that there's just no evidence that the hardwood floor actually sold for more. So I'm going to really look at that evidence that it is, and I'm going to figure out what that number is. And I know that my installer is going to charge about $1.50 a square foot to install. They're going to charge about $1 a square foot to remove, and then I'm going to go find some tile that's about $2 a square foot. I'm going to do the math and I'm going to find out what the install cost going to be. Likely you're looking at less than $5,000, maybe you're right around that $5,000 to install tile. This is the kicker though. You can't install tile with someone living in the house. So if the property is vacant, or they can get everything moved out and give you the property in its vacant condition and do it, that's great. But I'm never going to put my client who's living in a home through a remodel like that, because everything they own is going to have 2 inches of dust on it and they're going to be living through a war zone, and that's not fair, even though I might bring it up to them. But if they have the ability to move or get out and give me the property, then great. Then let's have my trades come over here and give them not to exceed prices. Go to Floor Decor and see what they've got on clearance and see what's a good flooring that will match. the home's motif and probably get a tile because it's cheaper to get tile put in than anything else. And they can rip the bottom of the baseboard and slip the tile underneath so they don't have to rip out all the baseboard. You're really just doing a tile. Don't ever put in tile and use crown molding because that's not a professional end result. They have the Dremel that they can rip the bottom of the board by the height of the tile and slip the tile underneath, which is a much better look. In any event, you're not dealing with what you think. It's not that expensive in comparison. If all the homes are selling for $19,000 or $23,000 more, they've got an option. They can price the property correctly or they can improve the property, but then you have to look to see what is the competition. If you've got 15 homes on the market and they've all been on the market for 90 days, then maybe it makes more sense to come in on the property that does have carpet that's going to come in lower because you're more likely to get it sold. Because if nothing is selling in the market, then obviously you're not going to improve the property just to be sitting in a segment of the market that's not moving anyway. So it's just a conversation that we're going to have with them. But obviously, if all of the properties that are on the market are superior, like a flooring type superior, and you price at the same price that they're priced at, you're not going to sell. Not unless you've got something that is, considerably more valuable than the flooring, like you are a double lot or there's something else going on. But if truly you limit it to just the comps like we have, then you've got to really pay attention to the prices. And in this case, we do have a good example of the one that had carpet. It sold for $330. It's this one here. So we have a 356, a 365, a 363, a 395, and a 430. Now, I was a little bit generous in the square footage of all of this. This was a 1575, so our subject was what? What was our subject square footage? It was 1822.
1806.
Mm-hmm. So we still have to account for that price per square foot at our square footage to see how that's going to track in terms of the actual difference, because 300 square foot is a big difference in terms of value. But in any event, I am going to look at this 204 and I'm going to look at the price per square foot difference: 211, 220, 204, 200. This 1800 square foot home, these basically sold for the same. The 1500 square foot home sold for the same price per square foot almost as this property here, in 1 month apart. This was on the market for 90 days. The price per square footage was the same. So you know that, the smaller the home, the higher the price per square foot. So that we need to tailor and get some of this larger square footage out of here, because we really want to be looking at this 15, 16, 1700 square foot homes and get some of the 18 and 1900s out of here. But it's helpful to see it in anyway. So let's just go ahead and do that. Let's limit this by 18, 17, 16, which is going to make that one go away, which is the only one that I don't want it to go away. But in any event, 16 to 2000, this is a better price per square foot range. Anyway, 211, 220, 200, 200, 221, and 211. And then we have 3 on the market: 196, 187, and 209. You can see everything here. These two in April, which was 3 months ago, April, May, 2 months ago, these sold in a week. And then March, 99 days, it was listed for 350, sold for 363. So they reduced the price and it went into multiple offers, it looks like, but it sold for higher than asking price. But what I'm noticing here is 190, 186, and I'm looking at 211, 220, 200. So at 232 days, what was their original list price? Their original list price was
393.
393, 393, and now they've listed 50. Well, that's a considerable price reduction. So you can see that they priced really high and now they've come down considerably. let's see if you can come up with this comp grid. And then I want you guys to figure out what you're going to recommend to the seller based on not these sold prices, because that's going to give you your range, but what are you up against here? You're up against 415, 350, and 388. And look at these three and determine, do you think that these three properties on market right now are superior to the subject? And which one is the closest to the subject property? And then what can you do to get it up to this value? And this one hasn't even sold yet. By the way, this is the closest one, this one on Briar Park. Very, very close. And then I want to hear what your recommended price is going to be to the client based on this data grid with taking into consideration the flooring. Anybody have questions before I put you in your groups?
So it would just be 3 questions. Are they superior? What can we do to get close to them? And what do we recommend on price and flooring? That's it, right?
That's right. I'm going to give you guys 10 minutes, and then I'm going to pull you back, and then we're going to finish the conversation together as a group after you've all had time to discuss. Let's make it easy first. And if the property had the upgraded flooring, what would you recommend as its price? What does it cost to do the flooring? Then we'll discuss as a group of how you would price it with the carpet as is. But if you were to price this property as if it had the flooring of everyone else's, that's going to help you wrap your head around what you're about to do. And in 10 minutes, you can do that. Ask me questions before you go. If you have questions before you go, you have the pop-up ready so you can join in your room if you don't have any questions. But if you have a question, ask me before you head in there.
Hi, Jack. I have a question. The
Jennifer.
last change you made to the criteria had to do with the square footage. Could you go back and just show me what numbers you changed it to?
Yeah, I just narrowed it down by 100 square foot. So I went from 300 square foot to 200. So my square footage was 1600 to 2000 instead of 1500 to 2100.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, welcome back from your quick little breakout session. All right, so I'm very curious how we did with this. I'm going to take some notes as you guys are going through it. Group 1, Andrew, Angela, Sherry. All right, the first question was, if the subject property had the hardwood floors, what price would you recommend?
So I'm the captain for that. Oh, okay, so looking at the 3 prices, and we didn't get I'm going to be very honest with you. We didn't get too far into the details of the number because we were paying so much attention to the flooring and the size, but just like an average, I would say like 345 or 350.
Okay.
I wish we would have been able to talk more about that number to detail.
Well, I'm going to put you back in groups and you're going to have 10 more minutes on this. So you're going to have plenty of time. All right, group 2, what was your number that you came up with? Ignore the first group's number and do not let it impact you.
It's definitely not impacting us. We came up with about the same. We're at about 350 if they were to upgrade their floors. Based off of some of the actives. The actives look a lot more superior. So, but yeah, if they redid the floors and depending on the quality of the floors, we think they could probably be a contender with what's active.
Okay. Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you, group 2. Group 3, what did you come up with? Group 3.
Assuming that I'm in group 3, we were actually struggling to get any listing to show up because it kept on showing 0.
Okay. We had 9 show up in our grid.
Yeah.
Okay, so group 3 is still working on it. Group 4, what do you got?
Okay, that was Kelly in my group that came up with. We didn't quite get to what we thought it would sell for with the upgraded flooring. We got to what we thought it might sell for with flooring as is.
Really? Okay. I think that's harder than the other way around.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Okay. Interesting. All right. So what was that number?
We thought around 350, 355 with flooring as is.
Okay. Thank you. Group 5? Oh, you are group. No, you're not group 5. Andy, Ariel, Iris, and Wells. What'd you come up with in group 5? Thank you, Kelly.
So we were working on the comparables. We did not get to the point that discussed pricing, but considering the conversation that we were having, comparing the other houses in the same bracket, I will say between 345 and 350 with the renovation on the floor, at least in the common areas.
Okay. You said 345?
Between 345 and 350 with the renovation.
All right. So upgrade the flooring after. All right. Group 6, Kyle, Wong, Robert, and Tina. What did you come up with?
We didn't get that far, but I'm just looking at the quick CMA that I ran, and we were thinking 321 looked a little bit more superior because it had more hardwood floors, and that was listed for 388. So I'm just gonna say 360 if they renovated to hardwood floors.
Okay. So I'm going to look at the min. The min is 200. The average is 210. And the max is 221. The subject property square footage was 1822. Okay. So let's look at these numbers for a moment because I am curious to know how everyone has come up with the number that
It's lower significantly.
uh-huh. So 1822. Let's just plug that in here like this. That's the square footage. We have 200 as the low, 210 is the average, 221. You need to see my screen, and I thought I was sharing, but I'm not. Okay, 1822 is the square footage. We have 200, 210, and 220. So we do this magic. Which get this out of the way. So average is 382. Let's say if we were to just upgrade the flooring to match everything else that's going on, based on the price per square foot, the average is 382, the min is 364, and the max is 402. So we're going to look at a lot of other things, but we are seeing a $20,000 range between average and the between the low and the average. I'm going to look at these because I want to go see then what are we up against if that's the case? What are we up against in terms of the active listings, which are here. 1822 square foot. This is that, yes. So we have a property on the market for 350, 388, and 415. And this one for 1874, we're at 209, 186, and 196, which again is definitely falling within our min-max range. So this one at 186 is a very interesting comp in terms of price. It's definitely lower than everything else considerably. So your price of 355 seems maybe a little bit low.
Are we taking into consideration that they have all had price drops and are still on the market?
We are looking at the sold price of these properties here, and then we're looking and applying the price that we just come up with, which is a low of 360. If we did the upgrades and we installed the upgraded the floor to a nice wood plank tile at $2 a square foot, $4 out the door, $1.50 to remove, $1 to install, and $1.50 or $2 for tile, which is absolutely doable. $4 a square foot in an 1,800 square foot home is what you're looking at, and no, obviously not all of the home needs the tile replaced. Obviously, it's just going to be a couple of areas, and in fact, just as a tidbit, when we took this listing, there was 2 rooms that they did upgrade the flooring in that particular property. But in any event, we're at 364 to 382 on the low side, 364 to 382 on the low side, 384 to 402 on the high side. So the Blue Bonnet floor plan in terms of the exterior of the property and the rest of it, I feel like it's definitely on the lower side. So I think 364 to 382 is a solid direction to look towards, but you look at 364 to 382 against the properties that we have on the market, which is 415, 350, and 388. Over
And
here,
one's been sitting for like the 350's been sitting for 232 days. So
yep. So then when we look at this, the first thing we want to do is look at the last price drop and when did that happen. So we have one that also it was temporary off market and it went back on market active, but they did that on 6/6. So whenever you have a situation like that, we want to click the time clock and we want to click the history. 393, 386, 386 to 378 to 372, 3 back to 378 to 364, 356, 350. Then they put it on hold on 521 and then brought it back on market on 6/6. So there's a starting this listing at 393 in the first place is why that happened. So we have a story that was being told. They listed this close to 400, and now the last time they had a price reduction was when 356 to 350 on 424, and then they took it off the market for a month almost, 424 to 521. So they missed an entire month, and they came back on market 6/6, almost 2 months on market. So there's so much going on here that I probably would ignore this listing only as much as what it listed for, but at 350, I would expect this property to sell. I would expect it to sell at the price that it's in right now. It is drastically lower than anything else on the market. It's 186 a square foot. It's $10 or more price per square foot less than everything else. And I really want to see, I mean, the inside. There's nothing off-putting about the house. So with without the upgraded flooring. Let's go back to the Briar Creek property and let's take a quick look at it again. Chestnut Meadows, 4305, right? Okay. So tile entryway. It's got nice tile. It's got carpet here in the living area, but tile in the kitchen. Primary has carpet, but the master primary bath has tile, and the front office / bedroom has wood. So what area of this home are we looking at putting hardwood, some type of upgraded flooring?
Living area. Yeah.
The living area.
Right in there.
And based on this tile right here and the tile that's here and a tile in the kitchen, would it make sense to butt tile against tile?
If it's the same tile, yeah, they could
Your number
pull it on out.
for a home that's 10 years old, the chances of getting tile and matching the grout is
True.
very, very slim. So what you could do with this home is put in some type of wood flooring in there. That's what I would recommend in a situation like that. And is this a huge room? Are we looking at a huge upgrade here? We're not. I would look at installing wood in this area only and getting everything out and selling it. The question is, then now you're up to the 364 to the 382. So what do we think this room is? 15 foot? Lisa, what do you think? 15 by 18, something like that?
I think so, looks like.
You're looking at like less than 300 square foot. Even if it was $6 a square foot, you're still looking at less than $3,000. So for $3,500, $4,000, you could have all of that ripped out in a nice wood glue down, hand scraped, something like that, because you're not dealing with a 4,000 square foot home. You're looking at a small area. Then now you're in competition to 364 and 382. The question is where are you going to price it once you're there? You're going to look at what? The active competition. What are you up against on the actives? Where is it? Did I mess up my actives? I can just go here and click here. So I've got 388 and 415. But what did I say my range was? 364 to 382. So by upgrading that living area to wood, what would then be your recommendation? And without doing it, what would be your recommendation to the seller in terms of price? I'm going to put you back in there for 10 more minutes for you guys to continue this discussion. Oh my goodness. All right, welcome back, everyone. All right, we are going to share my screen. We're about to have some really amazing fun, and we're going to start making all of this make sense. It's going to make a whole lot more sense when you start putting it all together, because right now, if you're only focused on your CMA, you get a lot of questions and a very little bit of confidence, right? Because we're lacking some confidence here because we're only using one data point, and it's not enough, in my opinion, to really get and drive the right answer. So I'm going to go through all 6. Group 1, what is your recommended price?
Hello, this time I feel a little bit more confident. Our recommended price with the upgrades is 375,000. Without
Okay.
the upgrades, we're thinking 360.
Okay. Group 2.
I think we're still kind of leaning on between 355 and 360. We understand the numbers, but I think our strategy of coming in a little lower in comparison to what's active right now will bring a little bit more traffic and hopefully push our maybe get a bidding war going and push the price up a little bit. So
Okay, well, seller may or may not be on board with that strategy, but it's
we understand. Yep.
But what were the prices of the actives again?
let's see, 350 to 415
There was
at the high.
350. There was a 380 and a 415. Is that what I recall? Is that right?
Yeah, yep.
Okay. So we're talking a $30,000 difference or a $45,000 difference with the upgrade. So that's a lot. So again, give me the number as your as is, and then give me the number. Don't give me a range in this point. Just pick a number.
We'll say 360.
Okay. 360. Now, what is your with upgrades? Or
I'm sorry. 350 as is, 360 with upgrades.
okay. Thank you. Group 2, Group 3, what are your numbers?
Well, we only got the upgrades number. We got 350, pretty much 358 if rounded up.
Okay. Group 4.
Yeah. We said as is price was 360. And then with the upgrade, we went to 365.
Okay. Group 5.
So for group 5, it will be 360 without any upgrades. And with the upgrades, it will be 374.
Okay. Thank you. And Group 6.
Sorry, we might have done it wrong. I'm sorry. But for as is, let's go with 360. And then for the upgrade, we had a pretty high number. We had 382.
Okay. I am not afraid of your number at all. Okay, so we're going to take this little section over here and we're going to encapsulate it because it's something completely different. Here we have just grab this really quick. Based on our comps, we had the square footage. This was the low, this was the average, and this was the high price, or the max price per square foot. So we have a range of 364 to 402. But then what's active on the market is this outlier one, which is an interesting outlier nonetheless. And interestingly enough, that I think that we might even not even have it here, but in any event, we're just going to put it in red for a moment. We have 380 and 415. Okay. Now, what makes this easier for us is doing the rest of the exercises, which let's do something fun. Does anyone know what this property was originally purchased for? Let's go take a look. What is the close price?
240,000.
Okay.
The original for it was 177.
Okay. The property was sold for $240,000 in August of 2015. So 8 of 15, it sold for $240,000. So what's notable about that is let's play a little game. Let's go to the stats. Let's click historic sales price trend. I'm going to do this quick and then we'll do it slow, but I just want to watch you go through it. Residential, single family, single story home, square footage. We're going to do.
We're still seeing the Excel spreadsheet yet.
We just see the spreadsheet.
Okay, we're going to click on stats, which is the stats. In the MLS, you just click stats and the screen comes up. Historic sales price trend, residential, single family, single story home. I'm going to take pools and remove them. I don't want pools messing me up here. Subdivision, Terra Vista. In my square footage, I'm going to do 1600 to 2100 like this. Now, I'm going to customize it for the last 10 years. And when I group by primary year. I know I'm going fast. That's okay. I just want to show you the outcome. I click generate. Here's the grid for this subdivision for a single story home within its square footage and how it's changed price over the years. I'm going to click on this print icon. I'm going to click on show tabular data, and it's going to show me the numbers associated with this. So what did it sell for in 2015?
240,000.
40.
Okay. So what was the average price in for that size home in 2015?
45.
Okay. So that tracked perfectly, didn't it? What does it say for 2025?
385.
Okay. So let's go back over to our spreadsheet for a moment. And let's say that the average price at that time was, let me update this, was 245,000. So what this says is on August of 2015, it sold for 245, but at that time, the average price was 245. So now our grid sheet view shows, which is we're just going to call it the grid. We're going to go back and get the number exactly, $385,000. Okay. Now, we're going to go back and we're going to play another game. We're going to go and we're going to get this property address if I can find it. All right, fine. I've got too many tabs going. Here we go.
4305 Chestnut.
I'm going to take this entire address. I like grabbing this on the top of the MLS sheet for what I'm about to do because it makes it easier. I just grab this entire address, including all of it. And then I go to the MLS and I click RPR. I put in the RPR up here in the address, paste that whole address exactly like it was, and it'll find it exactly like that. It's an easy way to find it. What is the RVM property?
382.
Realtor suggested price, right?
Yep, Realtor valuation model. Not suggested price, but Realtor valuation model. All right, so 382, 330. RPR says 382, 330. Okay. Interesting. Now we're going to do one more thing. We're going to go back. We're going to take that same address, 4305 Chestnut Meadows. I'm going to copy the address portion of it. We're going to go visit Zillow for a moment. The place you love to hate. What is this estimate currently?
384.
$384,000. So we're going to come back over here and say $384,000. Okay. The average price today is $380,000. We know that there's a property currently listed for $380,000. We know that that's it. We have an average price on the market right now is 382. We have a grid street view showing 385, an RPR showing 382, and his estimate showing 384. So I'm liking what I see here in these. I think 360, 358, I think that's $20,000 less than what it should probably be priced at. But again, I'm going to take this and I'm going to filter it for what's on the market. I'm going to probably try to beat these guys. These 380, how can I make my property look better than them? These 415, they're looking at a price reduction, I'm guessing. So then when I look at all of this, the average price here, these three prices here, and when I look at this price being right on the money, remember when we went to this grid sheet view, right here, we bought it for 240 and the average price was 245 at the time. We're looking at 385. So I'm thinking that we're going to be coming in just under it as well. So does that change what you were thinking? Does this help you underline what it is that you're doing and help you give you different data points and make you feel more confident in what you're working with?
Absolutely.
Do you think it's also going to help your client also have multiple different data points? Let's take a look at Zillow. Let's take a look at the grid view, which is the this grid sheet. Let's look at the RPR. Then let's do our comps and let's look at the average, high, average, low, and average, low, and high, and look at those three things. And then it starts telling a story and follow the story. Because if we're only looking at one chapter of the story, we're not going to really put the whole book together. So we really need to look at all of these things together. And once you have all of it together, then you know what you're looking at in terms of value. I'm seeing 382, 385, 382, and 384. I'm seeing 380s all over the place. But then I'm seeing 380 here is what I'm up against on another listing. And I'm thinking this and this are really good. I think 382 is also fair. I think it might even sell for that. But I'm probably going to list this thing, if it were me, either here or here. With the floors done. And how much the floors cost? $5,000 without the floors? Well, all right. Factor that in. Certainly not 60,000. Mm-hmm. So I would tell them, you know, my feeling is based on that carpet and what people are going to want. That's what I would list for with the carpet. Maybe 365. Probably 365. And they may say, let's do 365. It's a good number and it's going to make everything else. Sometimes people would rather, they're really price conscious, and maybe someone would rather have a lower price. Okay. Now I'm going to put you into groups and I want you to do the grid view. I want you guys to work on the grid and recreate this. So I'm going to do it with you one more time. Andrew.
Just had a quick question. Do we take into consideration, should we take into consideration days on the market?
Yeah. I mean, no, because you should only take into, no, only because the people who are priced right are selling in the first couple weeks, but the people who priced wrong in the first place sat on a market and then they eventually got right. So the question is the only time you're going to take days on market into consideration is if they want to list it for 415. Then at 415, when the other people listed, you're looking at 200 days on market, and then you'll probably sell for 350. Okay, let's go back through the stats again. We're going to click the stats in the MLS. You're going to click the historic sales price trend.
Right now, it's only showing your Excel sheet, not your.
You're going to click on the stats. Thank you. Historic sales price trend. Residential, single family, that gets rid of all the condos immediately. Single story home, I'm going to cut out all the rest. I'm going to get rid of the pools. You're going to immediately notice that there's nothing here because you've probably never added these custom fields, which means you're going to have to click add remove. You're going to come up here to the bottom and you're going to type in pool. And then this field here, where is it? Pool private, yes or no? You're gonna move that over here so it's in your selected fields. That way, down here you can say pool no, but it will not be here until you add it. So that's a field that I recommend that you add. And there's some other fields that I've added down here that I think is really helpful. Then you're gonna do the subdivision. Now, in mine, I added Georgetown. And then square footage, 1600 to 2100. So that's it for the first tab. The second tab, I click on customize, and you can go back as far as you want, but I'm going to go back 10 years because that's when 2015 happened when they bought it. So that's all I really wanted to show. So that just happened to be perfect. If they bought it in 2014, I'd go back 11 years. You can go back all the way to 2006 in this MLS. I'm going to leave everything else the same, except I don't want to group it by month. If I group it by month, then we're going to have a whole bunch of hack marks that make it impossible to see. I want to group it by year. And that's it. Now I'm going to click generate. Once the generate happens, though, I want to see the data on the bottom because the data on the bottom is really helpful to have. So that only happens under the print options. So you click the printer icon, and then you click show tabular data, and then 250, 380. By the way, the reason it's different is because in the first version, we didn't limit it to Georgetown. We just limited it to Terra Vista. By limiting it to Georgetown, we get these very round numbers, 250 and 380. Okay, I'm going to put you in groups. Then once you have this, I want you to take a picture of this and throw it into our Teams chat. I'm going to give you 10 minutes and hopefully multiple of you can pull this off in your team chat.
Can I see the side where the filters were? Thank you.
Same breakout rooms. I'm going to give you 10 minutes for this one as well. Gabriel, what room were you in before? Looks like you left.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. I was in and out, but I believe the previous one was in group 4, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. Tasha, where were you? And you're on mute, so I can't hear you yet. And then Isabel, also, where were you?
I'm sorry. I think I was in 5 with Caleb, but my power just went out, so I was logging back on my phone. Sorry.
Oh no. Okay, so you were with
Kelly, I think.
Oh, Kelly. All right.
And Aiden.
Okay, so you were in 4. Good. So there you go. And Isabel, where were you?
I think I was 3.
So you were with Anne, Brendan, Charlie, Corby?
No, maybe 2 of them.
Elisa, Christine, Eric, Jonathan?
Yes.
Okay, cool. There you go. All right, welcome back, everyone. How did that go? Let's start with group 1. How'd you do?
We did good. Everybody opened up graphs on their own. Andrew will be submitting the image right now.
Wonderful. Excellent. Excellent. Did group 2, were you able to get the grid? I'm looking forward to seeing these in the chat so that I can verify. Please also add the data view, which is that grid at the end where you can see the actual prices every year, because that's super helpful.
Group 2, yes. Once we figured out what settings you had, I think we got it. So yeah.
Good, good. All right, so I'm 250, 380. Excellent job, Kelly. Yes, that's beautiful. Good work. Tina, yours looks spot on. I can tell that it's accurate, so good job. Yeah. All right, so it's my hope that you will start utilizing this grid in all of your CMAs and go back to the point in which they purchased the property. And when you go back to the point in which they purchased the property and look to see what the average price at that point was versus what they purchased it for, I'm guessing it's going to be very close. I do this all the time. Every single one of my listings, I look at the difference between the delta between the average and what they purchased it for. And if it's closed or sold multiple times over the years, even better, because then you can put a pin on every time you have sold data on your grid, and it tells a really impactful, powerful story. Your data now is backed up by so many different data points that it's not just about your CMA anymore. It's not just about your interpretation of what the comps are. It's, I've got an RPR report. I've got the grid sheet view. I'm looking at my estimate. I'm looking at my actual comps. All of that then plays a story. Okay, so the next thing is, obviously we don't need to go to Zillow. You can all do that. You all know how to go to RPR and print out that report. So you have the data points there. So let's go. We have 1 more hour. We're going to go through some more of these slides. So again, we start with the subdivision. If you have too much data, let's say you've really drilled down here and you have 40 comps, 40 active and 40 sold, and it's a huge subdivision and you just have too much data. Sometimes I will grab the elementary school, because the elementary school is going to be the most relevant finite data to suck that data in a little bit to give you a territory. Versus if you don't have enough data, sometimes you have to go out a mile. I'm going to show you how to go out a mile, because for some of you, this might be the first time that you've done that, and others, you've probably done this quite a few times. But here is how that's done. So you're going to grab your comps. Let me grab my comps here. So here's my comps. I'm going to hit criteria and I'm going to remove Terra Vista. I'm going to get my criteria out of here. And we know what my subject property is. It's 4208, 4305 Chestnut. We go back here. We're going to click on the map. It says jump to address. Do you see that up here? 4305. And it will take you directly to the map. Now you've got the circle tool here where it says draw radius. You're going to click the draw radius. I can already tell that I'm zoomed in much closer than a mile. So I'm going to zoom out a couple times because I don't want to cause myself grief. And I'm just going to click right here at the end of the point, click and hold, and then I'm going to drag out until this thing says a mile. 98, 99, 100, then I let go. And then that will be the grid that's going out a mile. Gabriel.
Hey, Jack, a quick question. I know this was, I'd asked Michael, but he told me to ask you because this kind of pointed toward this class. What is I guess, what's the rule of thumb in terms of whenever we're given, whether it be our sellers or our lease clients, what's the rule of thumb on how many comps we should send them, and how many is not enough and how many is too many?
So if all of the comps are telling a story, I like to make sure that I can keep it on at least one piece of paper. Appraiser is going to have 3 active and 3 sold. I like to have more than 3 and 3 because I don't think the story is really being told there. The appraiser doesn't show you their field work. They just pick the 3 most relevant active and the 3 most relevant sold, and they put that in their grid, and they really show you right there what the adjustments are going to be on each one. But we're doing something different. We're going to create our field work and have all of our comps and then tell a story with those comps. I don't think you can reasonably do that with less than 3 and 3. Sometimes there are no active and sometimes there are no pending. You can't help that. But you need as many, and that's good. If there are no actives, then you're telling them right now, if you come on market, you're going to have absolutely no competition. If you've got no competition and 3 pendings, then you got a market that's heating up. That you've got activity going on in the market with no comps, and this is a perfect time to come on market. Hopefully you have more than 6 sold comps. But if you start getting more than 30 and it goes to a second page, then the story that you're trying to tell them is going to start getting blurred and it's just too much data. Keep it on one page. But even, since I've been doing this in all the subdivisions, 10 to 20 is what I will typically see. Active, pending, and sold all combined. Okay, good question. So does anybody have any questions regarding what I've just done with zooming in out on a mile? So you also have a negative search. You can also do a negative search, which is you can do this polygon, and I can say, okay, oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Delete shape. I'm going to do the polygon, and I'm going to click, because I can say exclude this shape. So don't show me that side of it because I don't want to be in Georgetown. So you can also exclude shapes inside of it because maybe there's a section that you want to completely exclude. So you have complete control of whether to include or exclude. You see, you can play with a tool like this. I'm not saying that we would do that in this situation, but I want to give you an understanding of how to use the radius tools because it's very powerful. There are 4 videos that I'm going to be sending you as part of your homework that are matrix videos from Matrix showing you how to do some really cool stuff that is in here that you have at your fingertips, including these layers tools where if you want for clarity, you can add city. So it'll show you the city boundaries. And then you can see on this map exactly where the city is. And you can see Westinghouse Road here is the Georgetown. And then it goes down here, comes up here, and then down here, and back up. So you see how and where the Georgetown layer is. You can get rid of the city, you can get rid of the parcel, and you can add zip codes if you want. So, who has an open mic? Someone has, oh, it's Wells. Hello. So neighborhood, if you want to see Terra Vista and see exactly how Terra Vista shows up on the map, then now when I close this, you can see the purple boundary of where Terra Vista is. It's easier to see when we get rid of the grid shoe, but it'll show just neighborhoods. You can see Terra Vista here is the Terra Vista neighborhood, and over here is a Terra Vista neighborhood. So these layers are very helpful if you're going to print this map and show it to your client. You also can look at the MLS statuses and change them here if you want to change just to active. And there's also lot characteristics, trends, and some other things that you can add on here that's super helpful to add as a data point. And then points of interest, you can have all of these. If you want to have their school next door and you want to make sure that it's showing up in any event, it's ways to play with this map. They also have drive time. So you can add a location to work, so then it'll show exactly how long it's going to take to drive there from work, so your clients can also get an idea about their drive time, which is very helpful. It's got some really cool data points, which is why I haven't built into the .me, because you can tell what time of day, and based on what time of day in the morning or the afternoon, what the drive time is going to look like in the AM versus the PM on an address, which is very, very helpful for those of you who have a client that maybe wants to move to Lakeway, but they work in Georgetown and have no idea what Austin looks like, trying to get across Austin from those two different locations. There's not a really good way to get there, and that could be an hour or more commute every single day, which could be a deal breaker from them. Okay, so I'm going to go back to my slides. Izzy. Sorry, Isa.
You can call me Izzy. Izzy or Isa is fine. I had read, it's already been over a year, that we could no longer add drive time to the listing descriptions. Is that correct, or am I crazy and is that wrong?
Well, so I would not add anything like that to the listing description. You can add the drive time as a PDF to the attachments, and you can put it in your advertising, but you're correct. The listing description is supposed to talk about the property, not anything else.
There's also like notes where you can direct, the other agents there. So
That's
would
true.
we use it there or no?
No, I wouldn't bother.
Okay.
I wouldn't bother. I use the public notes to let them know what my structure is. Coming on market Saturday, grand open no showings until Friday, grand open house Saturday and Sunday, and we'll be reviewing offers Monday if we've received any. Something like that. It's specific. Or lock boxes, where the lockbox location is, or different things like that. Just don't put any phone numbers in that, because they don't like that. All right, moving on. So we did some searching of comps. We already did all of these things. You did your grid point view. Remember, something that I find very helpful, and I'm going to show you a tool that I use all of the time. You can choose to do this or choose not to. This is going to be for a more advanced situation. I totally get it. I'm going to share my entire screen, so you're going to see a little bit more than what you usually see. Okay, sharing my entire screen. I'm going to take a screenshot, depending on if you have a Mac or a PC, of what keys you're going to do a screenshot. But I'm going to open up Excel, and I'm going to click and drag this into Excel. And what's cool about Excel is this insert. And you can click insert, and I'm going to even go up here, insert, and you have shape, and you have a line. Ovals, triangles, dots, all kinds of cool things. In terms of a line, you can grab a line and you can add it overlay. And if you double click it, then there's all these cool tools. I can change my line color if I want. I can change the width of it, and I can even, if I want, put an arrow on the end, except I want to put an arrow on the other end, and this is in my way, like this, so that I can show my clients a story if I want to add a line here. And I can copy and paste it if I want. And then I can show them here, maybe go like this so they can see on what side it is. So you can show them a story of what's going on with the dots on it. And you can also insert a circle. And for the circle, it would be a smaller one. Insert a shape, an oval, do a little tiny oval, copy and paste it, and maybe you put it here. And then that is, in 2018, they had a purchase price. You can grab the text from the insert, grab a text box, and say, back then they purchased it for 250,000, I think it was. In our case, it was 2015. So you can put the dot here, and then you can put this next to it so that they can see. So anyway, I like doing this, and then when I'm done, I simply take a screenshot of this, And now I have a completed image here that I can print out and take with me that's got the overlays on it telling the story. So again, that's a little more advanced. I totally understand that, but it's again a way to very simply, quickly, and very easily add things to your grid so that you can make it easier for them to understand. Which is what I did here. I put vertical lines on it, and I put the dots on here to show here in this grid, this was a property that I did that had sold 4 times. It was listed in 2012, what it was listed for and sold for. In 2013, what it was listed for and what it sold for. In 2016, what it was listed for and sold for. In 2023, what it listed for and what it sold for. They listed way high. And over here, I did the story. Here's what they listed for and here's what it sold for. Here's what it listed for and here's what it sold for. Listed and sold and listed and sold. You can see how it's kind of following the trend line based on what actually happened. And so helpful if they're listing in 2025, then you can show them exactly where that dot's going to be in 2025. And it tells them a very interesting story of what's happened or in a history of that home and where that home is sold in terms of the average price. Because remember, that green line you didn't create. That was created by the average sold price of that particular comps, that square footage, that area, all of that over years. Okay, we have jumped way ahead in all of this. Okay, now, does anybody remember what we chose as our price? If I go back to the spreadsheet, does anyone remember?
It was 375.
375 or 379.90.
Yep. So here is what we picked. We picked somewhere between 375 and 379. So let's just say we picked 375. Okay. So let's do that. We're going to have some more fun. We're going to take some other pieces of information out to the property that's going to be super, super helpful. Let's go back to the MLS. Here we go. I'm going to go to the browser and let's go and find this property. We're going to find out how much they owe. And then we're going to find out how much they're going to, if they sell it for $375,000, how much they're going to put in their pocket. You think your seller is going to want to know how much money they're going to put in their pocket? Okay.
Absolutely.
So I'm going to bring that out there with me because I already know they're going to ask. So I'm not preparing a closing disclosure or a preliminary CD or an Alta or a net sheet or any of those things. I'm going to show you what I do, and my numbers are really close. In fact, in doing the method that I did, my last closing, I went into the title company and I told them, I said, here's my number. Where were you guys? And my number, let me see if I can find the email. This was for Monica. What is Monica's, the key title? What's her name, Lisa? Not Monica.
Monica Saldana?
Saldana.
No, not Monica. The sales rep.
Oh,
Kylie?
Yes.
Kylie Pryor?
Kylie Pryor.
Yes. Oh, that was actually. I was $24 off. I'm going to show you how I do this and how I was $24 off in what I believed their net would be and what their net actually was. That is incredibly close. I mean, it is to the penny as you can get to the penny, and I will show you exactly what I do. First, though, I need to know how much these guys owe the bank. So this is law of averages. I'm taking this out here and I'm going to say, and I'm going to ask them, how much do you guys currently owe? And usually I'm pretty close. All right. So we're going to go to mortgage history and we can see that there was a refinance done for a mortgage amount of $177,000. Okay. So that's a very important number. 177,000. It's always going to be sitting here in the tax records under this mortgage history. So it'll tell you if a mortgage was taken out and what the balance was at the time. What is the date here?
June 17th, 2021.
Borrowed $177,000 on 6/17/2021. And so what were the rates like in 2021? Anybody know? What would you guess?
They
were
3%.
4, 5%.
They were low, 5, 4.
Okay.
I'll say they're around 3%.
3 to
Yeah, 3 to 5.
Okay. So this is a conventional loan with, we know, tons of equity. So let's just say 4.5%. 1 point on either way is not going to be enough for us to really get this wrong. So I needed that because we're going to go to a website called bankrate.com. You see that here? I'm going to put this in. This is like, this site is your best friend. I'm going to put this in your chat. So you have this link, save it in your browser because this is a site that you're going to want to use often. You go to bankrate.com, you go to mortgages, and you see amortization schedule? You're going to click amortization schedule, and we're going to say, how much was the loan balance?
177,000.
$177,000. And what rate did we say?
4.5.
4%.
Now, when was what was that date? When did they take this mortgage out?
June 17, 2021.
2021.
All right, so let's go back to 21 and let's click on June. Happens to be this month, actually. Now I'm going to click on the amortization schedule right here. And I'm going to say, okay, we are in the middle of 2025. We are in June. This is how much they should owe on their mortgage right now if they're making their payments on time.
Wow.
This is a very helpful piece of information. So I'm going to take this and I'm going to take this over to our Excel spreadsheet. And by the way, 99% of the time, loan balance
165.
Okay. So this is the fun part. Let's say we decided that we were going to market this property for $375,000. I'm going to give you a rule of thumb that is so close that they're going to get to the closing table and you're going to estimate it and you're going to find the same thing that I find. That every time you do this, that you were within dollars of the actual amount. You see this number? You're going to multiply the sell price by that number and your net's going to always be close. Assuming that there was a 6% commission paid. This is 8.25%. Okay, so I'm going to multiply it by 0.0825, which is 8.25. This is 6% commission. Let's say 1% for the title policy if the seller is paying for the title policy. So the fees that the seller is going to pay is 6% plus 0.8%-ish for the title policy. And then they've got prorations and property taxes and a bunch of other fees. And it always ends up that it works out perfectly. So I'm going to take this number and I'm going to multiply this times this. That is what their closing costs are going to be. So we are going to take $375,000 minus $30,937.50. And how much did we say the loan balance was going to be? $164,767. Here is the sales price minus their closing costs, minus their payoff. Here is what they're going to walk away with. So I would tell them, so you guys owe about 164, is that correct? And they shake their head, right? And that's, yeah, around there. Okay. So your closing costs are going to be about 31,000. If you sell this for 375, which is what I would expect it to sell for, you're going to pay around 31,000 in closing costs, and you have a payoff of 164, which means you're going to net somewhere around 179, so right around 180, and whatever is in your escrow account, you'll get refunded to you within 30 days, and I'm guessing there's about $3,500 in your escrow account.
The screen is flickering a little bit.
Does anybody want me to walk through that again?
I would love you to. I know you put the 10 over there. I don't know where the 10 is coming from.
The 10, what 10 are you talking about?
You put a 10 when you multiply the 375 with the 0.0825,
I didn't.
and that's how you got the 30.
No, I multiplied 0.0825 times the sales price. That's it.
Oh, okay. I don't know why the little 10 with, maybe that was just
I did an equal sign.
the equal sign. After the equal sign, there was something there. There you go. Whatever that was.
I said
Those are
equal.
the cell address.
I said this field, which is J10 times
Oh, okay.
this field. So simply it's $375,000 times 0.0825 is $30,000. So using your calculator, it's what are you listing this property for times 0.0825 is going to get you what their closing costs are going to be. Very, very, very close. Less than a quarter point difference. I mean, it's very close. Good enough for what you're attempting to do here. Assuming there's a 6% commission and assuming that the seller is paying the title policy. You have to make those two assumptions. If the seller is not paying 6% commissions and they're only paying 7% commission, then how am I going to change this number? Instead of 6%, they pay 5%. How am I going to change this number?
You'll add 1%.
You change the 825 to 725.
That's right. Because they're paying less in closing costs because they only paid a 5% commission instead of a 6. So it's 6%. So 8.05 is 6% plus 225, 2 points. 6% plus 1% for what I consider the title policy, and then about 1.25 points for the rest of the fees. All of it 8.25. So if you adjust the commission, you're going to have to adjust this accordingly. That should not be confusing. This is very, very simple math here. So again, you're going to take the list price minus the rule of thumb, which is 8.25%, times the list price, which is the closing cost of around $30,000. You did an amortization schedule for their payoff, which means you go to realist tax, look to see what was the date that they took out the mortgage and what was the amount was, and then take it to the amortization schedule and then figure out what their balance would be today, assuming that they made payments on time. And I ask them questions because I have this written down. So I ask them, so you owe about 164, is that right? And they'll say yes. Great. So if you list for 375, your closing costs are going to be around $30,000. Your payoff's 164, so you should net somewhere around 179, so right around 180, and whatever's in your escrow account would be refunded to you from the date of closing. And that's it. All right. So I would like you guys to all go to bankrate.com and do an amortization schedule in your groups. I'm going to put you in there for 10 minutes for the amortization schedule. That is bankrate.com. I'm going to share my screen one more time so you're not trying to figure it out from scratch. Bankrate.com. You're going to click on mortgages and amortization schedule. If you don't click on mortgages and you're just looking around for the amortization schedule on their main page, you're not going to find it. You hover over mortgages and you click on amortization schedule. Then this over here pops up. You're going to enter the mortgage amount, which was $177,000 at the time they took it out. We all agreed that we were going to pick 4.5%, and then they took out the loan in 2021. So we're going to go back to 2021 June. Then there is a chart which shows how property is being paid off and all sort of really interesting information, but that's not what we're looking for. We're going to click the schedule. We're going to find today's date on this schedule, and that will be their balance.
I'm sorry. Where did you get the interest rate from?
You can use ChatGPT to say what was the interest rates for a conventional loan of 2021, or you can just know. I know that the interest rate, and even if the interest rate, it's not going to change that much. 164. Let's change it to 5.5 and see how that changes. June, 166. So you're not dealing with huge numbers. If it's off by a percentage, it's going to be off by a couple $1,000s from in their loan amount. So it's not like 1 point is going to be, oh my gosh, your numbers are off by $6, $10, $12,000. It's going to be small. So I knew that the rates were somewhere between 3.5 and 5.5. So if I go right in the middle, 4.5, then I'm pretty comfortable with that. But ChatGPT will also tell you what their average rates were. So we go to ChatGPT. What was the average rate for a conventional mortgage 30-year in 2021? This says record low snapshot 2020.
They refinanced at the right time, didn't they?
3.15. So 3.5. And in 2025, in June, 162 instead of 164. So again, you're dealing with $2,000 difference. So even if you're off a little bit, you're still going there. You guys owe about 162. They're like, we owe 164. You're close enough. Your numbers are very close to what they're going to net. Still going to be around 179, 180, something like that. So the interest rate is, try to figure out what the average was and you'll be good. I'm going to put you back in your groups again and you can play with this. And you can do it right there on the spot too. They can say, no, my rate, we only owe 150. Take 375, multiply by 0.0625, figure out what their closing costs are, and divide what you're going to list it for based on what their closing cost is, divided by what their loan balance is. It's, again, I'm going to go back here again in my Excel spreadsheet. You're going to take the list price, multiply it by 0.0825 and get the closing costs, and then subtract whatever their closing cost is from that number, and then whatever they say their payoff is from that number, and get your net. So you can come out there with 179 and you can sharpen it up and say, okay, well, based on that, it's not 164. It looks like it's 162. So you're going to net 181. So that's good. But even so 179 to 181, that's a very close net, and that's what we're looking for. I always let them know once we get an offer in hand, then I'm going to send that offer and how you've negotiated it to the title company, and they're going to give you a net sheet as we're negotiating that offer, so you know down to the penny of what that will get you. But these are very close numbers. 179 to 181 is very, very close as a rough estimate when you're sitting at the table talking to them about what they're going to net. And if they need down to the penny, then you can say, okay, well, I think it's about 181. I'm going to send this over to my title company, and I'm going to have them prepare an Alta statement for you, which will fine tune that number down to what the fee would actually be. Okay, but for now, I'm putting you back in your breakout sessions, and then take this, and also, if you would, when you have it, put it into your Teams chat or your Zoom chat here. All right. You got 10 minutes to do this amortization schedule. Someone had a hand up before you go in the room. What do you have?
Yes, Jack, I wanted to know how much was the title policy you said? About 1%?
It's actually about 0.8%, but that's why I overestimate all of this, because I'd rather them put a couple $1,000s extra in their pocket and me just be a little bit more liberal. So I do 6% plus 1% title policy plus 1% extra. So I take 0.0825, and that number always gets me exactly where. And I always play with the title company and tell them what my number is going to be, and then we look at the closing disclosure, and it's always right on the money, and they're always blown away at that.
Wow. Okay. Thank you, Jack. Mine was room number 4.
Okay.
Thank you.
I don't see you, Indu. Indu, you already have a pop-up for the room. Wells, I see your
Yes, I did. While I was taking down my hand, it just took it away. Okay, well, what do I do now?
Hold on a second. Don't click anything. Don't click. You're gonna get a
I
pop-up.
won't.
Don't click it. Not yet. not yet, not
I
yet.
got it.
No,
I
don't,
got room 3 now.
no, don't click it. Now click it. I have to move you to a room and then move you back. So now you're in room 4.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Hi, Wells.
I just had a question. Is there a video that will help me understand everything of today that I can go over because I am completely lost from beginning to end?
There is. Are you not familiar with our YouTube class? I mean, our YouTube account that has the entire mega series? All right. So
No.
are you all right? So in every, I'm going to share my screen. In every single class that I send an email, and you get an email that looks like this. You're receiving these emails? Are you able to see my screen?
No, let me see. I'm pretty sure you sent it. It's there, and I haven't looked at it in regards to more information, but I can't see it.
You can't see my screen?
No, because I have the join breakout room shot.
You should
So
still
it's
be able to see
covering.
Okay. We'll
No,
move that out of the
it
way.
doesn't let me move it. It doesn't let me move it out of the way.
Are you getting
It
your
doesn't
email
let me move it.
from Realty Text? Because I can forward these to you, Wells.
She's getting them. She says she's getting.
Yes, please.
There's this link right here inside the email.
Oh, yeah. So I see that with the blue. So I do see those. So I can go in there and click on it to review it.
Yep, this recording is a recording of every single class. And then this will take you to our YouTube channel, which will take you here in a recording of our Mega 1, 16-1, 16-2, 16-3, 16-4. Last Friday's class is right here. Today's class will be underneath it. So every one of these classes is fully recorded in entirety, and you can go back and watch them 100%, all of them.
Okay, thank you. I didn't know that part. I've seen those. I just didn't know that's what it was. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Okay, welcome back. All right, was everyone able to use the bank rate and do an amortization schedule and come up with that number? All right, everyone is shaking their head yes. There's
Yes.
one more thing that we're going to do because there's one item left.
Oh.
Okay, let's go over to Google and let's go to, and this property is in Williamson County, right? Okay, so we're going to type in WCAD. The CADs come up in position 1, so we're going to go to the Williamson County Central Appraisal District. We're going to take the address, paste it in there, 4305 Chestnut Meadows, pops up here. We're going to click it. And what do we see as the current total assessed value of this property?
389, 695.
389.
Okay, so we're going to come over here, and there is our assessed value. Our assessment was 389. The Zillow said 384. The RPR said 382. Our CMA trend said 385, and it actually said 380 if we get rid of Georgetown. I mean, get rid of Round Rock. And the CMA was $375,000. So here we have an incredibly tight grouping of data, and if we print out the CMA and the CMA trend and the RPR and the Zillow and the assessment, and you take all that out there, you're going to have an arsenal of information that's going to help make sure that the county says 389, Zillow says 384, the realtor valuation model is 382, your CMA trend shows it's right at 380, and the CMA, you're coming in between 375 and 379 based on the active comps now. And the reason our number is coming in a little bit lower is because we have 3 properties on the market, one at 350 and 2 others. And we want to make sure that we are positioned to sell quicker, because if we price better than the rest, then we're going to sell. But that's assuming that they take that small living area room and put in some hardwood floors. If not, then we're going to have to price it. But these numbers here are assuming that that has been done. Okay. So put a folder together, put their name and address on the folder. You're going to bring out there these documents, your MLS listing, all prior MLS listings. Remember when I said we're going to go and find every MLS listing using the cross property search and bring all of them out there for that property? So that you have that. You're also going to bring the tax records, the RPR, the one-page photo of all of the comps that's in your grid. So what grid am I talking about? Well, let's go back and look just so that there's no confusion. I'm going to bring all of these properties with me. The 350, the 415, the 388 to show them what my competition is. I'm going to bring that MLS one page. I'm going to click all of these. I'm going to click print. And I'm going to say the agent full with photos. And I'm going to print that report so that I can, and then I print them out and I staple them together because the first page is going to be the MLS listing. And then the second page and the third page is going to be the photos, depicting how many photos there are. And I take all of these with me and I put them and I paper clip them. The actives I paper clip together and the sold I paper clip together. You can put them together however you want, but I bring these with me. The next thing that I bring is the quick CMA. So on the actions menu, you will see the quick CMA form here. This is a report rather. You click the quick CMA and I print this with as well. And what I like about this is you've got your 6 closed listings. You have your min, your max, your average price per square foot. So the min price per square foot is 200, the max is 221, and the average is 10. So you multiply these by your square footage, and that's where I got the list price. So this is super helpful, but you have to multiply the square footage, price per square foot by your square footage. And I'll usually write it right here on my grid sheet views. Then I print this report here. And you print this report here by simply clicking the print button and grabbing the agent single line. And the agent single line comes up like this and you just print it. So you have this. So going back to my data, a folder with all the prior MLS, the tax records, the RPR, your comps, which is the agent full page with photos, the comp averages, which is the trend report that we all created together. I bring that with me. The trend graph, all the comps, listing documents, which is a listing agreement and info sheets. But here I'm just going to put the seller guide. Is everyone familiar with the seller guide that's on your .me?
I've used it once, but yes.
Okay. We're going to go over the seller guide in Wednesday's class in detail. We're going to go through it and we're going to explain all of what it says there and why that's super helpful for you in your .me. Your listing docs, obviously you're going to fill out your listing agreement, bring it out there, and it's going to be ready for signature. You don't have to fill it out. The only thing that's missing is going to be the list price. They're going to have them, I will have them handwrite in the list price, whether it's going to be $375 or $379. I'll always have them handwrite that in there so they pick it, not me. All we did was work together, and I show them all the comps and we talk about everything. And then, but this entire listing presentation happens on Wednesday, and then there's an entire video that you're going to see me walk through the comps and everything that we just put together on Wednesday's class. You're going to then be, because the CMA, everything we did today was back at the office. We're just going to assume, right, that you were in the office and you did all of this work in the office and put all this paperwork together, put it in the folder. And on Wednesday's class, you've got the folder ready and you're going to drive out and you're going to present this to them on Wednesday. And of course, this class is recorded the entire day, minus the breakout sessions, minus the breaks, and minus lunch. So you have access to our YouTube channel, as well as the recording that's in the email that I send out. You can click the recording if you want to watch this class again. This class has been recorded for every single mega we've ever done. So all of the classes are. So you can go back to Mega 15 or 14 or 13 and you can watch the CMA class. It's roughly the exact same class every single time. So we are 4:56, so we are done for the day. We're gonna spend the rest of today answering questions. So again, we now have a weekly CMA class that Michael Potter is teaching. If you have a CMA that you need a second set of eyes on, you've got Andrew, Lisa, or Michael here who can help you. There are CMA classes being taught by the association. You can take one of those. There's also an 8-hour day PSA, Pricing Strategy Advisor designation that you can get that I teach once a year as well, which is separate. It's a complete NER designation, and we go through NER slides page by page. Okay, so let's start with the questions, but I'm going to go ahead and call class dismissed. You've got Mega Minis tomorrow, and we'll be back in class on Wednesday, but I'm going to leave it open for questions and spend the last 10 minutes answering questions. First, Isa.
So I have that listing appointment tomorrow.
Nice.
And she's already had a Keller Williams agent, and I don't know what was the other broker agent out there a few weeks ago. Do I take the price, like the final prices in this list? I don't see that you have like the price that we would suggest. Should I suggest the price? Also, she isn't certain if she wants to sell unless she can buy.
Yep. So that's an important distinction that she's telling you. So yes, of course, you're going to want to figure out how much part of what she needs to know in order to buy, I'm guessing, is to know what her net's going to be, how much she's going to be able to sell the property for, minus her closing costs, minus her payoff, which is going to be her net. So she has how much money to play with. And then getting with the lender and getting a pre-qualification letter so that she knows what she can qualify for, plus whatever cash she's going to get out of her sale, right? So yes, lots of things. And she's already met with multiple agents, so you have to then just impress upon her what you believe the property is worth and what you're going to do to sell that property. And of course, that's Wednesday's class, and it's an entire day, and I can't, go through an entire Wednesday right now. So I recommend, like I did last time we spoke about this, was to watch the listing marketing and grand open. That's really helpful. No, buyers and seller presentations in MEGA-16. It's a 6-hour class. It will really help you understand what we do. But I think the most important thing right now is making sure that you're getting with your assistant sales manager, Michael Potter, because it's a mobile home and he's the expert, and have him help you get the number if you don't already have it.
Okay, I'll do that.
All right, thank you for your help, Jack.
You're welcome, Aki. All right, we got lots of hands, so let's start with Jennifer.
Hey Jack, I'm just wondering, when you were doing the seller's net sheet, do you have a reason that you make your own instead of using like the Austin Title One agent app or the Key Title One?
I don't do that until I know what I'm really working with. So I need to know what they're going to pick as a list price, and I need to know that before I go out there with a net sheet that has the number. So if I know that once we pick the price we're going to go on market for, I'm going to multiply that by 0.0825. That's going to be the closing cost. I'm just going to subtract what they want to list for minus that closing cost number minus what they owe, and they could tell me, oh, we've been making, we got a 15-year, not a 30-year, or they could come back and say, oh, we actually paid it off. So then I'm just going to update those numbers real time live while I'm there. So it's just a rule of thumb that gets me really, really close. And then after it's all said and done, I will email it to the title company and have the title company prepare an Alta statement for me based on what the numbers we spoke about at the meeting and when I found out about their actual payoff and what they chose as a list price.
Thank you.
Yep. But I will give them an actual, and then when we accept an offer, before they actually sign it, I will have sent that to the title company and they will have got another net sheet so that they know what it is. So at the listing, I'm giving them I'm coming out there with a rough number, and then I fine tune that number in front of them. And then when they sign the agreement, I send the whole thing to the title company and ask them to give them a net sheet, an actual net sheet, and then another net sheet along with the offer that they sign right before they sign it. Yep. Charlie, and then Eric.
Hi, can you open up your spreadsheet again? The Yep. I just figured out the min, average, and max. That was based on the CMA report from the what's it called? From the matrix system, which is good.
The
But
quick
how
CMA.
do we get the grid?
The what?
You see how under min, average, max on the left side, before
Mhm.
RPR, there's grid. How do we get the grid number?
Okay. So the grid number is when you clicked this and you got it right here.
Okay, okay. Give me a second. Let me take a screenshot so I can use that. So historic sales price trend. I see. So
This is what I call.
Okay.
So this number right now, we know is 245 at the time they purchased. This one was with Georgetown and Round Rock. So you take out Round Rock, it was 240 and it was 380. And so I add this because this is how the property has changed value over time. This is a CMA for every year. So this is the average price of CMA for every single year on one piece of paper, which is really, really impactful.
Yep.
Eric.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Hey, Jack, mine actually had to do with this as well. You had said that you go back to the year that they purchased. This example was 2015. Let's just say I'm doing a seller who purchased the home. You know, I got military clients, so purchased the home 3 years ago. Do I just go those 3 years for that trend, or would I really go back to like maybe the beginning of the home, so that way I've got more data points to just show the average meeting the purchase
Yeah.
price?
So I'm going to go back as far as MLS as I have. So if the property's been reported 4 times, I'm going to go back to before they bought the property, and I'm going to show them everything. So if this is the grid that I've given them, and they purchased it here, I'm going to show all of the MLSs. So if they purchased it in 2016, I'm going to show them the 2013 and 2012 numbers so they can see everything from the time the property, all the reported MLS sold.
Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome. But certainly at least to where they purchased it. But I'm going to grab all the MLSs. All right. Who else has got questions? Everybody is good. Did we have
So,
fun?
Yes,
today has been
extremely.
very mind-blowing.
Yeah.
But my question is, so I'm trying to set up a CMA for potential clients. I think I'm going to have them under contract by the end of this week, or not contract, under agreement by the end of this week. Their property is a new build, and as I went through this with Andrew and Michael Potter, it was kind of hard for us to come up with a comp because the house was built 3 years ago, and they're still building just north of it, and they don't really have anything that was sold or active around it to kind of really compare it to.
Okay, so I've got to correct something that you said. Their property is not a rebuild. It not a new build. It is a resale. Be very
I'm
careful.
sorry, yes, resale.
Be very careful with the semantics here because it matters. You have to, if there are no sold comps in the neighborhood, then you are up against the builder. And there's a lot of times where somebody who has a 3-year-old home that's competing against the builder are not able to sell their home because the builder is offering 3% interest rates. They're offering closing costs, and the property, the sales prices are not substantially different. In fact, sometimes the builders even selling the properties for less now than what they were then. and the amount of money that they're going to bring to the table is so much that it makes more sense to lease out the property. And if they're the first person to sell and there are no comps, the appraiser is going to leave the neighborhood and they're going to go to another neighborhood and try to figure that out. If they're the first to sell, I would recommend hiring an appraiser and having that number, because you can't use any of the new comps.
Okay, that works.
Yep.
Thank you, sir.
Probably one of the most difficult situations you'll find yourself in real estate is listing a property that is less than 5 years old in a neighborhood that is still being sold by the same builder. And when we represent a buyer, we always want to tell that buyer, hey, just by the way, you're going to be competing with the builder. If you try to sell this before the builder is completed and moved out, you're going to have a hard time doing that. Just FYI.
Okay. Because yeah, that's what the opportunity is looking like, is that it's possibly going to have to be leased out, but they're going to talk to a lender and see what their next steps are before we go down the path of what they really truly need to do in this situation. So
And I have a property closing next week where I sold the property to my client in 2021. And they're at a sales price of 350. They were going to bring 25,000 to the table. And I didn't have any comps more than that. And I went out there and explained this to her. And I said, you're going to bring 25 to the table to sell it at this point. And she's like, okay. She's like, I knew I was going to be upside down. And she didn't bat an eye at it. So don't always think that someone is, this was a situation where she got a work transfer and it was a job that she couldn't pass up. She does not want to have a rental property here, and she was perfectly fine with it. And she had put 50% down, so she wanted all the cash that was in there out. And if she lost 25,000, that's okay. She wanted anything and everything that she should get out of it as a down payment somewhere else. We talked about refining it. We talked about all the options. She's like, nope, I don't want to have this as an investment. I just want to get everything that I can out of it, as much as I can, and move on. So keep that in mind. Don't go in with a bias thinking that they're not willing to bring money to the table, because sometimes they are. Because these people, who knows, maybe they put a ton of money down. Maybe they pay cash for it and they just want to get as much as they can and walk away from it. And that is a possibility.
I sat down and had a meeting with them yesterday before we went through this entire process. And yeah, they're still trying to save in case they need to, they're able to get financed more to get into a new house as well. So they did take it as an opportunity to think that they possibly could lease it, but it would also be trying to find the tenants to put in there and so forth like that. So
well, I wish you the very best of luck on it, and let me know what happens.
yes, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Jeff. Anybody else got anything for me? Today is Miguel's birthday, so I am going to be vanishing here very shortly. Kyle, you raised your hand. Was that a question or a goodbye?
A goodbye.
Okay.
Thank you so much. This was an excellent teaching day. I really appreciate it.
I hope you all had fun. I know it's a
Thank you,
lot.
Jack. Happy birthday.
Miguel says thank you.
Happy birthday to him as well.
Bye now.
Bye-bye.